house is on Medicaid. My husband, me, our baby daughter. Okay, we're all on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't be able to have the birth control in my arm that I have. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't be able to have the antidepressants that I have at no cost to me. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't be able to go to therapy to continue to be the mom I am to the 3 kids and 2 separate houses that I have to do.
I say, hold up.
Kids and 2 separate houses. 2 separate houses.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
He calls himself Streeter, a soldier in the war on idling.
Shortly after 6, I'm out on my bike looking for idling trucks.
2 years ago, he gave up his job in marketing to look for drivers running their engines full time.
Are you sick in the mind?
I'm essentially biking 6, 7, 8, 9 hours a day.
In New York City, it's against the law for trucks and non-city buses to idle for more than 3 minutes. But the law is rarely enforced.
Right there.
And that's where the big money comes in for Streeter and others who report idlers. It's called the Citizens Air Complaint Program.
Go fuck yourself.
The person who sees a truck or bus idling records it, reports it, and keeps 25% of the fines, which typically range from $350 to $600.
Fuck you. I hate you.
So what are you making in excess of 6 figures in doing this?
Yeah, it's in excess of 6 figures. Yeah.
I hope you get ass cancer and die, you son of a bitch.
I'm declaring war on fat gay kids.
You are all spineless keyboard warriors.
See, Bulldog's not here. He ruined us.
I know.
Because he says, I could be watching VTubers right now. Yes, well.
Me too.
God damn it. Fucking weebs. Anyway, happy July. You know what that means? Prime Month is over.
Perfect.
It also means it's 4th of July. So happy birthday, America.
Yes, happy birthday.
Rapper 4Extra blows up his hand with fireworks in shocking July 4th accident. I'm sure it won't be the only one. So apparently this guy is a rapper. And I won't be posting the actual aftermath, but yeah, he blew off his hand. So, yeah.
Classic Americans.
So yeah, it's I really can't show it.
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, it's good.
He's terrible.
Yeah,
goddamn.
I've seen worse, but you know,
I've seen worse.
We get instantly banned. Yeah.
It's not like
It's a small image. Like it's
it's not very detailed. You can see what happened.
Yeah,
it's it's not like the one last year where this video of the guy blowing his fucking hand off. And and then he's walking around after, and the blood's just pouring out. Hey Daisy, how you doing?
Hey Daisy.
So yes, I found this quite interesting. On the 4th of July, Democrats who are extremely proud to be American have fallen through the floor to a record low of 36.
And today on our Independence Day, I'm looking into whether or not Americans feel proud to be an American. And as it turns out, Democrats, their percentage who say they're proud to be an American has fallen through the floor. What are we talking about? Take a look here. Democrats' pride to be an American, extremely or very proud. In 2015, look at this. 4 out of 5 Democrats were extremely or very proud to be an American. That number has plummeted to just 36% now in 2025. A low this century has fallen by more than half since 2015 as Donald Trump has become, of course, president once again this year. Now, what is driving that decline? Well, a lot of it has to do with age. What are we talking about? Well, Generation Z Democrats proud to be an American or not? Of course, Generation Z, born since 1997. Look at this. Only 24% of Generation Z Democrats are extremely or very proud to be an American. That is actually lower, Erica. That is
Very un-American.
Yes.
Very un-American.
lower than the
Explains
percentage
a
who
lot,
say
though.
they have little or no pride to be an American at 32%. I just never thought I'd see these numbers based upon where we were a decade ago, but that's exactly where we are. Now, if Democrats have extremely less pride to be an American than they used to, what about Republicans? Well, this is where the trend line gets interesting, because with Republicans, there is no trend line. In fact, take a look here. Republicans' pride to be an American, extremely or very proud. In 2015, it was 90% back when Barack Obama was serving his second term. Now in Donald Trump's second term, it's basically the same percentage, 92%.
That is hilarious. So while everything was being going to hell in a handbasket with Obama, Republicans are still like, no, I love America. Now that Trump's back, only it's a 2% more. Yeah, I love America, 2% more.
Yeah,
like it shows a distinct difference between the two. Given like that, aren't they only 80% of Democrats loving America while they're getting everything they wanted?
yeah, that's concerning a bit. Maybe not. I think the trend line of not getting what they want, they just hate America.
Yeah, well, they should just leave.
Yeah, well, there's
Come to Australia.
That is no.
We'll swap places.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
100%.
We'll do
You had me in the
an
first half.
exchange.
Had me in the first half. Not gonna lie.
We'll do an exchange. It'll be an exchange program with America. We take Australia gets the American like the Democrats and the conservatives here, or libertarians here. We go over there. Automatically, everything in America is better.
Fair trade.
Fair trade. Yes. Nick's order says that 23 girls are now missing from a Christian summer camp in Mystic Hunt, Texas, after the area was inundated with flooding. Per the Lieutenant Governor Patrick, the death toll is now 13 and rising, with more rain on the way. Please pray for the missing girls and their family. Yeah, like floods. A flood, like if there's anything in Australia to know, it's floods. Floods and fires. We may not know like hurricanes and tornadoes, but floods and fires.
We get the worst of both of them.
Yeah, we get the worst of both. But hey, Tom Bowler, how you doing, man?
Hey, Tom Bowler. Yeah, this is. I was trying to piece together the timeline of this.
Yeah, I'm still fuzzy around like.
From what I can gather,
This is crazy.
From what I can gather, so this is in Kirk County.
Wow.
Apparently, there was a general flood warning for Kirk County that went out like Thursday afternoon.
Yeah.
But then that night, so like around 1 a.m., that's when the lake, the flood, the river.
Yeah, there was like apparently
that's when the flash floods hit. Like
there was
1
a
a.m.
flash flood warning 3 hours prior.
Yeah, that's when the flash. Yeah,
So but if it's 3 hours prior to 1 a.m.
Well, no. So the flash flooding hit around 4 a.m. The warning went out around 1 a.m.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one's going to be up at 1 a.m.
No, but yeah,
right?
point remains, and that's how the camp got wiped out because they got hit in their sleep.
God.
But even though there was a generic flood warning for the county that afternoon,
Yeah.
So what was the camp doing asleep if there was already a flood warning out?
Because it's just a flood warning. I had
I
one
know,
last week.
Yeah.
Like this isn't the same river. This is the Lalano River, but it's the same flooding. Just watch how fucking fast this comes in. This is time this is a time lapse, but yeah. Like 5 minutes.
5 minutes and the river's full.
we know that all too well.
Like,
yep.
And it's still rising.
Yeah. and Trump is already copping the blame for supposedly this is because of his cuts to the National Weather Service.
Oh yeah, this guy
it's not
debunks
shit.
that.
Yeah.
So this guy says, okay, let's talk some facts. The Camp Mystic flood disaster in Texas is very unfortunate. I hope all the missing girls are found. Me too. They're not going to be.
Not alive.
I mean, look,
alive.
you can hope for a miracle, but yeah.
Yeah, no, they've already found several.
So, the usual suspects are exploiting this tragedy to score political brownie points. Some left-wing activists are blaming this flood on climate change. Others are blaming the deaths and missing persons on inadequate warning caused by low staffing at the National Weather Service, caused by the Trump administration's federal RIFs cuts. First of all, staffing cuts played no part in this tragedy. The National Weather Service issued a flood watch for Kerr County more than 12 hours ahead of the flood. They also issued a flash flood warning for Hunt and Ingram 3 hours before the Guadalupe River began to climb.
That was the warning at 1 a.m.
That was the warning, yeah. There's plenty of lead time with respect to the forecast and issuance of warnings. Flood was caused by the remnants of Tropical Storm Barry becoming embedded into a broad mid-level trough over Texas. These remnants are typically slow-moving and drop heavy rain over a large geographical area where the troposphere destabilizes. This one stayed fairly stationary and caused massive flooding along the Guadalupe River, something that has happened many times before. In 1987, a flash flood on the same river killed 10 teenage campers from the Pot of Gold Christian camp, and another 33 swept away who survived. What? So it happened in 87, and they built this fucking camp on a floodplain. It's on sediment that has been deposited by hundreds, if not thousands, of floods over the last millennia. The event has nothing to do with climate change, and the tragedy had nothing to do with Doge cuts. If you're someone who's exploited this catastrophe because you just don't like Trump, you need to take a serious look in the mirror. Yes, you are a piece of shit. Like these people. Rotrow, Texas, what you going to do? There's no FEMA to pick you up by your bootstraps. They gave it all to ICE. Texas deserves every flood god has spoken. It hates Texas. I'm kind of happy the National Weather Service gave incorrect predictions when it came to how much rain would fall, especially since the best and brightest from that org would let go due to Trump. Fuck off. Cry harder, Texas deserves it. It's not awful, it's what Texas deserves. Ron Flipkowski says the people in Texas voted for government services controlled by Donald Trump and Greg Abbott. That is exactly what they're getting. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, Jesus, these people are pieces of shit.
I mean, we say worse things about the left. Like, it's
when nature strikes and kills them.
Yeah.
No.
At least I have anyway. So maybe that's just me. I have. So
I don't know. No, I don't think. I don't think so.
I take it back. I won't say. Okay. I won't say the rest of. I won't say you guys have said worse.
Like,
I've said worse.
I don't even think you have.
I don't know if I've said it on the stream. I definitely say it in private.
Not in the same context.
I definitely say it in private.
I don't think you've said it in the same context. Good. I'm glad. Did it take Rogan with it too? I can only hope. Texas deserves it. It's God's will, of course. That's what God would have wanted, right, Republicans? These people fucking make me sick.
Yeah.
Empathy for these redneck reject states is zero. So fuck them. I hope more come. Let's start the hurricanes. I hope the ground opens up and swallows these people in particular. And only these people. No one else. It should close immediately after. Here was Greg Abbott's chance to look intelligent instead of start invoking God. God may not exist. Oh, these fucking... Really, the worst thing to happen to, well, humanity is the fucking, like, the new atheism movement. Like, fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, the Harris and the doll and the
like making every fucking, like, ridiculous Zoomer a fucking atheist.
I mean,
and a whole bunch of my generation too, like all the millennials and Zoomers and fucking.
I was part of that shit.
Fucking too. Gen Xers who all like, oh yeah, I'm an atheist. God isn't real. Blah, blah, blah. Like,
yeah, I was part of that shit too.
God's fake. Like, yeah. But yes, you can apparently help. There are GoFundMe has set up a page. Collating or verifying and all the collating all the verified flood relief GoFundMes, which keep increasing. There's 3 pages of them now, so because yes, it's not just people being killed; it's also people who are having all their shit wiped away. Floods suck. So we've had a few of them here, so we can very much relate. So yeah. All right, let's talk about everybody's favorite future mayor of New York. AG says the end goal is seizing the means of production. Best of luck, New York City.
What the purpose is about this entire project, it's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment.
I'm sorry.
Government grocery stores. There you go.
Yep.
Like that's where I need to.
Oh, I saw someone go, oh, government grocery stores already exist. It's called the PX.
What the fuck's the PX?
PX is what the military uses. So if you're on a military base,
yeah,
anywhere, there's usually a PX.
Yeah, they have their own department stores. Basically.
Yeah, it's a grocery store, department store.
Those are private companies. Like they have fucking Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts on the military bases.
You know, but the PXs are run by the military.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a government-run grocery store. It's like, dude, are you fucking stupid? Like that's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's a.
And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize.
But yeah, this more than anything should indicate to you that whenever they say socialism, they mean communism. They're communists.
Yeah. Well, communism is the end goal of socialism. So.
Well, yeah. Well, he said seizing the means of production, and he said it with a smile. But yeah, okay. I'm sure Mark smiled when he said it. Jamal Bowman says all Democrats must endorse Mamdani because it's up to the Democrat Party to save democracy. There's that fucking line again.
Quickly, do you think the Democratic Party is going to learn some lessons from this race?
I hope so. They got to. Everyone should get on board and endorse Zoran right now because our party, our approval numbers are 20-something%. We're on life support. We allowed Trump back in the office again, and
allow?
Yeah, you didn't allow.
Allow.
He took it soundingly.
Democracy is on the precipice of falling apart. The Democratic Party has to save American democracy. And leaning into Zoran and others who are stars in our party. We got a bunch of stars right here in New York. Chia Saig, Tiffany Caban, AOC, on and on and on. Uplift them. We have to bridge the gap, the generational divide. That's happening in the party. What? Between the older, more establishment, and the younger. We have to bridge that gap to save our...
God damn it. No, you aren't.
No.
Like, look at what you did. Look at what they did to fucking look what they did to David. Is it David Hogg? Yeah,
David Hogg.
I forgot his first name. And they did to David Hogg. Like fucking hell.
Too white.
Like,
he has to go.
Too white, too straight.
Yeah.
Like what? What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? No wonder your support is so low. It's not. We're not left enough. Like Jesus, talk about people. They always learn the wrong fucking lessons. Always.
Brown people from different backgrounds.
Coming from a black guy. I don't see. I notice this is always coming from the black guys on MSNBC. I don't see too many Asians or whites or Hispanics promoting this shit. It's always Jamal Bowman.
It's not allowed.
Brown people from
you have to
different
raise up
backgrounds.
those black voices.
The word socialism is weaponized as some kind of anti-American thing.
Because it is.
Senator Gillibrand and others seem to have fallen victim to that level of ignorance and miseducation.
Projection.
Nah, I'm pretty educated on this.
Anyway, let's talk about the big, beautiful, bloated bill. This guy says, we wanted higher remittance taxes and instead we got them slashed and we lost the Hearing Protection Act. I hate the GOP. So in the Big Beautiful Bill Act, the remittances have been dropped from 3.5% to 1%.
Oh, I got confused. It said non-resident Indians, and I thought Native Americans for a second. Oh, fuck. No, it's Indian Indians.
Yeah. It's
sorry.
there was all the H1B people were like, "Oh, this is not fair. Why should we want to send, sir? We want to send money home to our people, and it's not fair if we would have to pay 3.5%."
So now they can send more money back.
Okay, you can pay 1%. This is the thing this is the thing that really drives me nuts about Trump, because once it's in the Congress, he doesn't give a shit what it actually says.
No.
He just I want my one big beautiful bill act passed. I don't actually care what it says anymore.
No,
just do it.
This is the one regard, and this is the one thing he's no different to anybody else about. As long as there's so much pork in the one big beautiful bill,
Well,
and
Trump still has to play the game.
I know he's trying to play the game. You got to pass it. Doesn't matter how bad the bill is. You got to pass it. Doesn't matter how much it adds.
What drives me nuts is he's not running for anything else.
No.
This is his last term.
Not officially.
This is his the last job he'll ever have.
Yeah.
Like he can be bold.
Yeah.
So he has leverage. Like he has leverage over the GOP. He can fuck them if he wants to. So, but he doesn't want to. So. Anyway, here's Nancy Mace going to vote in her pajamas.
Could have at least worn a nightgown.
She could have at least not worn a bra.
Yes.
Oh my God. On the road again.
Thanks, Nancy. Now I can't play the fucking audio.
Oh, Willie Nelson going to sue you.
So fucking performative.
Oh yeah, she's exposed herself completely in both senses, I guess. Exposed as just another influencer. 3 Red Bulls, lady. God, buy a fucking coffee. Right.
I don't know. Those coffees in those diners are pretty crappy.
You know, she's just getting ready for bed and going to Congress. You know, face full of makeup, jewelry on, hair down. She's going to Congress to vote because she knows she's going to work really hard to vote on that big, beautiful bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is a very good point. Tommy Lahren says,
ironically,
why do
from
so
Tommy
many
Lahren
of
of all
our elected
people-
representatives want to be influencers?
The starlet of Fox News herself, or the former starlet. Good lord.
Well, she's not an elected representative, so
I know.
she can say that, but
yeah.
They're addicted to attention and art, talent, and art. Well, yes, as
That's true.
As Roger Stone says, politics is Hollywood for ugly people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. George Santos has weighed in.
Oh, speaking
chronic
of.
issue with our government's mental health and the attention seeking is a problem. Really? I'm going to stop you right there. Speaker Johnson has said he has the votes to advance the big beautiful bill. He met with Burchett, Spartz, and Massey. So yes, the bill has passed Congress, and here's President Trump signing it. It's a lot of fanfare.
To be fair, that's part of the 4th of July celebrations.
Well, that was the whole plan, is get it signed on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a good one.
God, Mike Johnson's such a dweeb.
Mr. President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your
Random trinket that gets thrown in the back of the office.
Are we ready?
Gavel us in.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Have a good time.
So yes, the big beautiful bill is now law. So there's no tax on tips.
about
Kind of.
Yeah, yes. Something changed
There's
about
asterisks
that.
on that.
So it's
changed,
you get a $25,000 deduction for tips on incomes up to $150,000 or couples up to $300,000.
To be fair, that's a lot. Like, it's a sizable.
That is a lot, yeah.
That's a lot. To be fair.
So deducting. Well, I mean, my
I
brain
could do
has-
with a fucking $25,000. I don't get tips.
I'd love a $25,000 deduction.
Hell yeah.
The problem is, I think most people who get paid exclusively in tips or make the majority of their money in tips,
Yeah.
aren't paying $25,000 in tax. But I mean, like, so
But that'll drop their taxable income by
basically to zero. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the thing. That it's weird. The federal taxes in the US is very, very, very strange. Like having this multiple levels of tax thing is really fucking confusing for someone who lives in Australia, where we have one layer of tax, like income tax, and it's federal, and it's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it wasn't, because it would let the states compete for employees, but they already can because of this fucking what's it called, payroll taxes.
Yeah, paid.
There's other ways that they can get more or less taxation.
Yeah.
Through state and local.
So speaking of tips, damn it, I should have put this in that section. Speaking of tipping, tipping culture is getting ridiculous. If you can't tip your server, don't go out to eat. Your bill equals $107.53. Move the decimal over 1, so $10.75. Then multiply it by 3.
No.
Yeah, how about no? 30% fucking tip. Go fuck yourself.
That. Tipping's not even it's not only in America.
I know it is. I know it's not only in America.
Yeah, no, it's insane. Like
it's a gratuity. It's gratuity from graciousness.
But now,
as in, I am grateful. I am grateful for the service I received.
Yeah,
that is a good point, Costy.
Yeah.
Costy says, as a Victorian, I'm glad we can't set our own income tax rate.
You can't exactly trust Victorians to fucking do that properly.
But like, it's meant to be. Oh, hey, I am very grateful for the service you have given. You have shown me.
Here's a bonus for helping for being.
Here's some extra money.
Yeah, here's a little money in your pocket, son.
So, if you can't pay your server, don't open a restaurant. Yeah, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
In Japan, there's no tipping. Why? Because they paid a fair wage instead of brainwashing their employees that this is normal worldwide, isn't it?
I don't know if it's fair wage, but same thing here, right?
There was. I did see something used like last year.
Yeah.
That explained the reason tipping culture is big in America, and it does actually. It does have to do with like slavery. It does. Like, this is one of those few things where it actually does, and it's to do with like blacks and wage laws. Like, there were weird like laws around it. I'd have to look it up, but there's a whole fucking thing, and it is actually related to, like, it is like a holdover of Jim Crow, which is fucking hilarious. Not Jim Crow. Jim Crow's not hilarious, but the fact that
depending on who you ask.
Well, yeah, depending on who I ask. Jim Crow could be hilarious. Not to me, though. Anyway, let's talk about Iran. I think we mentioned it on the show, but I couldn't find an article. Actually, no, we can't have mentioned it on the show because it was the 30th, which was the Monday. So, yes, a top Iranian cleric has issued a chilling fatwa against Trump and Netanyahu. So, yes, Trump now has a fatwa against him, meaning that any Muslim, any Shia Muslim, just to be specific, any Shia Muslim is within their rights to under God to murder Trump.
I thought the Iranians tried to assassinate Trump.
Well, they did too, but that was before there was a fatwa. So a fatwa is basically a call for, like, it's an order, like there's fatwas against things, like, oh hey, so if a cleric issued a fatwa against red meat, then all good Shia
should have to stop eating. Should stop eating red meat until the fatwa is lifted. So it's very similar. So the Ayatollah, Khomeini, the first one, not the second one. So the Ayatollah of Iran issued a fatwa against what's his name, Salman Rushdie, and it was never rescinded. There remains a fatwa on Salman Rushdie to this day. In fact, the guy who fucking tried to murder him and was almost successful was executing the fatwa. So that's the thing. Like this, they take this shit seriously. So anyway, here's footage of an airstrike that happened on the 15th of June. Everybody was like, even me, I was like, this looks really fake, and it was because the original video was really shitty quality. But it is real. This is the original video.
Ooh.
So you see here. So you'll see this building here explode, and then you'll see this road explode. So everybody's like, oh, it's fake. Even I was like, that does not look real. And then they released the actual fucking footage. This is fucking still the bullshit footage. Like the person holding a camera. Like this guy's got the aftermath. So it did actually happen.
So what happened? That building exploded, but then did a gas main explode under?
No. If I can actually show you.
Because I get the building, but the road, I didn't see a missile hit.
So you did. God damn it! I didn't want picture in fucking picture. No, return. There we go. So let's slow that shit down.
Yeah, because the cars just
and
disappear. And because of the explosion. So the building explodes. I get that part.
Wait, so the building explodes and then... So right here,
there's
a cruise missile.
Oh, okay.
So
it hasn't detonated yet, and then in a split second.
Well, they don't detonate on impact. They go in and then
that buries in.
They wait a couple of seconds. Yeah. That's why
There we
then
go.
it goes off. Yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
So yeah, that is an unfortunate reality of attacks in urban areas. Like so. Anyway, there was an active shooter in Idaho. Oh, the other Iranian news that I was going to mention was that Tucker Carlson has interviewed the president of Iran. So,
how dare he?
Happy Independence Day!
What a traitor!
How dare he?
Idaho active. Yes, there's an active shooter in Idaho. The guy apparently set a brush fire, and then laid in wait until the firefighters arrived, and then opened fire on them, killing two.
Okay, my name is Robert Norris. I am the sheriff of Kootenai County.
And you are
this
only in one of my
information
ears.
is very preliminary and is subject
Very
to
disappointing.
change.
Yes.
We want to give you and the public as much information as quickly as possible. So at approximately 1:21 p.m. this afternoon, we received reports of a fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain. We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene, from local and federal authorities. And we are prepared.
So yes, they got him. So yeah, they I think the word went out that basically if you spot this guy, fucking just kill him.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he was killed. So yes, rest in peace. I'm not even going to give you the benefit of mentioning your name. Like, on some deep level, I can understand targeting cops.
But not first responders.
Fucking firefighters, man. Come on. Like, that's just scum.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm glad you're dead. So, a little bit of SCOTUS news. Scott points out an unappreciated passage of Justice Jackson's dissent in the Casa case was her appeal to the authority of a fictional space alien. And she starts, a Martian arriving here from another planet would see these circumstances and surely wonder, what good is the Constitution then? What really is this system for protecting people's rights if it amounts to this? Placing the onus on the victims to invoke the law's protection and rendering the very institution that is the singular function of ensuring compliance with the Constitution powerless to prevent the government from violating it. Those things Americans call constitutional rights seem hardly worth the paper they're written on. Like, oh, that's funny too. A Martian arriving here from another planet. Mars, perhaps?
Depends on the kind of Martian. That's a bold assumption to make, that Martians would be intelligent.
Well, I'm assuming it's not going to be a white Martian in her.
No.
It's going to be John Jones. It's going to be John Jones and only John Jones.
Yeah.
Libs of TikTok says the Supreme Court orders that Trump can deport illegal aliens to South Sudan.
Another win.
Yes. So South Sudan is going to release them and act like they escaped. No. I think Trump's plan is to pay the Sudanese to take the migrants like we did with
Christmas
Island is Australian territory.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Like maybe with
Nauru.
Nauru and PNG.
It was Nauru.
Yeah, I know Nauru. We kept them there, but yeah. Anyway, since we're talking about Australia, it's time for Australian news. Do you like my new intro?
Where's the cigarettes?
I thought the can of Foster's. I thought the can of Foster's was more important. Anyway, former Greens candidate horrifically injured during arrest at pro-Palestine protest hits out at New South Wales Premier from her hospital bed. So she was of course protesting protesting a company called SEC Plating, which the Greens have accused of supplying material used by the Israeli military. A company doing business with Israelis? My God, we must not allow this.
No, we should not allow this free trade around the world.
Yes. So apparently when police went to detain her, she became injured. Yeah, I was looking at the Reddit article about it, like the Reddit comments, and there were a couple of people there who were saying that that's not what happened. Because people were like, oh, I can't believe cops, like New South Wales cops are pretty brutal, but they don't normally just get out the baton and fucking hit you at a protest. Usually, like they'll happily use the fucking use the tear gas, but as for clubbing you, that doesn't normally happen. Turns out what may have happened, according to a number of Redditors, so take that as you will, she was being grabbed to be detained, and her comrades in arms decided to quote unquote assist her by pulling her away from the police, and while pulling her away from the police, she fell over and hit the ground, and that's how she broke her fucking orbital. So this was the post. Green left picketing SEC Plating for supplying Israel's genocide. Ooh. So apparently, apparently this company provides, so they're electroplating services.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently they provide like electroplating services for the Israeli military.
Oh, Thales. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Isn't it Thales? I don't think it's
I don't know.
Thales.
Maybe,
but it's like a key player in the pipeline of weapon components and technology production that lines the pockets of war profiteer companies like BAE, Farah, and Thales, while killing and dispossessing people from Palestine to West Papua. Like, fuck right off. Fucking Greens.
Go back to obscurity.
Yep. Australia's first truth-telling inquiry rewrites Victorian history, calls for redress and transfer of power.
Oh,
Tim's already on the beers.
No, this is Pepsi Max.
So you say. In short,
my camera's not in. I can prove it. I can easily prove it.
The Yoruk Justice Commission has handed down its final report, making 100 recommendations, and we're going to read through every single. No, we're not. The recommendations include a redress for Aboriginal Victorians and for a permanent advisory body with decision-making powers.
Mm-hmm.
Victorian government says it will consider all of the recommendations. Oh, fuck off. This was a genocide, the report. Everything's a fucking genocide now.
The biggest mistake of the 20th century was creating the word genocide. I thought that would have been around for a lot longer, but apparently it's only been around since 1944.
Costi says, I hate my state, yeah.
Yeah, the term is so vague. Like you look at the definitions of genocide. It doesn't even require a lot of people. There's no minimum, no minimum size, no minimum number, and it doesn't actually require.
It's a killing with a killing or relocation or like expelling from an area with the intent, to destroy a people, a culture, it's so fucking vague that a murder. That a murder for religious reasons is a genocide, like a single murder.
Yeah, well, this is how you get. This is how they justify the Palestinian genocide.
Yeah,
the Holocaust was a genocide. That should be the standard, or the Rwandan genocide. Mass killings. I get starvation as a weapon of war. I can understand that because you're trying to erase them through starvation. But it's got to be to scale. It's got to be to some kind of scale.
Starvation through as a weapon of war is retarded. I'm gonna close my borders to your country. Okay.
What's more, so I'm going to take over your country and not feed the people there.
Yeah, that's what it is. That is the idea of well. But if you've still got a government, that's that government hasn't surrendered.
Yeah.
Not yet.
The inquiries recommended the government use a treaty framework to provide redress for injustice which has occurred during and as a result of the colonial invasion and occupation of First Peoples territories. You know what this is leading to? This is leading to free Victoria.
Kick them out of the fucking Federation, then.
From the Yarra to the sea.
Yep.
Tasman to sea, that is.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That includes a redress for all consequential damage and loss, including economic and non-economic loss for genocide, crimes against humanity, and denial of freedoms, plus interest.
Mm-hmm.
Costi, run.
Yep. You too, RC.
Get the fuck out. Run, bitch! Run! Get the fuck out!
Fucked.
Christ.
If they accept this is going to destroy the budget.
Yeah, but Victoria doesn't care about budgets.
There's going to be trillions.
Yeah. And then they want the body to have decision-making powers.
We'll just accept all the land in Victoria in return.
That reminds me of Palestine.
Yeah.
Israel is Palestine, also they say.
Yeah, from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
But it's from the river to the strait.
Yeah, it's Victoria.
Victoria will be great. But it's the Murray River.
Yeah.
That's just fucking retarded. I have no words. Rort calls for end to hidden costs for Aussie consumers.
That doesn't look like an Australian.
I know. They're like headlines. Like, fuck
we
off.
we don't wear OD fucking gear. Like, our cops don't wear
A
OD.
humble sign of the Australian Food Court has renewed attention on the extra costs being lumped on consumers by retailers across the country. This is, of course, a story from Reddit. A sign at a Melbourne eatery shared to Reddit laid out the added fees Aussies have come to expect, card and weekend surcharges, but one might soon be a thing of the past. So the RBA is looking at getting rid of credit card surcharges.
Finally.
So, but yes, here's the image. 1.5% card payment surcharge. You know what fucked me off? Like what really fucks me off is you got to pay your bills with a card.
Yep.
And it's like, 0.45 or 0.54% fee.
Yep.
Like, what? No, fuck you.
You told me to pay by credit card, and it's the only option you've given me.
Yeah.
Like
I can pay online. All right, what's my other option? Oh, you can BPay. But yeah, 1.5% card surcharge, 10% weekend surcharge.
So a double GST, baby. Fuck that.
And a whole 15% holiday surcharge. This is a food court. What food court is open on fucking public holidays?
Depends on the shopping center.
Yeah.
Not many though.
I understand why they do it because you have to pay staff more on weekends.
Yeah.
And holidays.
The penalties, yeah.
Right. But yeah, apparently, because cash payments only equate to 13% of payments now. The RBA is like, let's get rid of those surcharges that we said we're allowed to, the retailers were allowed to levy. Kanye West has been banned from Australia due to his Heil Hitler song.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's like I don't necessarily agree with this, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
that's standard for Australia.
Yeah. Well, I saw people who were outraged by it, like, oh my god, can you believe the Labor government did this? Yes, I can believe the Labor government did this, and I can also believe the Liberal government did exactly the same fucking thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Stefan Molyneux had his fucking visa pulled. Fucking
Lauren Southern.
Lauren Southern is the mother of an Australian fucking citizen, was married to an Australian citizen, still couldn't get in the, still was told, you better, fucking stop your
Get
shit.
the fuck out.
Or we won't be letting you in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not surprised that Kanye West, married to an Australian citizen, can't get a fucking visa. So, yeah, also, isn't she from Victoria? They were visiting family. He'd be going to fucking Victoria.
You would have loved that song.
Does his song on karaoke and gets arrested.
You think half of Victoria would actually love that
Singing
song?
Heil Hitler. Singing
I mean,
Heil
there's a
Hitler.
section.
Hunter Valley bus crash driver Brett Button appeals against 32-year jail sentence. So this guy was the bus driver at a wedding. So he was driving people from the reception back to.
I remember this. Yeah.
Back to their the hotel, and I think it went too fast around a roundabout,
and
fucking flipped. Killed the couple, like the married couple, the couple who just got married, and like a whole bunch of their family, like 10 people died all up. So he got a 32-year, 24-year non-parole sentence. So he is appealing. Yeah, so he was driving guests from a wedding in the Hunter Valley to Singleton when the bus rolled and hit a guardrail. 10 people died, 25 others were injured. He was originally charged with 10 counts of manslaughter, but in a plea deal, those charges were downgraded to dangerous driving occasioning death. Dude, he pled and still got fucking 32 years? Fuck!
He took more than, he was on opioids, he took more than his prescription as well. Tramadol. Yeah, he was on
the
tramadol.
sentencing judge erred in finding as a fact that the applicant drove knowing he was under the influence of an opioid, painkiller, tramadol.
Yep.
The sentencing judge erred in finding that the relevant tipping threshold for the bus was 31 kilometres an hour. So these are the appellate points. In all of the circumstances, the aggregate sentence of 32 years with a non-parole period of 24 was manifestly excessive. Look, if he pled to dangerous driving occasioning death, that is 24 years does feel a bit excessive. I wouldn't have let him plea. What is it in New South Wales? Dangerous driving occasioning death. Let's see. New South Wales. Here we go. Crimes Act of 1900. Dangerous driving occasioning death. The person is guilty of the offence. If a vehicle driven by a person involved in an impact occasions the death of another person, and the driver was, at the time of the impact, under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drug, correct. Person convicted is liable to imprisonment for 10 years.
So he would have, if all up, that's 100 years.
Yeah. So if it's aggravated, it's 14 years. If it involves dangerous driving,
if it's GBH.
Yeah, okay. So for every gross bodily harm charge, it's 7 years as well. Yeah, I'm sorry. 10 years, 10 people, 100 years, not counting the people injured.
Yep.
I think fucking 32 years is pretty fucking reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you took a plea. Okay. In the UK, that gets you, what, 50% discount? Like 33% off or something?
And he has a non-parole period of 24.
24 years for a non-parole, yeah. That's, sorry, buddy.
It's like...
So, yeah, his appeal will be heard on October 3rd and is expected to take 2 hours. Okay. Jeez. Seems fast.
Okay.
Australians will soon need their age check to log into online search tools. Here's why. By the end of the year, the experience of using search engines in Australia won't be as simple as it always has been, thanks to a new online safety code announced yesterday by Australia's e-safety commissar, Julie Inman Grant. Dude, first party to run on a platform of getting rid of this fucking shit, winning and doing it, will have my fucking support for life. So what's the new code? How will it work in practice? So the code orders providers of internet search engine services such as Google and Microsoft to, quote, implement appropriate age assurance measures for account holders within 6 months. The code requires providers to review and mitigate the risk that Australian children will access or be exposed to online pornography, high-impact violence material, or self-harm material in search engine results. While the code does not define the age of a child as being under 18 or another age, the search engine must apply tools and settings that at minimum filter out online pornography and extremely violent material from search results. Providers must also ensure advertising in these content areas is not served up in search results to child account holders. How about this? How about we just ban kids from the internet? Full stop.
No, they don't want to do that.
It's not possible either.
Yeah, I know.
They want to target adults via
kids have iPads in school. Kids are being taught the internet in school. It's not possible to ban them.
Currently, Google account holders must be at least 13 years. The code creates several other rules for search engines that will impact everyone. For example, providers must prevent autocomplete predictions that are sexually explicit or violent, and prominently display crisis prevention information such as helplines in the results for queries relating to topics such as self-harm, suicide, and eating disorders. I want the tech bros to go, we're fucking done with this shit, and
just pull out of Australia.
We aren't operating in Australia anymore.
Yeah.
If you go to Google in Australia, it says your country is fucking retarded. As a result of new regulations, we will not be providing service to Australia. It's 27 million people. It's not worth that much.
No.
And we will buckle in 2 weeks. How about you flex your fucking power? Trump will love you for it.
Trump will back you guys.
Yes, Trump will back you 100%.
He is not happy with this.
And JD Vance will back you
censorship.
100%.
That's precisely why they won't do it.
A single breach could result in a search engine provider copping a fine of up to $49.5 million.
Yes, just try and browbeat them into submission by massive fines. Like, it's not like people can't get around this shit either.
Facebook blocked news in Australia for like 3 weeks, and everybody lost their fucking mind.
Yep.
So
that's what you get for using Facebook for news, but that's your own fault.
Yeah, well. The code will apply to any features integrated within the search functionality and the user interface. This means results generated by Google's Gemini AI search fall under the code alongside traditional results. However, the code does not apply to standalone applications or tools that are not integrated with the internet search server. Just use a fucking VPN.
Yep.
Like, I'm seriously considering, I'm seriously considering using my VPN service more often.
Yeah, I might just put on a quick sub to Proton or something.
I currently have my VPN service on. I just have it set to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I've got a server in LA that I could use to tunnel traffic to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if it gets too excessive, we'll just go back to
What?
just using
What is
VPNs.
this top fan stuff in the chat? I have no idea, Baldo.
There's like a purple crown in the
Oh,
chat.
that.
Okay.
The leadership board.
Oh.
It's a newish thing.
What the fuck? Leadership board? Where do I see that?
You just open up the YouTube
You have
chat.
to go into YouTube itself.
No, that means I have to watch this crap show.
I know.
I kid.
Costy's winning. Costy's the big best. Yeah.
Go view
Congratulations,
channel.
Costy.
Yes, congratulations, Costy. Oh, yeah. God, they really want to be like Twitch, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That I opened the wrong platform because it's purple and purple is Twitch's color. And I'm like, what's with?
Yeah, it's like the purple crowns and shit. What the hell?
It looks like the Twitch, something out of Twitch. I'm like, what? Did I open the wrong platform?
Yes.
I've made a terrible mistake. Costy says he uses this for search engineering. Copy link. Let's see what this is. Git.lolcat.ca. 4Git is a search engine proxy that doesn't suck. Okay. So it supports a whole bunch of different search engines. Yeah, so there you go. You can just run that on a cloud instance somewhere outside of Australia.
Yep. Like we've got better ways to mitigate this nowadays.
Well, I know. Look, I like the old censorship that we used to do in Australia, where ACMA would just say this website has to be blocked, and that it would get blocked through DNS. So you just use Cloudflare's DNS, so you just use Google's DNS. So the ISP would block it on their DNS, but that was it. There was no, we'll block the actual website. Man says fired a synagogue in East Melbourne as Israeli-owned restaurant is targeted by protesters. Do Victorians have issues with synagogues or something? Like you guys got a problem with people going to shul, or
we do now.
You have a particularly large Muslim population. Synagogue in East Melbourne has been targeted with an arson attack while 20 people are inside.
I don't think it's actually a Muslim thing. I think it's literally the lefties just going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy they arrested doesn't look like a muzzo.
Yeah, the picture I saw was like, okay, this guy's a lefty. In another incident, about 20 protesters interrupted diners at an Israeli-owned restaurant in the CBD, and on Saturday morning, a business in Melbourne southeast was also attacked. It's like they don't like the little hats. Oh, that's wrong. The synagogue in Melbourne was first set alight at about 8 p.m. on Friday, followed by protests in the Israeli-owned restaurant in the CBD a few hours later. On Saturday afternoon, police revealed details of another incident that occurred at a business at Greensboro at about 4:30 a.m. It's understood that the unknown offenders are attending a business on Para Road and set fire to 3 cars. They also used spray paint on the cars and a building wall. One of the cars was destroyed, so it was moderately damaged. Commander Dunstan said the incident involves some inferences to anti-Semitism. Some inferences, hey?
Inferences, hey?
Oh, you know, it's we're not really sure.
Can't really say.
Welcome, Boulder. How you doing, man? Sorry, Mickey the Magpie.
Mickey the Magpie.
You got to update your profile picture when you do that. We need to like get you a rotating selection of Australian animals.
Yeah.
The spray paint believes has been subject to pro-Palestinian activity over the past year, which led police to believe it may have been connected to 2 incidents on Friday. This is CCTV footage. Nothing sus here.
Are we in Australian news?
We are in Australian news, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
His key wouldn't fit.
He's just trying to open the door.
Yeah, his key wouldn't
It's
fit.
got
That's
stuck.
the problem.
Yeah.
There's fucking 3 jerry cans still in the back of that car.
They're gonna burn some shit.
That's the plan. There's an oven joke in here somewhere, but I'm not going to make it.
There's a what joke?
Oven.
They're bombing a synagogue, Mickey.
Is this the synagogue? They're like pouring it into the fucking front door.
No, they're clearly American because we're gonna go gas the Jews and go to the petrol station and get some.
Cyclone what?
Shit.
Yes, I made a Zyklon B joke. No, I don't care. I'm the least anti-Semitic person here.
Get out.
X to doubt. I think I'm the least because I just don't care.
By not caring, Timothy, you are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I knew you would go there.
Oh, look, there's plenty of Jews who will. Oh, dude!
Damn!
These cameras need better white balance. Jesus fuck. Eric says gas chambers with wooden doors. Don't you fucking start.
How else are they going to start the fires?
Here's the guy. So police have released an image of a person they wish to speak to about the synagogue arson attack. Caucasian appearance, believed to be in his 30s with a beard and long hair. So,
okay.
Here's the shocking scenes as protesters storm an Israeli restaurant in Melbourne as Jewish synagogue is torched nearby. Of course they're going to restaurants. They've got tea towels everywhere. Look, there's a tea towel.
There's a Palestinian flag.
There's another tea towel I saw. That's the restaurant. I was going to say, there's no way that's even the street the restaurant's on. The street the restaurant's on is a fucking lane.
Uh-huh.
Like you can't see the street itself from from street view, from satellite view, because of the awning.
Yeah.
Like the awning covers the whole fucking street because it's a laneway.
Yeah, it's a laneway.
Punch up, son.
Nothing is gained by like attacking a fucking Mediterranean restaurant, you dipshits. The restaurant is called a Miznon.
Miznon? Okay.
Miznon, Melbourne.
Oh, Hardware Lane. I know where that is. Okay. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Why do you know where Hardware Lane is?
Don't ask questions.
Been there several times.
We all got briefed on it, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you forgot the mission plans. And I've been to Hardware Lane.
Hardware Lane, Melbourne. Okay.
Yeah. It's in the city.
So big
Summer says, but they were meanly interrupted while having their function. Okay.
Yep. Okay, we'll go with that.
Abu Kamal. Ratatouille. Oh yeah, yeah. It's just fucking Mediterranean food. Tahini.
Wait, so why'd they go attack them?
Because it's a restaurant that has
It's owned by
Israeli
Jews.
owners. See,
Yeah.
Tel Aviv, Paris, Vienna, Melbourne, New York.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so they do Mediterranean food, and it just so happens to be owned by Jews.
Yes. Well, Israelis.
That's all it is. They're just owned by Israelis.
Yes.
Yeah. Death.
That's
death to
retarded.
The, yeah.
Yes.
Like not by the government, just the citizens.
Just the citizens. Yeah.
Death to the IDF, as they were saying. It's just
Yes.
Yeah, basic Israeli. Hate
See, I think
nonsense.
now if that restaurant had what Israeli restaurants had in their first
Yeah,
aid
Sombora,
kit,
yeah.
I don't think they would have marched on that restaurant.
Are you even allowed to have like cutlery in that restaurant in Victoria? Like the knives have to be dull.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the most restaurants in Tel Aviv have firearms on the wall as emergency firearms.
Oh, that's
if someone comes in with a vest on, you shoot them.
Oh, okay. The article
yeah.
downplays what actually happened is what I meant. Oh, okay. Yes. Well, that is to be expected.
Yeah.
Man charged over alleged assault of three police officers in Sydney's West. A man 19 has been charged over the alleged assault of 3 police officers in Sydney's West. 2 officers were assaulted. One was left unconscious for more than an hour after attending a concern for welfare report. Another officer was allegedly bit after the man was arrested. This is a nice summary, but it's missing a key detail. 2 female officers were called to a mental health incident in Bidwell on Friday evening, where they found a man sitting in the road. Police said the man stood up as the two officers approached him before allegedly assaulting a 23-year-old female officer by kicking and punching her and knocking her to the ground. The second officer, a 22-year-old woman, was also punched in the face while attempting to arrest the man. Detective Superintendent Darren Batchelor, I swear to God, that's his real name, said another patrol car arrived at the scene shortly after and saw the female officer lying unconscious on the ground. They immediately got out of the car and assisted in the arresting of the offender. New South Wales Police, I don't like you, you don't like me, but can I provide you some free advice? Don't have 2 female police officers working together. At least one of them and one of us, please, for the love of God. Holy shit! Why are 2 women being like 2? I assume smallish women, fucking Zoomers, being assigned as partners on patrol. That's fucking insane.
DEI.
Of course.
But there's always been female coppers.
Yes,
like,
but having 2 female cops, it's like, oh yeah, women are
unconscious for an
rules,
hour.
man.
She was unresponsive. Like, he kicked her in the head. She was unresponsive in the middle of the road for an hour.
Fuck.
So yeah, that's
that's some brain damage.
I have an extension of Aussie news because it's still Aussie news, but I'm going to mix in some other related news. So I have a new intro for it.
PDF News.
Ah, okay. Now I see the extension.
Tim's like PDF News, sponsored by Adobe. What?
No, but now I see the extension of Australian
sponsored by
news.
Adobe.
I get it. Fuck it.
Apparently, this guy goes to Aussie Overlord's daughter's school.
Well, yes, we will broach that. But
you better sort that out.
But yes, arrested childcare worker accused of contaminating food with bodily fluids as authorities unveil crackdown. So this is Joshua Dale Brown. He's accused of recklessly contaminating goods to cause harm and alarm or anxiety, among other things. So this guy's a pedo. So he's accused of abusing 8 children at Point Cook Centre between April 2022 and January 2023. His work at 20 other facilities over his 8-year career has sparked the testing of more than 1,200 children for sexually transmitted diseases.
Jesus.
And just so there's no risk, there's not no risk, which is why we're making this recommendation. Chief Health Officer Dr. Christian McGrath said on Wednesday. Costy gifted 5 subs. Oh, dude, Restream lets you show who received it. Like, it actually pops it up. That's cool.
Wow, that is pretty cool.
Restream for the win.
It's very cool. Restream's great. Thanks,
Congrats,
man.
everybody. Congrats.
Always appreciate that, Costy.
Now some rando can join the Discord.
That's right. Now some rando can join the Discord.
Everyone who got it is probably in there right now.
That's right.
They're all Costy's alt.
No, Hayden has not yet pulled a Jeff Doucette on this guy because I'm pretty sure this guy is in absolute fucking lockdown. McGrath said several hundred families have been referred for testing based on a case-by-case basis. Oh, sorry. Ingesting bodily fluids is considered low risk in transmitting STIs. However, cuts, sores in the gums, mouth, or throat are risk factors, so authorities are proceeding with utmost precaution. So, it has not been made clear what exactly we are talking about here. And it's... I shouldn't really speculate, but given what they're testing for, and I think he's like jerked off into food for these kids.
Well, either that or urine. Either way.
Yeah. Either way, like, yeah, it's just. Yeah, anyway. So, yes, Aussie Overlord's daughter was an attendee of one of the Point Cook Centre. He is fit to be fucking tired, and I don't blame him. He's pretty upset. He blames himself. He should not blame himself in any way.
There's no way you would have known.
We'll play a bit of it.
That's fair.
I don't want to play the whole thing. I would recommend watching the whole. Like,
for this, I've got the guardrails on, and I'm using StreamYard.
Yes, it is fucking violent.
The last 36 hours have been quite a bit of a whirlwind.
Yes, death is too kind.
I've had to have conversations with my daughter that no parent should ever have to have, let alone with a 6-year-old. And I've since come to find out that everything that's known about the current situation has been known by police since at least the 12th of May, and they've only just advised parents of exactly what happened yesterday. What's worse is they only notified the parents of the 8 kids that were able to be identified from the images last week. For those of you that don't know, Little Lady Overlord was in daycare pretty much from the day she was 9 months old. That was a combination of health issues with myself and Lady Overlord, and then the fact that I was working my ass off with my law firm and Lady Overlord was working in the city. And we wanted her to be able to socialize with other kids, which we just didn't really feel like we were able to do on our own.
And look, this is basically the de facto standard.
2 parents
in Australia. Like, but like if you own a home or want to own a home or even fucking want to rent a home near the fucking city, you're gonna need 2 incomes, which means both parents are gonna fucking work. So, and look, childcare is subsidised in Australia for that very fucking reason. So, like, yeah, no one, like, Hayden has nothing, like, no fucking blame. He's blaming himself, but he shouldn't.
No, there's no way he could have known.
Yeah. We trust these people. We trust these people with our kids. Like, we trust that there are tools in place to prevent these kind of fucking sickos from, well, we trust that they're never alone with our kids. We trust that there's stuff that monitors what happens. We trust that people do background checks and blue cards and fucking police background checks. But I mean, you don't know. You can't read
Well,
these people's minds.
A blue card is only a pedo. A person with a blue card is only a pedo who hasn't been caught.
That's well, potentially, yeah.
So I'm not saying everyone who has a blue card is one, but it just means they haven't been caught.
I've seen
Like,
I've seen a lot of calls this week for various things, mostly
Not
to
hard
do
to
with
get.
executions.
No, I have a blue card.
But
Not
Yeah,
like-
look.
yeah.
I'm not saying look. Okay, I'm not saying everyone who has one.
But you're
is
right.
of that mind. It just
yeah,
means
what
they
you're
haven't-
saying
it
is
just means the
it's
people who
trivial
get
to get.
Yeah, they're not.
It's just it's just a hey, don't be a pedo.
It's just hey, this person hasn't been caught doing nonce work before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have we do not think this person is a nonce. Yet.
No, that's right. All they do is run a criminal background check, and if you've never been caught before, you'll get your blue card.
Yeah. So it.
Like my heart breaks for Hayden, man. Like I'd be ropeable. Like
Rampage.
I don't know what I'd do. Yeah.
Fucking rampage.
All this has led is to me.
Also, just as an aside, I thought I was hairy. Hayden's got a layer on me.
Coming to the conclusion that I failed as a parent.
And this
No,
like,
you didn't. You didn't.
That is the wrong conclusion to come to. You did not fail, mate, at all. At all.
No way.
This
The
is not
government
your-
failed you
This
by
is
not
not your
telling you.
fault. It's just like the government failed, society failed, the company that employed this guy failed. This is not on you at all.
Yep.
And realizing that there are depths at the bottom of my stomach that no man should ever have to tread.
That's the realization that you could kill someone. That you have it in you.
Yeah.
A 26-year-old, not that it matters, gay male childcare worker.
Well,
it matters.
It matters. It
was
matters a
arrested
lot.
yesterday. No, sorry, he was arrested on the 12th of May, but it became public knowledge yesterday for committing offences against 8 children at my daughter's daycare. Now, I'll be very clear. Those are the 8 that, in my understanding and my opinion,
Holy shit! Someone in his chat. I don't know if anybody else caught that, but someone said they didn't want to do it during Pride Month.
Probably true.
That's why the cops didn't want to bring it up.
Like that's why the cops left.
They-
Waited.
they
They
waited
waited until the end of Pride Month.
Uh,
Like you can't. I can't. You couldn't say for certain, but
that's something Victoria Police would do.
that is something Vicpol would totally fucking do.
we know about, and that they were able to identify from the material that they found on his phone.
Did he say yesterday in this stream?
Yeah, it was on the 1st of
A
July.
further
Okay.
1,200 children are having to be tested for sexually transmitted infections.
God.
And you know what? Fuck it. They haven't really been broadcasting that. I have to check my 6-year-old as to whether or not she has gonorrhea, syphilis, and chlamydia. Because one of the charges that he has is supposedly recklessly spreading genetic material.
But yeah, it is best not to think about like. Yeah.
That could mean any number of things. That could mean that he spat in the sunscreen and that it was used it was spread on the kids. It could mean that other genetic material was spread around the center. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not making any defamatory allegations. I don't care at this point. I'm a parent that's hurting because I managed to put my little girl in harm's way by trusting somebody else.
That's not at all your fault, bro. Not at all. So yeah, that's he's having a time of it. So I yeah, my heart goes out to him. But yeah, fuck. So,
yeah.
But yeah, it made world news. This is CBS News. Officials urge health screenings for 1,200 children after a strange childcare worker charged with rape abuse. He was charged with more than 70 offences, including child rape, attempted rape, and possession of child abuse material. I think there was another. Actually, let me go to the statement. So these are the charges. So on the 12th of May, police arrested and charged 26-year-old Point Cook man Joshua Brown with over 70 offences, including sexual penetration of a child under 12, attempted sexual penetration of a child under 12, sexual assault of a child under 16, sexual activity in the presence of a child under 16, produced child abuse material for use through a carriage service, use carriage service to transmit child abuse material, possess child abuse material for use through a carriage service, recklessly contaminate goods to cause alarm or anxiety, use a carriage service to offend, use a carriage service to cause child abuse material to be transmitted to self.
That second last one shouldn't exist, but the rest of them are fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Look, this is everything in the kitchen sink.
Well, hopefully it's become such a big thing that they can't just slap him on the wrist and be like, "Stop!"
This guy is getting the fucking. This guy's getting it with both barrels.
I hope so.
And then he'll get even worse in jail because he's the kids.
This guy's going to cop a plea, and it's going to be. If this guy doesn't get 30 fucking years minimum, then there's no justice.
He'll get stabbed week 1 in prison.
No, he'll get put into a pedo prison.
He's going to be in in SEG. So
no, there's I think we've spoken about it before. Up in Queensland, there's an actual pedo prison. There's a sex offenders prison.
I don't think Victoria has one.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm not too sure about us.
Then,
so
I hope
he'll
he gets stabbed in prison.
He'll be locked away, but I hope when he does finally meet his maker, it's slow and painful.
Yeah,
I think when he meets his maker, it's going to be very fucking hot.
I meant the journey towards it is slow and painful.
Mm-hmm. But yes, he will appear at Melbourne Magistrates Court on the 15th of September. So
that'll just be the first plea that this isn't going to get resolved.
He'll enter a plea, an appearance will be put in. Yeah. Daily Mail has inside the lair of alleged childcare monster as the accused pedophile's home goes up for rent, and sickening new allegations emerge about what he did to children's food.
Oh, there's a hey, come rent this place. Previously rented by a pedo.
The 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, which 26-year-old Brown shared with another man, was offered for rent at $500 a week on Tuesday, but the key would not be available until August 7th. This beautifully presented home located... Oh, actually, let me see if I can find the listing. Because if you search for the blurb, it'll probably take you to the listing. Oh, thank you, Thank you, Google. Oh, damn it. It's like, this is off the market. Let's see if Domain has it still. No, it doesn't. There's the sale history. So, there's the house. There's, oh, dude.
Yeah.
So he lived fucking a street away.
Are those even streets?
These are suburban streets. So these are
just empty streets. Yeah.
Yeah. So across the highway. I assume there's a lane here somewhere. There's usually lanes.
It might be like an estate.
Yeah, because that's it's the terracotta roads. That's clearly an estate.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 Tanner Mews. Yeah, that's a Tanner Mews is an estate. Yeah.
His grass doesn't look like it's finished.
Why do you know this, Tim?
I'm just guessing.
It's Victoria. Why do you know Melbourne? What the fuck?
I've been to Melbourne a fair few times.
I've been to Melbourne a couple of times too, but
yeah, I live here.
I specifically knew Hardware Lane because I've been to that's like a big eatery lane. I've been there a few times.
Tim, of course, is a big eater. So,
well, yeah. That's what I spend most of my fucking vacation money on. I used to go to Melbourne for holidays.
He's just police have said a major, but I don't really care. But this article's fluff. Daily Mail's pumping out as many stories as they can about it.
That place is going to be hard to rent for a while.
I think it's going to be hard to rent for a while. Which is like, and look, I feel bad for the landlord because like he didn't know the fucking like a nonce lived there. How police caught alleged childcare predator Joshua Brown as terrifying parents reveal warning signs.
No, get
terrified parents.
The landlord gets a dispensation from the government or from the council and renumbers it to 6A. Just so it's a different address.
No, this is 6A. The shock arrest of a male childcare worker with more than 70 child sex offences against infants and toddlers following a police probe into a police probe into quote unquote an associate. Josh Dale Brown, 26, from Point Cook in Melbourne's southwest, is facing charges. Yada yada yada. The alleged defending took during his time at Creative Garden Early Learning Centre, Point Cook, where he worked between October 2021 and February 2024. I'll cover it in the next story, but it's now been revealed that police made a breakthrough in their case against him after they investigated the alleged sexual crimes of Michael Simon Weston. Another one for the wall. The detectives investigating a rape allegation against Wilson uncovered evidence of alleged acts committed by Brown. Wilson was charged with 45 child sex offences on Wednesday, including bestiality. Bestiality is a child sex offence now? Like, please no. Please tell me that's not child bestiality. Like, fucking Christ. A rape and possession of child abuse material, according to court documents. It's understood Brown and Wilson are known to each other, but Wilson's charges are not related to any childcare centre and involve different alleged victims. So yes, they arrested this nonce, and by looking through his phone, they found this nonce. So if not for this guy getting fucking done, we still wouldn't know about this guy.
Just try one bite. What the fuck is that book?
I have no
idea. My radar is just going off now. And I'm thinking, is this another fucking sex pedo masquerading as sex education book? Like,
potentially.
If only you had some way to look it up. Just try.
If only you weren't banned from Google.
Yeah. It's a book by Adam Mansbach. Let's see.
That sounds gay.
It says Mans.
Yeah, but man's bad.
Three kids are determined to get their parents to put down the ice cream, cake, and chicken fried steaks just to try a bite of healthy whole
close
foods.
Enough.
But it's harder than it looks when these over-the-top, gagging, picky parents refuse to give things like broccoli and kale a chance. Kids will love the jaunty rhymes that begin to be read aloud, an opportunity to be way smarter and healthier than their parents.
Oh, so it's from the same person who wrote "Go the fuck to sleep." Okay, fair enough.
Okay. We pull out up to 100 officers, some of whom were parents, are part of the probe following Brown's arrest. It's been an emotional bomb, one police source said, describing the task of contacting the next level devastated parents and guardians of suspected victims. We pulled out all the stops. It hasn't stopped since then. Although Brown was arrested on May 12, his identity and alleged crimes could not be published until police sought to have their court suppression order lifted on Tuesday.
Well, that explains why it didn't happen until recently.
Yeah. So this is the funny thing. So police filed for a suppression order and then filed to have their own suppression order lifted. He never filed a suppression order.
So it was the cops trying to cover it up.
The cops tried to keep it under wraps out of the media.
Then realised how big this was.
Then realised how big it was and went, fuck, we have to go wide.
Yeah.
The risk of transmission of STI foods is low, but if a person has cuts and sores, it's increased. Brown worked at 20 childcare centres over an 8-year period between January 2017 and May 2025.
Wait, which nonce is this one?
This is this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
The main nonce. The other one
was found by the other.
The other one is Wilson.
Wilson, okay.
Yeah. That one is Michael Simon Wilson is the other nonce. Oh, yeah. So he worked at 20 different childcare centres. So, because he was he wasn't full-time. So,
That's not uncommon, though.
He picked up. Yeah, that isn't. I'm not saying that's sus. I'm just saying that is what it is. Alarmed parents have spoken to the Herald Sun with a father slamming Point Cook Daycare Centre for brushing off concerns he raised over his son, who has autism and will need to be tested. Oh, man. His son allegedly came home from the centre with bruising from an unknown source in 2023. There's no suggestion Brown had anything to do with the alleged incident because please don't sue us. The centre said there were no concerns ever raised with them in the past. He said, "That's bullshit because I didn't raise the sexual assault thing, but I raised the marks that were on my son's arms." Another distraught father, Justin, said he'd figured out his 7-year-old daughter was one of those impacted through news reports. To go and get your fucking 7-year-old STI tested and try to remain calm, I could burst into tears now. Yeah, I can fucking imagine, bro.
Vanilla nail polish, gay Celtic tattoos, fake Celtic tattoos.
No, that's not nail polish. I think that's tape around his fingers.
Or paint from finger painting.
Yeah, paint.
Yeah, fair.
I dropped off my child into he's one of those hair dyers.
Yep.
So
I thought that was the other dude.
no, they're the same guy.
Wait, that hair dye is this guy?
Is this guy? Yeah.
What does the caption say underneath it?
Underneath this one, police revealed up to 100 officers were involved in a highly emotional investigation into Brown's alleged offending. The 26-year-old is pictured on the left.
Oh, okay.
The 26-year-old is the one whose face isn't blurred. Thanks, Daily Mail. I dropped off my child in his hands a couple of times. That was the other thing. Hayden reveals, like, he knows this guy. They were going to get this guy to babysit their daughter.
Jesus.
I now can understand why Hayden's so distraught.
And
it's
look,
not just
you
the
can't
system,
look at someone and know.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just look at someone and know that they're not, like, that they're, like, a pedo, man. Like, you just can't. Like, some you can, but most of them just fly under the fucking radar. They look like normal people. We look at them in, like, after they've been revealed and go, oh, well, we should have known.
Oh, yeah, see that bit there. And,
but if it's like, it all makes sense, but it doesn't. You can't fucking know.
No.
Plus, there's a lot of people that look like him, so you can't really.
That's right.
Say to everyone.
You can't say everybody who looks like him straight in the chipper. One of the things I've seen this week was a lot of people just straight, like, lots of calls for this guy to be executed, which I understand. And lots of calls for men to be banned from childcare.
It's not exactly a male-dominated profession.
It isn't a male-dominated profession, but just.
But if you do that, there's going to be no males who'll be in the child center, profession at all.
Well, of course,
they'll
be banned.
The children.
Yeah. But I mean, see, I think back and I think most of my teachers were female. There were a couple of males, but. Like,
in my daycare and kindergarten.
I don't know that it would impact me.
Yeah, like my daycare, preschool, and kindergarten.
And there's an element of that.
Yeah,
Eric, # not all men.
But then, what's next? Like, we can only get female plumbers into work because it's a childcare center. We don't get female electricians. We can only get female arborists. We can only get, it's like, where does that end?
Yeah. Lemon Party says if they look like Vito or Melton or Vito, I say we go asking questions and move on straight to the wood chipper. Look, I'm fine with that. But this guy doesn't look like Melton or Vito. Like, he just looks like a normal bloke.
And there's also
like, we're only like, he's super sus because we know. Like, we now know.
Yeah, we now know.
No, the hair dyes are usually.
But he could be a lefty. Like, he'd be a lefty.
He looks like a lefty.
He's gay.
He absolutely looks like a lefty.
Like, the guy's gay. Like, you could just be like, oh, no, it's just he's gay. Like, you could have the best pedo radar in the world and be like, oh, no, it's getting interference from the gayness.
And another sad point is that he has now just put a target on any other, not only man, but gay man in the industry.
Well, absolutely,
They're
yeah.
all
going to be suspects. Like, and that's fucked.
Well,
but it's human nature. It's human nature to immediately go, person who did this look like this. Monkey brains say all people look like this bad. Like that's just how the human brain works. We're a pattern matching engine. Like that's what the brain does. It finds patterns. So sometimes it's helpful and sometimes it's not. Concerns alleged sex offender worked at Melbourne childcare centres on more dates than listed. So the police put out a list of childcare providers and the dates this guy worked there. People have discovered that no, actually he's worked at more and on different dates.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, they should just be like, look, everyone.
If
who's
you,
had that,
well, yeah,
it's free. Here's it's not going to cost you a cent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Victorian government is eligible parents and guardians can access $5,000 in financial support. So
to help the kids.
Well, to help cover time taking off work, like the time you take off work and the cost of getting the testing done and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yes, we're all noticers by nature. And yes, that is true. Women abuse children too, yeah.
And they won't get the same reaction as a man doing it, so
yeah, there's something about and again, like we do it on the show, like we say the woman goes in the chipper as well, and I believe that, but it is different, like it is, and I don't know why. Maybe it's the same reason. It feels worse when it's a man, yeah.
It just, but they both deserve the same.
You know what it is. The man's supposed to be the protector.
Yeah.
And as the protector, as a man, maybe maybe women feel different about it. But I can't put myself in those shoes because they're too uncomfortable.
We're held to a higher standard.
Yeah, men hold men to a high. I like to think that men hold men to a higher standard. And that when you see a man,
fine with that.
I'm fine with it too. I'm fucking perfectly fine with men holding men to a fucking much higher standard.
Yeah.
Because it is evolutionarily speaking, it's our job to provide and protect. We've got a couple of jobs. They're fundamental to our existence, and when we violate the natural order of how things are supposed to be, men as protectors, it fucks with us. We see a man doing that, and it makes you irrationally mad. It goes to something in your core.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, fuck this piece of shit. I hope he dies in agony.
Slowly.
I hope he dies in agony in the bathroom of the prison.
Yep.
Bleeding out his dick.
Yes, bleeding from multiple wounds. A lot of people have pointed out that a lot of the centres have been operated by one company called Affinity, which is a for-profit childcare. Oh, that's the other thing I've seen this week. A lot of people talking about childcare. Childcare should probably just be nationalised. That we shouldn't
really solve the issue.
That we shouldn't run this shit for profit. One fucking staggering statistic that may or may not be true, but I tend to believe it based on where I read it, was that that the rate of new childcare facilities being constructed is higher than the rate of new homes being constructed. Not in a raw count, but in a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So based on the total percentage of childcare places and the total percentage of homes, there are more childcare places being produced than there are fucking homes.
Because they're bringing all the kids over, and the people coming over are breeding out the people.
Well, also it's very heavily. It's 100% subsidized by the government. So it's like $150 per kid.
Well, 3 days a week.
And 3 days a week is fully subsidized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So and what are you going to do? Not work?
I've met people.
It's not a choice
I've met. Well, I've met a couple
look,
people. Yeah,
my,
not work.
my
like,
wife doesn't work, so like,
yeah,
it just
like,
is what it is.
I know a couple of people at my work who the mother stayed home because what's the point of her working and just putting all that money towards the childcare? Yes, she gets her career she gets to have her career as well, but
what cost?
Yes, like
so.
Yeah. Like
one parent says childcare should be not for profit. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe it's there's government run and then there's not for profit, like run through foundations.
I don't think any of it's going to stop.
I'm not sure
pedos being brought in. Like, forget the Lolbit shit. It's just these people are in positions of power. It doesn't matter who's running it necessarily, like whether it's a government or a private organization. That's not going to stop the creeps coming in.
Yeah.
Well, the
I don't.
Education is run by the government, and look at how many pedos are in that.
Yeah.
So
they'll find a way.
Actually, I think most of the pedos in the private education system.
They are.
Yeah, most of the stories we've seen about teachers fucking kids have been in like private schools,
which are mostly Catholic schools.
So, like usually, I don't know about Catholics. The ones I think they're mostly like the ones I've seen are like private independent schools, like King's College and shit, where the swim instructor is getting up in the 16-year-olds.
King's College, isn't that a?
King's College is not a Catholic. I think it has an Anglican tradition, but not it's not
we are Australians.
Religious
so it
school.
Probably is. Yeah.
So, Kenny says, greeting fellow child indoctrinators and statists. We must have parents work maxing so the children will know their true government masters. Exactly.
There's a King's College near me in Logan in Queensland.
I'm talking about King's College in Sydney.
King's College, Sydney. Private and independent schools.
Ones that are $20,000 a semester. And have boarding schools. And, their own swimming pools.
Oh, yeah, they're Anglican. Yeah, I mean, it's Australia. Of course they're Anglican. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, they're not they're not an Anglican school, but they're like there'll be a church on campus. What else?
Yeah.
Parents said they became very emotional when seeing images of the alleged offender and their child. Fuck, really? You don't say. Fuck, thanks, ABC. I just started crying just to know that I'd left my son there for the day to have a good day. Like, and it's like every one of these parents is going through the same thing Hayden's going through.
Mm-hmm.
They're all going to be second guessing themselves and fucking blaming themselves, and none of them have any blame for this. Like, unless their kid came home and said, "Mummy, Josh at playgroup, stuck his finger in me," and you're like, "That's nice, dear." Like, that's the only way you're responsible. And I don't think any of those parents that happened. So
no.
This motherfucker targeted kids who couldn't speak. So, because all those charges are like, oh yeah, under 12, under 16. Really, it's under 3.
Yeah.
There's just no criminal distinction. Like, this guy is. I hate to imply that there are levels of pedophiles, but there are.
Yeah. Pedophile versus a pedophile and all that shit.
The pedophile who fucks, a 16-year-old or a 14-year-old, they're a tier above this piece of shit.
Yeah, but not by much.
They still get the chipper.
Well,
maybe one goes in head first and another goes in feet. Like this guy goes in feet first. Maybe we run the first ones. We run the chipper a bit faster.
Yeah, kill them a little bit more humanely.
Yeah.
So maybe there should be aggravators, like the younger
aggravated child sexual assault.
The child was under 10. Okay, here's an aggravated charge. Oh, the child was under 5. Here's an even more aggravated charge.
Like an enhancement.
Yeah, like an enhancement.
Yeah.
Like you would have only got 25 years for the first one. Now you're getting 50.
And look, the criminal, like the legal framework is irrelevant. These guys aren't thinking of that when they do it. They're getting their rocks off. They're not thinking of the crime. So sending him to jail for 20 years or 50 years or 100 years is not going to make a difference.
No, but it would at least.
But it's about making it like feel more like justice.
Yeah, it would at least give the parents a little bit more justice, saying, "All right, well, he was charged with this aggravated assault on my kid."
Yeah.
So,
Mick Eddie says, "May the spirit of Gary Flash guide the parents."
Don't have any guns.
Yes, Gary.
No guns. They don't even have swords in Melbourne.
Oh yeah, they can't even carry a knife on you.
Can't even carry a machete anymore. See, they took away the machete. They made sure they got rid of the machetes before they revealed this
Someone
guy.
better tell the kids down in Northland about that.
Concerns about date discrepancies. Yeah, there's gonna be more about this. Like these are the dates. Like 2019 to 2020. So worked here on one day. Like this guy got away with it for fucking years. 8 kids at least. 8 kids that they can prove. 8 kids that he filmed.
Go to page 2. Okay, well that only goes back to 2021.
Yeah, the first page goes back to 2020 because he's only 26. So he was.
Yeah.
He's only been doing like for 8 years, 6, 8.
He would have been 22.
2019
high school, and then a year or two.
Yeah, high school into child
August,
work, and then
childcare.
Yeah,
you got August 2019. Yeah.
So that would have been almost straight out of high school.
Yeah, like would go out of school, go to TAFE.
Oh no, that would have been 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing. These guys escalate. Like, because the police know about the 8 because they identified them from the footage, which is just
horrifying. You better have a good
fucking.
Better have a good therapist if you're going to do
blood
that.
fucking boiling. Like Vic Pole's going to have to fucking hire a whole bunch of fucking therapists for the cops who covered this fucking case.
What? Not just the cops who cover it, but imagine the cop who had to actually sit through it and watch it.
Yeah, well,
or flip through the images like that. Poor.
I'm pretty sure those guys, like for the feds at least, those guys have a pretty high suicide rate.
Yeah.
So.
Or turn out to be the ones who next offend.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think you can be. I don't think seeing it makes you one. So
maybe
Andrew Gold was talking about this the other day. Because he was talking about it in the context of there's a German facility that treats pedos, but non-offending pedos. And their thing is we need it. Like we need these people to come forward to us so that we can treat them. You know, the Vitos of the world, who say they're non-offending pedos.
Or the Milton.
Oh, I don't know about Milton.
Yeah. Well, isn't he the one who made a song about?
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah.
That kind of level of they talk about it but don't do anything. We need them to be able to say, "Hey."
I mean, we're talking about it.
Yes, but we're not. We didn't release a song advocating for it or glorifying it.
Yeah. Just but yeah, like these guys escalate. So it's a safe bet. It's way more than 8, and that's fucking horrifying.
That's 8 that they can prove.
That's 8 that they can identify.
Yeah.
So there's probably more they can't, and there's probably more that he just didn't film. Because if you think about how these guys how criminals escalate, they become more and more brazen. So chances are this guy was doing it without filming it to start. So let that fucking settle with you, Jesus. Fucking Christ. I'll tell you, this guy better get fucking ready to meet his maker, because he's either going to spend a very fucking long time he's going to spend the rest of his life in a cell by himself, or
they're going to put him in general, and he's going to last about 15 minutes. And honestly, if I was Vic Corrections,
might be putting him in gen pop.
there'd be an unfortunate misplacement.
Oh, we accidentally put him in gen pop, and by the time we realised he had no blood left.
But I guess he's not Aboriginal, so they're not going to accidentally kill him in custody.
No, the feds, the government won't.
So, of course, the lawyers are already involved. Carbon lawyers said it was investigating a potential class action on behalf of the families impacted by the criminal allegations against Mr. Brown. The share price of the company, because of course it's a private company, so they're going to sue the living shit out of the company for failure to protect the kids, which it's like, yeah,
oh yeah,
fucking. And that's the thing, these guys, like, because it's for profit, they can have fewer staff on. Because the whole point is, you should never be alone with these kids. You should always be an eye shot.
Yeah.
Of another fucking person for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but clearly this guy had enough time to fucking do what he did. Multiple fucking times.
Well,
he was recording it, for fuck's sakes.
Like what I don't know how it came up, but I think RC said that Hayden was looking at hiring the guy.
You know, I said that he said
it's understanding why he's so distraught, because he
Yeah.
had trusted this guy
So maybe he was
personally to look after.
hired by a parent.
Yeah, like private nanny.
And that's private,
childcare.
and that's where he got it.
No, these things happen. Well, yeah, maybe, but from my understanding, is these things happened at the care center.
Yeah, because one of the
While
charges
he had custody of the children.
Yeah, one of the charges was sexual activity in presence of someone under 10, which probably that probably refers to the victim. That, like, in the, I don't know. Like,
Well, if he did it at the fucking childcare center, there were victims, like there were kids also there. It's just so fucking horrifying to fucking even think about. Like,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Real quick, I just looked it up. There doesn't appear to be a nonce prisons in Victoria.
Yeah,
Gen Pop it is.
Yep, Gen Pop it is.
Gets done.
But there is a sex offenders registry.
Oh, good luck. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually
Even
something we
make-
should. That's actually something we should have, which is surprising that we don't. There's no national registry of sex offenders.
Wait, really?
No national registry. It's
Wasn't that what Darren Hinch was trying to advocate for?
Darren Hinch wanted a publicly available national registry, so you could look someone up, and like America, where the states have their own sex registries, and you could see if a nonce lives nearby.
Yeah, but the problem with that, the problem with the way they do it is that if you piss outside and no one's around,
Yeah,
except a cop, and you're on the sex offender registry, it's like, what the actual fuck?
yeah, that's right. Me Kenny says Hayden said they were going to hire him to babysit, and he was his kid's favorite. Yeah, yeah,
That's probably what's killing him the most.
yeah,
Yeah.
That's yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, imagine if you brought this person into your home and then it happened, and it was like, fuck. So.
And it happens all the time. Like, the parents will be like, "Yeah, we want to go out do something.
And look-
and it's after work. Do you want to?"
Fucking Hayden, like
for a couple of hours?
Hayden's daughter, like Hayden's got a daughter. So this guy was gay. Maybe that's a saving grace. So. McKinney says he won't trust anyone with his kids. Does the Crown rule permit homeschooling? Yes, it does. I don't know about Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria.
What
I think
the
it
rules
does.
are?
We're not Germany, right? We don't outlaw homeschooling.
Yes, because you might be teaching them about Hitler. We have to.
I'm best friends with
Kanye. Control your
He told me all
brains.
about it, right?
We have to control your brains and what your children learn.
Yeah, it looks like you can homeschool.
Yeah.
Yes, you can homeschool in Victoria, Australia.
Yeah.
Home education is legally recognised alternative to enrolling a child in school in
Yeah, it's the same with all the
Australian
states. You
You
can't
can't
teach-
including Victoria.
Yeah, as long as it matches the curriculum standards, you can teach. You can homeschool.
Just as an aside on that German thing, apparently Mein Kampf is now available in Germany for the first time since the end of the war. But you can't buy. So during World War II, it was handed out. Like every house in Germany was sent a copy of Mein Kampf. But now in Germany, you can buy it again. You can buy it again. But it's a special edition that includes like tons of like cliff notes. It's like a cliff note. It's like a study Bible. It's like a study Bible. But it's got like notes debunking everything, and like it's like, okay, well, I guess that's moving forward a little bit with freedom. But yeah, look, what I see coming out of this is there's going to be a lot of distrust in care centres. There were plenty of people who the media was sitting out the front of the place, and they were bringing their kids to drop them off. They were questioned by the media about it, and they just fucking turned tail and left. And we're like, okay, well, I'm never bringing my kid back here again.
Mm.
And there's going to be a lot of, I think there'll be a lot of mistrust in daycares now. I think you'll see a lot of parents withholding their kids from daycare.
Yep.
Annotated version, yeah. Thanks, McKinney. That's what I meant. I do wonder if the solution is co-ops.
I was going to say like
learning co-ops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is basically homeschooling. Just,
like co-ops for like one parent takes like 4 or 5 families' kids in their house, and like I don't know what Victoria's like. I know New South Wales is a giant pain in the ass about that. Like if you're taking care of more than 3, if you're taking care of more than 3 kids that aren't yours, you've got to fucking have all these safety certificates and bullshit.
I think it's the same in Victoria.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's the same, if not worse, in Victoria.
Mm.
But yeah, like maybe that's the fucking solution.
What do you think the likelihoods of a a Royal Commission?
I don't know. People have been calling for a federal one for quite a while into childcare. It's big biggies. Like it's big fucking business.
This might
pull the trigger. If there was another one of these incidents that occurred in another state this week or in the next month or so, maybe even in the next 3 months.
This is the second one.
What do you mean it's the second one?
Well, no, because they found. Oh, wasn't that other guy working for?
He wasn't a kid's place.
He wasn't a childcare worker.
It wasn't a childcare worker at all. Because Affinity Education's got absolutely fucking thumped. 6.
So some other scandal comes out about childcare that might actually put it over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if there was something else in the next couple of months, it would be like you couldn't possibly fucking withstand the media pressure and the public pressure that, like, you'd have to fucking call one. So here's Affinity FPO. So this is the holding company of the Affinity Education. So they're down 30%, 40%.
Jesus.
So they're down from 120 they got down to 70 cents at the close, 74 cents at the close, and they're back up to 90 cents. So they took a big fucking hit.
Yeah.
So yeah. That was another McKinney. McKinney says, in my opinion, every daycare and school should have cameras in non-private rooms, bathroom, locker room, administrators' offices that parents can get access to monitor their kids' environment. Yeah, I saw a lot of recommendations for that this week.
I've been to not educational schools, but BJJ schools where they have rooms for private lessons, and we teach kids and all that. Sometimes there's one adult in a room with a kid. There's a camera in all of those rooms so that parents can trust and know that there's no fucking diddling going on.
Oh, I'm gonna start a company.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start a company that uses AI to detect nonsense through cameras. So, give me money.
It's like, I mean, parents, I don't know. So with two parents working, you can't really do the old thing of where the parents would just come to the school and sit in on the lesson. So yeah, maybe that needs to become a thing. Maybe there needs to be cameras in classrooms, at least in the public schools anyway.
Like I was watching a video a year or two ago from Linus Tech Tips, and he was setting up cameras for what is it, squash?
Yeah,
he was setting up cameras for his squash thing, and there was a whole bunch of parents who weren't able to make it to their kids, and he made it so that they had access control and all that stuff, but you could watch from anywhere in the world if you had access, and only the people who were given access had access. So it's not like it's impossible to do. It's not like it has to be public so that other nonsense can, leer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be available for live streaming.
It'd be if your kid is there that day.
It'd be dash cam stuff.
Yeah.
It'll be like police body cam.
Yeah,
you check
you check your kid in, and you get emailed a link.
Yeah,
for the day, the day, and then you can check in on your kid. So.
And then and if
give them like a little RFID band so that the cameras can know where the kid is, and
and if
that makes them a bit safer too, because they can't just be taken.
Like a glorified nanny cam. Right?
Yeah, and as Meat Kenny said, if teachers or caregivers have an issue with that, then why
get
do
the
they have
fuck
an
up?
issue?
They're nonsense.
Like, out you go on the burn pile.
Yeah, and that would and it's all recorded and saved for 60 days or whatever, and that would have any issue that would fix any issues with inappropriate touching or discipline, or why is my kid not eating? Oh, because he's being bullied by little Billy over there. So let's go talk to Billy and see what's going on. And like it'd solve all those problems with what's wrong with my kid if it ever comes up.
Poor Billy, he's always getting a bad rap.
Yeah, well, Billy's an asshole.
Hey, fucking dick, Billy.
Can confirm.
The problem with
maybe
that
is the solution.
Is that that's several $1,000
implementation
per site.
Yeah,
it's not cheap, and it could be in the tens of thousands of dollars with proper cameras and all that stuff. So
and also when you have different places doing it, all doing it their own way, you don't get the same outcome. You get very disparate outcomes.
Oh yeah, like some place might have it.
It needs to be legislated. Like there needs to be a framework.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's what Royal. So there is an investigation, like I guess an investigation, or like a John what's his name? Petescu, I think his name is Petescu. Fuck. Victorian investigation. Okay, I can't remember his fucking name. But the premier in Victoria has announced like an investigation led by like the Minister for Child Care or whatever it is.
Yeah.
John Petescu, I think it is. Victorian Child Minister. No, that's Liz Blamthorne. I don't know who the fuck it was. But yeah, he's overseeing it. So I assume he'll put out a report with the recommendations or something. So I guess we just have to wait and see. But yeah, this is, at least there's been no news in the last couple of days. So maybe it is just this limit. But yeah.
And we're probably not going to have any conclusion to this guy's case until mid to late next year.
Yeah. Probably later.
Yeah.
Because
what, September?
Unless he cops a plea.
Yeah, but even
if he goes to a trial, it'll be that should work in pairs as well. Yeah, that's some Reddit says they should work in pairs as well. Never alone with kids. Protect both sides. Yeah, and look, I think that's the idea already. The idea already is that there's always someone watching you.
Well, that's that. Look,
but if there's there's situations where there's not enough people because they cut costs.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And that's,
not only
that's
that,
where the
like,
for-profit thing comes in.
you've
It's
got
like, oh,
two-
we've got to cut costs because we don't. We,
Not
we
only-
don't
like, okay,
we need to make our margin.
You've got two workers in a room of 20 kids, and one kid spills shit all over themselves, and you've got to take them to a bathroom. You're not going to wait to go rinse them off. Then right there, like nothing sus is happening, but right there, you've then got two adults alone, or one adult alone with one kid.
I don't buy the resourcing argument. I think it's just a matter of convenience or a matter of opportunity. Like there's always going to be a situation where there's a child and an adult alone for a moment of time. Like
yeah. And so there are I can't remember what they're called, but there are childcare workers who bounce around between rooms to give that kind of two people type thing, and for like to help them, like one of them needs to go to the toilet, not leaving one person in front of a class of 20. But it can't always happen, because if there's only one person bouncing around an entire center and the center's got 13 classes, that's a little difficult.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just dug this one up, so let's go through this. Why men should not work in childcare. The alleged abuse of children at Melbourne childcare centres has made one thing crystal clear: it's not a place for men. So this is opinion, of course. I'm sympathetic. This is from Rowan Smith at news.com.au. So I'm sympathetic to the good men in childcare. I really am. I've seen their work firsthand, but they might need to be collateral damage here. Australian children, those so small they can't yet talk, let alone advocate for themselves, are being put at risk because we're too afraid to offend some men. I don't think that's fair. No. I'm aware that this is an emotional. I think this topic has come up today. It's not that we're like, it's not that this has been a massive issue for years and we've just kept sweeping it under the rug and sweeping it under the rug. I think this is just one horrifying incident, and we're all like, fuck, how do we stop this from ever happening again? Because it's not like something of this scale has ever happened before. Like in childcare centres, let me just clarify. Because it's happened in schools, it's happened in churches, but
the bad thing is you can't stop it. You can only minimise it. Yeah,
you can only reduce the attack surface. I'm aware this is an emotional subject. I don't know another parent who reads the news. I don't know another parent who read the news this week about the alleged abuses of children in Melbourne childcare centres and didn't have that sinking feeling in their stomach. Yeah, exactly. The details still emerging is truly sickening, but I'm not making an emotional argument. Mine is born out of facts. Most people don't know that between 2 and 4% of those who choose childcare as their occupation in Australia are men. That's not unsurprisingly low. Many would also not know that the staggeringly overwhelming majority of sexual offences perpetrated against children in non-school education premises is carried out by men. That does not shock me at all.
I'm glad he clarified non-school educational premises.
Yeah. In New South Wales, for example, there were 142 horrific, unthinkable acts against their most vulnerable children in the year to March 2025. Fuck.
Jesus.
Sorry. In 3 months? Are you fucking serious? I'm sorry, but
that seems a little high.
That seems very fucking high.
Unless he's saying within a time, like a year period.
In a year between, okay, I really hope that's what he's saying.
Between February 2024
maybe I'm being a
2025.
retard and I'm taking it a bit too literally, but in the year to March.
Even from March 2024 to March 2025.
That's still a lot.
That's still a lot.
That's one every second day. Almost.
Almost, yeah.
It's one every 3 days. Mm-hmm. That's fucking. If the road toll were 152 people in a year in New South Wales, actually, I think it might be.
Yeah, it might be around that round.
Just give me the fucking number. I don't want to bloody go to.
There have been 191 to date. Lives lost.
In 2025.
Yes, to date.
So half the road toll in kids getting raped. And that's not.
Like, why are we spending, like, why are we fucking crushing people under like ridiculous speeding shit when this shit is when this is happening? Like, there should be a movement greater. Do you know how many of those offenders were not men? Just 2. That's not shocking to me. Like, I know he's like, whoa, what? Men? What?
Yes,
it makes sense given what we know about men being responsible for the vast majority of sexual offences carried out against children. Yeah, men are the majority of murderers as well. Not just the majority, like the vast majority.
It is almost entirely men, yeah.
Yeah. A study published by the Australian Institute of Criminology showed that men account for 98.3% of child sex offenders in this country. I'm surprised it's only 1.7% women. I'm surprised it's 1.7% women. Men sexually abuse children far more frequently than women do, and some child sex offenders go to great lengths to have access to large numbers of children to abuse, and in some cases even choose their employment based on this, the study reads. It's clear that although women have far more opportunities than men to abuse children, as primary carers of children in the home and in child-centered occupations such as childcare and teaching, these opportunities are rarely acted on. Offences against children are most heinous, but offenders are not all equal. In a childcare setting, particularly under the broken system that exists in Australia, offenders have the opportunity to abuse far greater numbers of children than in the home. The AIC study showed that men who molested out of home female children averaged 20 victims. Men who molested out-of-home male children were even more active, averaging 150 victims each.
Oh, so it seems like the gays are worse.
What the fuck, man? These stats make me hate that YouTube is pushing sussy people like Mr. Beast on their kids' platform. Yeah. 150. That's average. Men who molested out-of-home male children were even more active, averaging 150 victims each. That means there are an equal number of men who molest out-of-home male children with more than 150 victims.
That's 750% more.
Yeah. I mean, it means that boys are also more likely to be
be molested.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Joshua Brown, 26, worked across 20 childcare centres around Melbourne before he was charged with more than 70 offences. The Point Cook man was arrested and charged. Police, they're just reiterating the same thing. 8 of those victims were Creative Gardens Early Learning. That's what I wanted. I wanted to know how much they charge.
Site down due to maintenance.
Really?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Let's see. Creative Garden Early Learning Centres. So they do nursery, birth to 2 years, toddlers 2 to 3 years, kindergarten 3 to 5 years. Like, I went to preschool.
Yeah, same.
Like, my grandparents paid for me to go to preschool.
Yeah, I went to kindergarten, preschool.
Well, kindergarten's part of school.
Not in Queensland, it wasn't.
Not in Queensland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, New South Wales had kindergarten for all my life.
K through 12 has only been a thing for the past 10, 15 years here.
Yeah, back in the 80s.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I mean, in Queensland, we used to have kindergarten, which was like age 3 to 4. So the year you turn 4, then you go to preschool, which we now call prep. But it was a preschool, it was a daycare, it was basically a daycare center for 4 and 5-year-olds.
Sometimes they were attached to a school.
Yes.
Sometimes they were completely separate.
Yeah, so my daycare was physically attached to right next door to the primary school. And then you went to primary school as normal from grades 1 to 7. But my cousins grew up. Yeah, my cousins grew up in Canberra, and they went to kinder or whatever the hell that was. I think that was their version of preschool. Because when they moved to Queensland, they had an age difference. They had to stay back a year, because of the misalignment between the states or something. But yeah,
okay.
we didn't have K through 12 facilities.
This is depressing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super depressing.
And when they changed it over to from 1 to 12 through to K to 12,
When it's racism news.
Soon, Costy.
they
Soon.
changed
Soon.
high school from grade 8 onwards to grade 7 onwards.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
when high
Yeah.
school started. So I don't know what it's like in New South Wales or Victoria. But yeah, they changed those numbers as well.
Premier Jacinda Allen said Victoria would build its own register for childcare workers and instituted a ban on childcare workers bringing phones to work from September 26. Oh yeah, that'll fix it. That means you won't be able to record their crimes. Again, Victoria with their stopping people from recording their crimes. It's cold comfort to a lot of our families. The current checks and balances, including the working with children check, have proven ineffective in the past. A study in the Journal of Sexual Aggression in 2004 found 15% of professional perpetrators of sexual abuse against. It makes them sound like they get paid to do it. Professional perpetrators. Those who carry out the offending at work choose their occupation, clergy, teaching, childcare, exclusively so they could sexually abuse children. That's fucked, man. I don't know. I think this guy's just fucking convinced me.
Yeah, he's providing enough statistics and analysis to say,
Like I'm leaning towards agreeing with him now. And,
Well, how about we just
and it
ban
would
the
it would
gays?
require some statistics for me to think the other way. Like,
Why don't we just ban the gays first and then see where they go?
Jesus fucking Christ.
that's
Yes,
the thing.
why don't we just burn the
that's where
gays?
No, because look at it. It's 90. It's 150 for male on male assault.
Bob
And
Tube says another reason to push Victoria off into the ocean.
yeah,
Just
I
make the
agree,
Murray
but still.
just make the Murray wider.
So who wrote this article? Who wrote that?
some guy.
Some guy. Oh well, there you go. He's probably enough.
Just some guy, right? Robert Smith.
Rowan
Rohan
Smith.
Smith.
Rohan. He's the writer of Rohan. He's the acting sections editor for news.com.au, overseeing verticals including finance, lifestyle, travel, entertainment, and technology. DMs open.
Wait, go back. Can you click on his? That is that
That's
Studio 10.
Studio 10.
It looks like a project.
Yeah, I was
No,
gonna say.
join the debate. No, join
It's
the
Studio
debate.
10.
But it says join the
It
debate.
says Studio 10 in the background here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it does. But I'm thinking of which show that. Yes, that's got to be the project.
Daily Dilemma. No, it's Studio 10.
Is that a show? Is it?
Was a show, not anymore.
Yeah, it was.
Right. I get it's Network 10, but like I didn't know there was a show called.
It was their morning show.
Right, gotcha. Okay, fair.
So not like sunrise morning show, more like the morning show. So the show they put on after the
the 9 a.m. show.
the 9 a.m. to
Right.
11 show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got more infomercials than actual.
Okay, so this guy
content.
isn't actually very active on Twitter. He's just he hasn't posted since like January.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But he writes. Okay, he's just a guy. Cool. All right, fair. But if you're going to take men out of childcare, you can take women away from the police. Sounds good.
Done.
We're
Let's do
going to set the precedent of sex-based work.
Take women out of the police. Yeah.
Well,
They can answer the phones.
make them unsworn officers again.
No, I don't care if they're sworn or not. Like, doesn't matter.
It's just not on the beat. It's not sent out.
Yeah. Like.
Because, okay, think about it. You're drunk off your face, and you're a belligerent cunt anyway, right? And some woman comes up to you and says you're going to do shit. Are you really going to listen?
No.
Like, even if she's got a gun and a taser? No. It's... And some 6'6" cunt comes along and he's got a gun and a taser and he's reaching for his fist instead of his pistol. You're going to think twice about mouthing off to that guy. You still might, but...
I mean, the alternative is those women just start shooting more.
Daily fee. Daily fee for for Creative Garden early learning can vary by location and age group. It generally ranges from $133 to $182 per day. That's out of pocket.
So at 100
childcare subsidies can significantly reduce these fees for eligible families. So so that's the base rate.
Yeah.
Not accounting for subsidies. Yeah.
Yeah, so $150, say, per kid per day.
Yeah. before subsidy.
So it might cost you $32 at a really high-end ritzy place.
So and the sessions are like, so that's a 9-hour session.
Mhm.
Because that was the lowest session they offered. So to put your kid in daycare for 9 hours costs you $150.
Yeah. And you do that 3 times a week. That's $450 that one parent has to bring in.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Over
no,
and above.
sorry.
Yeah, not for pause. That's
sorry,
right.
Subsidies. Subsidies account.
Just like glass mouse pads.
Wait, yeah, I was going to say, $150 a session. Sorry, isn't that before or after the subsidy?
That's before the subsidy.
Okay, but if you're eligible for the subsidy, then that gets
It
wiped
can
out.
come down, yeah. There was a calculator on their website. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
But even so, if you want to do that 5 days a week, well,
childcare subsidy calculator.
because the subsidy is only for 3 days a week.
Activity
isn't
test.
it?
Do you meet the so the
yeah,
activity test is like, yes, I meet the requirements. So so low income families, do you need a recognised childcare activity?
So do you
We'll
work?
just say yes, I meet the activities.
Mhm.
Hours of recognised activity per fuck off with this bastard stuff. Hours of recognised activity, so let's say more than 17 to 48 hours. So you can have up to 36 hours per week. Continue. Say one child. Do you know your CCS percentage? Childcare subsidy percentage field.
How much of your percentage
Yes,
are you entitled
100%.
to?
So let's say no. Okay, they defaulted to 90%. So
Alright.
continue. So nursery, 5 days a week, 12 hours, the full day session. Calculate. Daily fees. The daily fee for your child can be obtained from the centre.
So whatever it was on the website.
Oh, okay. So let's
just
say
like 140.
we'll do $150.
150,
that's
yeah.
the daily fee. Calculate. So
And there's your out-of-pocket costs. So for 5 days a week for a 12-hour sessions,
$365.
yeah. So you still have to cough up $400 a week out of pocket.
And the centre gets for like the full amount for every day.
Yeah,
That's
so-
$73 a day.
Yeah. So that's double your rent. But well, not even that. But like again, $400 a week.
You've got to make it. You got to make at least $18,000
Yeah.
after tax.
90.
Yeah.
No, that's $90,000 after tax.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
18,933.
Sorry, get back to weekly. Sorry.
Oh, that's a year. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said I thought it had fortnightly for a second.
It did have fortnightly.
Yeah. So for low income families, they still have to pull in another $400 a fortnight.
Yeah.
A week.
Even
sorry.
with the subsidy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And of course, what happens when you subsidise it? The price goes up.
Yeah.
So because demand goes up.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like I said, that's the reason they're building more of these than they are of houses. Like we've
higher demand.
More and more people. Too much strain on the system.
like, and this is per kid.
Yeah. You only put one kid in, right? What if it's multiple kids?
Well, yeah.
What if you put two? Just go two kids. Just go two.
It's 19 grand a year for one kid in childcare.
Yeah, is it a straight double of the like?
Let's go. Yes.
I don't know how it works. I know
17
kids.
to 48 hours a week. Continue. Fucking stop asking me where I am.
We want to know your location.
Do you know your? Yes,
Yeah,
it's
it's
90%.
defaulted to 90.
So that child 1 is in nursery. Child 2 is. Actually, let's do. They're both toddlers.
Yeah, that's more
It's
like
probably more
Was
reasonable.
the first one toddler?
The first one was nursery.
The first one was nursery.
0 to 2.
So the daily fee is 150 each. This is not 1,500. Daily.
Only Costy could afford that.
150. I don't think Costy could afford $1,500 a day. Man.
Don't have kids, Costy. Yeah, so it's almost double.
Okay, so yeah, it's double. Yeah.
Jump over to yearly.
Yeah, practically double.
30.
18.
So if you have 2 kids in childcare 5 days a week, you need to make 36 grand, almost 37 grand after tax.
You need to clear 37 grand.
No, you need to make 37 grand after tax just to be able to afford the childcare for you to go to work.
That's your out of pocket. You pay that. Yeah.
And we wonder why the birth rate's so low.
That's
Because
absurd.
rational people do the calculation.
So, how much do you have to make with tax? Like, what's the number with tax?
Oh, to take that home? Well,
Yeah.
remember that's just your spare money. You need that on hand.
No,
And
what's the minimum you need to make before tax.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Mhm.
This is paycalculator.com.au. It is a fucking fantastic website.
Love that site.
So let's see. Annual salary. So if you make 60 grand a year,
you'll take home 50.
You'll take home 50 grand. So you need to make probably 50 grand a year.
And don't forget, you got to
43. So let's say 45.
Yeah. Remember, you got to
45. You bring home 40.
Yeah.
I think at 40 you bring home 40.
So you could have one parent working
36.
average, yeah.
So at 40, you've got to make 40. You've got to actually 40 grand a year won't cut it.
41.
You'd have to be
41,
42 or something.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 42, and then you've got $800 spare.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And then, so yeah, that's one parent, probably the mother, working a Woolies job casually, right? While the dad,
wouldn't it just make more sense for her to just stay at home then?
well, that was the logic. That was the way that we used to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what's the point of working what I understand a woman who has a career, but what's the point of a mother working a shitty job just to pay for the childcare? Right.
Kenny says, can parents get more than 3 days a week in childcare subsidy if they're not married and split custody? Just add apartment B to the address of mailing. No, I don't think they can.
This is...
Yeah, I think it's calculated on the child itself, not on the parents.
Yeah.
And the parents just get the subsidy.
In two-income families, it usually ends up being the husband's salary income is also subsidising the daycare. Yeah.
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 And
That's fucking insane.
Because a lot of
Yeah,
families...
because
that is economically inefficient.
Yeah.
She's not making 42,000 a year, and then tax being taken out, and she's bringing home 37.
Yeah, and that all goes to the childcare.
Going
Assuming it's
back
5
to
days
this,
a week. Yeah.
Going back to this, the market has placed a value of $150 per 12-hour session to take care of a kid. So, two kids, the cost for half a day to look after them is $78,000. So the parent has to be earning $78,000 clear past tax, which is about 100 grand, I think. 100.
If they're not being subsidised.
Yeah, 100 grand is 77,000 clear.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be making six figures to match the economic cost of having two kids in childcare and working. So if the mother goes out to work and makes less than that amount, it's costing money. It's an economic cost to the overall economy. It should be better if she stayed home because it would be more efficient for the economy. Because the resources could be better allocated. Fucking Christ. Like, it's just... And that's the thing, like with the $150 a day, that scales with the number of kids you have if you're for a business.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So you want to have as many kids and as few people looking after them as possible, and as lower overhead as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because like this FAQ said, what's covered in the daily fee, all essentials from nappies, wipes, hats, cotton linen, and sunscreen, nutritious meals prepared by our in-house cook.
Yeah.
Not sure about that anymore.
In-house cook is Janice, who brings some fruit from the fruit market.
Well, apparently it's what's his name, Josh or Jason, or the fuck his piece of shit's name was.
Adding his special blend.
Stimulating outdoor spaces, qualified and passionate educators and teachers. Daily learning updates and photos via our communicator app.
So they've already got something in place.
Yeah,
they've already got an app in place where they could just piggyback off the similar. Like if people are already using it, then they're already used to using it. They just need the technology there to do it.
Yep. Mick Candy says, so what you're saying is, unless the mother is a doctor, corporate lawyer, or executive level job, she's better off staying at home.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
And that is Australian dollars too, by the way.
Yeah, that's Australian dollars.
And this assumes that the dad earns over 100 grand, and if the
So
dad
that'd
doesn't,
be 100 to be what, 65,000 US currently?
sort of, yeah,
100,000 Australian,
yeah.
probably
60,
around
70,
65, yeah.
60, 70 American, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, unless she's got
So-
some high-end
and
corporate
this
job.
is why you have so many, I won't say middle income, because it's not even middle anymore.
And we're not even taking into account, like, that's just childcare.
Yeah, that's
add,
right.
Add the fucking house.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's you need.
Well, that's not. That's
And-
also not.
and
getting
also-
her, it's also not getting her to and from the job either. That's
It's
just
it's
childcare.
it's also not getting it to and from the job, which is not tax deductible.
And yeah, and this is assuming
Also,
5
it's
days a
not
week.
paying for the rest of the child.
No, it's not.
Kids are like the opposite of free.
Yeah, kids are.
They get all the money.
Yes,
they cost all of it.
And this also assumes
how much
you're
does
putting,
a kid cost?
Yeah,
how much you got?
This assumes you're putting the kid in care for 5 days a week too,
Yeah.
which many families do.
Yeah.
Many families do.
Many families, quote unquote, have to.
Yes, so that the parents
The
can
mum
work.
can go get fucking money so that
Yeah.
she can pay for the kids to go into
Yeah.
care for
Yeah.
every day of the week.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's irrational. Like, it's thoroughly irrational, and it's
How
even
much-
less. It's even less rational now.
How much did we figure out for one kid? It was 18,000 a year, but how much does that come to on the calculator?
Oh, 18,000 a year.
Yeah, you
on
wouldn't
the,
get
on the
charged.
pay calculator.
Yeah.
Well, $18,000. So if your pay is, so I think it's $19,000 is where you start getting taxed.
Oh, okay. So, but still, if you're going to work just to put your kid in childcare and not pay for anything else, then I think you're a moron.
Yes, you're economically illiterate.
Economically a moron. Yeah. But then it's for two.
Enumerate,
you have to get 100. Like that's not double. That's ridiculous. Like that's 5 times the amount of money you have to make to put two kids in.
Oh, but it's
Which
okay. You only have to do it for the first 6 years of their life.
That still doesn't. It makes no sense to do that. It, like Jesus Christ, stay at home woman. Like, fuck.
Oh, but my career.
Yeah, your career can come back in 6 years. Fuck off.
But my superannuation.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how we solve this. I really don't.
take women out of the workforce.
Wouldn't go too extreme. I would say take a partner out of the workforce.
That's not extreme. Well, no, okay.
Partner.
Yes,
Meaning-
once a woman comes married, she's no longer eligible to work. Gotcha.
No. Fuck no. Let's not do that.
Because well, remember, if you do that, then who's going to run the childcare? The men. And what's going to happen?
The childless women. The unmarried hussies.
I think the first thing we need
Or
to
the
do
women
is,
whose
is
kids
make
are out
sure
of
there's
home.
enough childcare.
The women whose kids are out of home would be running the childcare.
Because there's parents who can't get their kids into childcare.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
I
that's
know.
not going to
I
solve
know.
the issue.
Yep,
The
my
number's
family's on
never going to
waiting
go
list, yeah.
down. The cost of putting kids in childcare isn't going to go down.
No, nothing's going to
There's just going to be more childcare facilities.
We'll keep bringing in more
That's all that's
people.
going to happen. They're going to build more, and they're going to cost the same.
You know what? If we go into if we have a recession, which we might,
aren't we already in one?
Already are.
No, we're in a per
aren't we in a
capita recession.
Exactly. So they're just
Which is
propping up
why the
economy
RBA is going
by-
to cut rates two more times before the end of the year. Woohoo!
Good for us.
Good for us homeowners. Bad for you investors. Then I've got an idea for some stimulus. Every public school in Australia, we construct a childcare centre.
Isn't school a childcare centre?
No, yeah, but only for kids 6 and up.
Are you talking about like?
I'm talking about an actual childcare
0 to
centre,
6?
like 0 to 6. Yeah,
On the grounds.
on the grounds. Yeah.
So that it's at every.
Every public school in Australia gets a childcare centre built.
Just a creche.
Just a creche, yeah. So.
And then it's run by the school.
And it's run by the school, yeah.
Okay.
Why the fuck not?
Yeah, and then so you can actually go from 0 to.
You go from 0 to 12, or 0 to 6. For the most of them. I'm not saying put them on high schools. I'm saying
if the place is a combined campus that is K to 12, then yeah. But if just focus on putting it on the primary schools.
No, I mean you go from age 0 to age 11 in the same place essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd put your kindergarten
or 12.
You'd put your childcare and kinder and prep together.
Yeah,
But-
it's on the grounds, and it's sort of integrated. Uses similar facilities, but yeah. So we did every school gets a what was it under Rudd? Every school got like a God, it was part of the stimulus.
No, I didn't get any of Rudd's stimulus.
I didn't get Rudd's stimulus either.
No.
No.
You had to file a tax return, and I wasn't filing tax returns at that time.
I was single without. I was a
Don't do that. Don't do that at all.
Well, I was filing tax returns. I just got it all back.
I was a single working man with no kids, so I wasn't special enough to have the.
No,
fucking
you got
stimulus.
the plasma bonus.
No, I didn't.
You would have. You would have got the $700.
No, I didn't. I didn't get anything from Rudd.
Yep. I wasn't eligible because I didn't pay any money.
I
didn't pay money, but I got it all back.
I wasn't struggling hard enough to get the Rudd stimulus.
No,
You didn't
the
pay
seven-
any tax to give back.
The $700, which was to everybody who filed a tax return in the previous year.
No, it wasn't just that. It was anyone who paid positively into the tax system. So if you paid $1 into tax and didn't $1 more than you got back, then you got it.
Yeah,
I paid $900 something dollars.
I probably owed the
and I
tax
got
office
exactly
year.
that same amount back, and I wasn't eligible.
Yeah,
which was shit.
I did not get any stimulus from Rudd at all.
No, it was like school halls or school whatever. Anyway, we did that in 07 under Rudd during the global financial crisis. If we have another one, there's your stimulus. There's your stimulate the building industry, stimulate fucking hiring of childcare. So gets more parents into the workforce. There you go, economy stimulated. Anyway, Pugly actually hated says this
unemployment rate is kind of low, so you're not going to be able to.
No, but see the unemployment rate is low, but that doesn't account for the people who are outside of who are not looking for work. Because Australia pulls the same shit that the Bureau of Labour Statistics does. They don't count people who aren't actively seeking work as unemployed. So, Pagliacci the Hated says this guy was just sentenced to 30 years in prison for raping a 12-year-old boy, plus a dozen other child sex offenses, by the way.
Hi, it's me, Stephen Ireland. We've got an amazing BBC Radio Surrey takeover for Pride in Surrey this evening from 9 p.m. So join us because there's going to be lots of great music from some of the acts that are performing at Pride, some interviews and a lot more. But until then, I'm going to head off in this wonderful car. It's a Pride car. We're off to Godalming. See you later. Enjoy Pride this weekend. PrideInSurrey.org.
Shut up, fag.
That's from 2021.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, and the thing saying that this
Pagliacci-
person has
was just sentenced to 30 years.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So yes, that was PDF news.
PDF news.
sponsored by Adobe. I just saw that. That's great.
I wanted to make it clear it was about PDFs.
Well, yeah, because all the content inside the PDF news isn't going to give it away. So, oh no, they're just talking about other random shit.
Tomorrow V says, beware, they're justifying mass migration based on a lack of childcare. Fuck!
Yeah.
Fuck that. Fuckers.
A majority of those getting migrated don't go into childcare.
Order within the next hour before Rabbitohs 4:05 kickoff for a chance to play referee fund. Fuck off, menu log. Anyway.
You just get an SMS.
I'm like, my screen on my phone lit up. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Breaking. So this is the funniest propaganda I found this week. The Israeli website Hess, there's no such website, has allegedly been hacked and revealed the deaths of the following individuals: 6 senior military generals,
32 Mossad officers, 78 Shin Bet officers, 27 naval officers, 198 Air Force officers, 462 soldiers, 423 civilians, 11 nuclear scientists.
That's a lot of Jews.
He got it from this article, which says Israeli officials say Iran strikes killed over 30 security chiefs, 11 nuclear scientists.
Are those 14s?
They're 15s.
They're 15s.
Do you see the mistake he has made? He has read this as Israeli officials say Iran strikes, as in the strikes Iran have made. That is the mistake he's made.
Oh, not the strikes that
Not
Israel has done on
Israel's strikes on Iran. So
Well,
Israel is
poorly-
talking about Iran's strikes.
That is poorly.
ESL,
worded.
bro. ESL. Killed it. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, and people point out in the replies that, no, dude, you are wrong. Once again, confirms it as a credible source. Bro, you can't fucking read English. I love these people using grok to, like, bunk stuff.
This is true.
The article literally says those numbers are Iranian casualties, not Israeli. Then it would say Israeli strikes killed. No, that's not how English works. Fucking ESL people.
ESL?
Anyway. English second language. US revokes visa of rap duo Bob Villain over death to IDF chant at Glastonbury. So Glastonbury had these guys on, and they were chanting, death to the IDF, death to the IDF. They also sing a song that contains the lyrics, heard you want your country back, ha ha ha, shut the fuck up.
Poetic.
Yes. This guy is Bobby Villain. His real name what is what is the fuck? I looked it up before. Where is it? Damn it. Fucking I've forgotten it already.
Bob Villain is the group. Apparently they're a duo with Bobby Villain and with Bobby and Bobby Villain.
His real name is Pascal Robinson Foster.
Okay.
So, and it's exactly what you think. He's got a white mum. So, but yes, the US cancelled his visa, so he won't be touring in
Where's
the
he
UK.
from?
He's from the UK.
Yeah.
So he's only half basketball UKian.
Yes, he's only half basketball.
What happens-
basketball English.
What happened to the other Bobby Villain? So
The duo's visa has been cancelled.
right, yeah. So yeah, because there's
So
Bobby,
the band and the individual have both had their.
so there's funny thing about this, or not so funny, is it's Bobby with a Y and Bobby with an IE are the duo. It's fucking weird.
Cringe.
Yeah, cringe.
But yes, they've also lost their United Talent Agency agents.
Ooh,
So
that's a
how'd you want your agent back? Ha ha ha! Shut the fuck up. So yeah, I find that very funny. Oh, I had it here. Damn it, Bobby Villain, whose real name is Pascal Robinson Foster. Like chance of death to the IDF. Maybe he didn't mean it. Maybe he wasn't talking about individuals like Owen Jones thinks. Let's see.
When people say the NHS will die, literally they say the NHS will die without reform, are they saying that they're going to be the mass murder of doctors and
So
patients?
to be
on Earth?
clear, when you watch that rapper at Glastonbury chanting and leading a chant with thousands joining in of death to the IDF, you instinctively believe...
He said it himself. He said...
Oh, no, he said it since. So you accept then that the rapper was talking about soldiers?
No,
You don't?
people call for the death of the Russian army all the time.
Do you believe him 100%?
Yes.
That when he said death to the IDF, he didn't mean individuals. Do you believe that?
Well, he's actually, unlike... I mean, this is the irony. Do you know what the irony is?
Well, just answer my question first.
Yes, I do.
Because new footage has emerged.
Death to every single IDF soldier out there.
Oh.
Agent of terror.
I've known you a long time. I have a lot of respect for you.
Don't do that, Piers. Don't respect.
I hate how he fucking does that. Like, he does that to everybody.
A lot of respect. No,
he could be talking to fucking Adolf Hitler, and it'd be, known you a long time. Got a lot of respect for you.
The answer is, or the trick is, don't respect Piers or Owen. It's very fucking simple.
Yeah.
When you hear that, you were wrong to defend him in the way you defended him. He didn't mean IDF. He didn't mean IDF the entity, did it? But you accept now that you were wrong. He didn't mean that.
I didn't hear. I've only heard for the first
You've
time.
heard that. So what? Now you've heard that. Do you still say he only meant the
Well, no,
entity?
obviously now he's made clear what he meant.
So you
by
accept
that.
you were wrong.
Well, yeah, because I
know. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you should have known.
Fine.
I'm just saying that I found the.
Anyway, I've rapidly approached and passed my Piers Morgan limit for today.
Well, I just think it's funny how the other guy, whatever his fucking name is,
Owen Jones,
floundering.
That's what Owen Jones does.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have said this is the fuck around find out section.
Oh, we waiting for an intro.
I was chuckling along at her absurd cultural appropriation until she delivered that final line.
So we've just come from a demonstration outside of number 10 where Zara Sultana revealed to us all that Palestine Action has been prescribed by the House of Commons as a terrorist organization. Only 26 MPs out of the entire House of Commons, there's like 600 of them, I'm not joking, 650 voted against the prescription of Palestine Action, a non-violent
You mean 26 traitors?
direct action group that has
Yeah, all those people should be locked up in the Tower of London.
not harmed a single hair on the head of a single human being, only to war machinery. So the government has picked its side, and the side is war and profiteering, shockingly enough.
I just want to say, lavalier microphones go on your lapel. They don't go in your hand. If you want to hold the microphone, hold the proper fucking stick mic.
No, see, she's got to have things in her hands, or else she's going to do something else with them.
True.
The prescription still needs to pass through the House of Lords. That will be voted on tomorrow, I think, and then Palestine Action, some representatives will be able to give an oral hearing on Friday to prevent the ascension of their prescription. So watch this space, and as always, I cannot wait for the West to fall.
Okay, then go to the east and see how well you go.
I think I quote tweeted this. It's going to put me at the top? No. Why would I want to see my own quotes? Anyway, they were prescribed. So the House of Lords approved it, and their case was dismissed. So yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones who broke into
I didn't quote it, I replied. They've never experienced true violence. If the West does fall, these people will be the first to experience it.
Yeah.
True. Facts.
They're the ones who broke into the RAF base and spray painted.
Yes, this is the group that broke into the RAF base and painted, put paint into the engines of two jets, basically riding them off.
Fuel jets, weren't they?
Yeah, they were refueling. They were tankers. Yeah, tankers. Yeah. Magically, their account is gone. So
Who's the terrorist account?
The terrorist accounts. Yes, it was a terrorist account. It is no longer. Well, it is gone now. So, being that it is a prescribed organisation.
Fuck, I love that. Fuck Belzer.
Here was their statement before it happened. Despite our collective efforts to stop prescription of Palestine Action, the ban will come in at midnight. In 5 years, we've managed to build a direct action movement which successfully disrupted and challenged the Israeli weapon industry. And let's not forget the Greens. The Greens in Australia are doing the exact same thing.
Yep.
Through relentless actions and the willingness to sacrifice our liberty, we've forced shut 3 Israeli weapons factories, pressured over a dozen companies to cut ties with Elbit Systems, and cost the Israeli weapon maker billions in lost contracts. You mean the economy that you guys rely on, but good for you. The most important victory is building an effective global movement in service of the Palestinian people.
It's clear we were too effective and government had to impose the most draconian attack on civil liberties to please the pro-Israel lobby. They may be able to prescribe Palestine action, but they can't stop direct action happening across the country in different forms. We are more than just a name or a network. We are an idea that can never be stopped. Watch me. To be clear, they cannot prescribe the tactic of direct action for Palestine. We are extremely grateful of all support we have received over the past few years and the outpouring of solidarity since the intention to prescribe us was announced. This prescription cannot go unchallenged, and we are pleased to see many who are adamant on resisting the ban through a campaign of civil disobedience. Breaking unjust laws is a moral duty. I kind of agree with that. Unaffiliated campaign groups defend our juries and we do not comply. Sure, you're unaffiliated. Will lead on defiance of the ban and resist the extreme counter-terror laws imposed on us all. It is a given that there will be resistance. However, we are also aware that anyone knowingly or mistakenly could commit a terrorist offence just by liking or sharing our social media posts. If you are a British national or are in the United Kingdom, this could lead to vulnerable communities being harassed and targeted by the state. While we encourage and support a campaign of civil disobedience, all who take part must do so on an informed basis. That's why our social media will be taken down. For clarity, Palestine action is only prescribed in Britain. Yeah, but
for now,
people get to say, oh, Palestine action, that's a prescribed terrorist organization in the United Kingdom. Why do you support a terrorist organization? Many will be rightfully angry at the imposition of prescription of Palestine action. No, not really. Nope. However, with the repression that always comes from more resistance, this is a moment the British state will likely come to regret. It is a signal of all those who are willing to resist to make the ban unenforceable. We must resist for our own rights and, most importantly, for the Palestinian people facing a genocide. We are all Palestine action. We are all Palestine action isn't just a slogan, it's a state of resistance. Collectively, we will resist and ultimately we will win. No.
Yeah, but people are going to go out and protest this, and the first set that do are going to get arrested and thrown in jail for terrorism.
Oh, it's funny you say that.
Oh.
Because it already happened. Actually, no. Let me go through in my normal order, in the order I laid out this morning. So I wanted to again bring attention to the Terrorism Act of 2000, which is the UK law. It says the use or threat of one or more of the actions listed below, and where they are designed to influence the government or an international governmental organisation, or to intimidate the public. The use of the threat must also be for the purposes of advancing a political, religious, radical, or ideological cause. Everything Palestine Action has done meets these criteria.
Hang on. Could this actually be prescribed to BLM?
Yes.
Could this be prescribed
so if the actions an organisation wanting to influence the government, an international organisation, or intimidate the public, for the purposes of advancing a political, religious, racial, or ideological cause, if any of those actions involve serious violence against a person, serious damage to property, ding, 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 endangering a person's life other than that of the person committing the act, creating a serious risk to the health and safety of the public or a section of the public, and action designed to seriously interfere with or disrupt an electronic system, that is terrorism. Like, these guys haven't been prescribed because of nothing. They have many times committed serious damage to property. They are doing it to influence the government or to intimidate the public into dropping support for for this company, and for the purposes of advancing a political and ideological cause. What they do fits textbook under the law as written. It doesn't even require any sort of semantic games to be played. They have, when they fucking took out those jets, they committed serious damage to property, which made them a fucking terrorist organization.
And it doesn't matter if it was government property, it was damage to property.
No, it was serious damage to property. It doesn't clarify at all. It can be government property, and in this case, it wasn't actually government property anyway. It was like these jets belong to a private company that leases them to the Air Force. So
really,
yeah,
huh.
Defiant thug and Palestine Action leader Lisa Lux after prescription confirmed. I'm sorry. If your name's Lisa Lux and you chose that, and you're not a porn star, you need to reconsider your choices.
Out today. Thank you for gathering, for protecting one another, and for being here at this critical moment. Today, we may have lost the appeal. No! Shame! Listen, please. We have lost today, this afternoon. That does not mean we have lost.
That drum in the background is fucking...
Oh, these people are exactly who you think they are.
We
retarded hippos.
Yes.
We told the world when the police came after us because the Israeli Knesset started sitting down with the Attorney General, the head of the British courts. We told you.
Bob Chew says, why is it always Dutch Nords pushing this stuff? Well, yes.
Because they got nothing
We
better to
told
do.
you when they started raiding
See,
our...
when your life is fine and you've got all your health care and the state is taking care of all your bills, you don't have to worry. You've got time to pull this shit. She's Syrian. Oh, well, no, I think you mean she's a Syrian refugee. So she's British now. That's how that works, right? She's white British.
homes multiple times a week. We told you. We told you when they held our people at gunpoint and took 18 of them in the night. We told you. And now this...
Yeah, so she's a British... So she's a poet, a playwright, essayist, and political activist of British and Syrian heritage.
That's essays in like writing a lot of words, not essays in...
Essay, as in with an E, as in ESSAY.
Okay.
As in the thing you write.
I was thinking that'd be a weird thing
She's
to put
an
on your
essayist.
Wikipedia page.
She's a sexual assaultist. Dude, what the fuck? Beyond the Gender Binary with Lisa Lux.
For a workplace to fulfill its potential, there must be a culture that embraces and educates on all forms of identity. Hi, I'm Lisa Lux, partnering with Social Talent to bring you exclusive content on gender beyond the binary. With me, you'll learn what pronoun diversity really means.
Zero
and how this is an exciting a
Zero likes.
Gender non-conformity.
Hopefully not unlike this stream.
How many dislikes are there?
And today,
I don't have the ad in.
and how to practice.
There's only
unfamiliar
996 views. We're
language
the
and
96th view.
What's it called?
Anyway.
Gender something. with-
Gender Beyond the Binary with Lisa Lux.
This is the moment of clarity. This was never about us. When we told you, it was because we knew all of our rights were being eroded. We warned you. And now you've come here today because we are all sharing this crystal clear experience that the Labour Party have just taken a bite out of your freedom in one huge mouthful. You know who paid for that? That was Israel who were paying for that. So now, we have to stay unified. We can still fight this. And if you hang on, I'm going to tell you exactly what the next steps are. But first, let me say, different movements have come together to support Palestine action this week. You'll know the chant, the people united can never be defeated. It has rippled through nations across this world, but we are yet to see if it's true. We are yet to see if we united can refuse defeat, and this is our opportunity. We are going to fight this, and we are going to need everybody's attention. Because this isn't just for us. This is for Palestine. This is for liberation. This is for all of our anti-colonial, anti-racist, anti-capitalist movements.
Wait, what was that last one? Anti-capitalist, you say? McKinney says, love my ass off. I want to see this lesbian do protests in Gaza and Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan. I'm sorry, McKinney. She's not a lesbian. She's non-binary.
Do you think the towelheads are going to make that differentiation?
No, I think once they get her to the roof, then that only gravity will be her judge.
We need every single person here to stay committed to refusing this defeat. We will not take this lying down, am I right?
What? They're trying to get the bongo guy covered with the flag, and he keeps putting it behind him, and they keep moving it in front of him.
She wants to be standing in front of a Palestinian flag. Under arrest.
Under arrest.
I thought this was interesting. There's no confirmation, but Labor Party delayed banning Palestine Action to keep Muslim vote in local elections. Security services have revealed they demanded Labor to ban the group back in March. Keir Starmer decided to wait until May's local elections. Have Labor betrayed this country? Probably.
Oh, yes.
Met Police say update on policing in London following prescription of Palestine Action. Palestine Action has now been prescribed by the UK government, and expressing support for them is a criminal offence in the UK.
Womp womp.
There are a number of events taking place in London this weekend, and anyone attending should be aware that officers policing these will act where criminal offences, including those related to supporting prescribed groups or organisations, are committed. Under the Terrorism Act, the Home Secretary may prescribe an organisation, blah, 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 blah. Under the Act, you can get up to 14 years in prison for supporting the Act and an unlimited fine.
Oof.
So these useful idiots did a sad little protest in support of Palestine Action. The now prescribed terror group, the Met Police has now arrested them all. I hope they get 14 years in jail.
Oh, yeah, can you imagine that? What are you in for? Murder? What are you in for? I held a sign.
Yeah. I held a sign. What are you in for? I put out a tweet. So.
Oh, that just wants to fuck with the government. That wants me to change like my VPN access to UK and just start tweeting out.
Start tweeting about
Palestine Action.
I think there's video of them being arrested too. Like people are like, "Oh my god, can you believe they arrested an 84-year-old woman?" And it's like, "Yeah, I can, because she broke the law."
Yep.
Like yes, I can very much believe that. Can you believe they threw a woman in jail for 31 months for tweeting?
Yes.
Yes, I can absolutely believe all of that.
Because it's the UK
because
government.
Because it absolutely fucking happened, yeah.
This is not the first time, nor it's going to be the last time.
Oh, lol. When how long this one lasts. I support the Palestine Action. Death to the IOF. Please go. Please go. Go get him. Get him, Matt Pole. Get him. It's about time all these fucking lefty pricks got to taste the punishment that anybody expressing any fucking sentiment against the mass migration of everybody into the UK or into the West and the destruction of the West. What?
Well,
Heard you want your country back. Shut the fuck up.
Retired priest. Man, she should be arrested for being a priest.
They're just getting ahead of the game.
Because she's
well, look, I guarantee. Like, look at the fucking people that were at this thing. What was it? Like, look at all the grey hairs.
Yeah, they're hippies.
These were all people who knew they were going to be arrested and wanted the optics of old people being arrested by the police.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they know what they're fucking doing. If you can say anything about the Palestinian supporters and even the Palestinian outfits themselves, they know how to fucking manipulate the Western media. Like they're masters of it.
Look at all those signs. They're all printed. They're not like there's two that are written that I can say, or three that are written.
Exactly.
The rest of them look identical.
They're printed.
Yeah.
Drew Pavlo points out Palestine Action is funded by American communist Fergie Chambers Fergie Chambers has visited Russian-occupied territory in Ukraine and vocally supported the Russian invasion. What a coincidence, right? And this is interesting too. OSN Technical says the Palestinian Action, soon to be designated terrorist group, reportedly planned to target British Air Force Base RAF Cranwell and RAF Barkston Heath, notably used as training airfields for Ukrainian pilots converting from F-16s and Mirage 2000s. Interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? Like I've spoken many times on this show about the Red Green Alliance and the fact that the green movement was literally founded by the fucking KGB. Like this is where the green movement was started as a glow up to damage the West. So what's the term they use for them? Influence operations. Like it was an influence operation.
Yep.
So active measures is another term they use. So they get to sabotage stuff under the guise of, we're just supporting Palestine. But their targets are suspiciously well picked, and they're very suspiciously well funded. Fergie Chambers is the adopted child of the billionaire Cox family, converted to Islam and became a communist. He's now using his inherited fortune to support anti-Western, pro-Islamist, pro-Russia activism across the world. Yeah, this guy's the same guy who was supporting the Black Lives Matter protests, supports Antifa. These are agents of chaos who do this ideologically. And it just happens that their ideology always seems to align with Russia. So it's always against the West. So, and the traitors in our midst are fucking legion. Anyway, a massive. Just listen to the article.
Police arrest Palestinian Action protesters as supporters descend on London A Parliament Square.
No, we're not listening to that. That's fucking terrible. The group, which included an 83-year-old reverend, held placards that said, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action. Met police officers were seen removing the 83-year-old reverend, not cuffed, being guided out softly. Now imagine if it said, send home, like, they all have to go back, I support remigration.
Britain for Britons.
Britain for Britons, that kind of thing. The police would be in there with fucking billy clubs. And they'd all be dragged off.
Even if they were 84-year-old priests.
Yep.
Like
this guy's getting carried out.
No, he's just committed to
he's just committed to planking, yes.
That's his profession, his professional plank. See, he didn't learn when he was 3.
The UK government does have an extradition treaty to Australia which covers supporting terrorism. Oh no! Oh no! Bob 2 says, I'm thankful for the Palestine freaks. Everyone has forgotten about Just Stop Oil and covering shit in orange. Bro, they're the same people. It's the same people. It's the same people. It's the same pockets that have been funding this shit. It's all the same operation.
Act Blue.
No, it's you follow the money. It all ends in the same place. It's the Neville Singhs. It's the this other fuckwit, Fergie Chambers. It's these guys who are linked to Russia and China, who want to destroy the West. They want capitalism gone. Capitalism is a barrier to their movement. Bring back planking, yes. As someone who is half Dutch, I have no problem with orange. It's the national colour.
It belongs in.
A mass of people crowded around the scene to film. Chants of shame broke out. The cops don't give a shit. So, was there anything? Ooh, what's this? This is an interesting article that made me stop immediately.
I
can't imagine why. Of course, Roger fucking Waters.
Okay, it's July the 5th, 2025. I'm in my little studio. I've just been at work on a piece of brown cardboard with a Sharpie. I'm going to now switch this over to the other lens. There you go. So this says Roger Waters supports Palestine action, 5th of July 2025. Parliament has been corrupted by agents of a genocidal foreign power. Stand up and be counted. It's now. I didn't have space for or never, but it's now. That's enough.
Well, you clearly did have space for or never.
Yeah.
I'm just going to switch back. It's now. This is the moment. I am Spartacus. Okay, this is Independence Day, July the 5th, 2025. I declare my independence from the government of the UK, who've just designated Palestine action.
Samarana says, you might have mentioned it already, but have you guys seen the footage of the pro-Hamas group? This is what we're talking about. We're literally talking about these pricks. They are now a terrorist organisation.
Yeah, we covered it like last week or the week
Yeah,
before.
yeah, we covered the footage last week. This is the fallout.
Yeah.
So that group is now a prescribed terrorist organisation.
They fucked around and they're in the find out stage.
Yeah, we're in the find out section of the fucking around.
A terrorist, prescribed terrorist organisation. For the record, 5th of July, I support Palestine Action. It's a great organisation. They are non-violent. They are absolutely not terrorist in any way.
They have committed crimes under the Terrorism Act.
Protesting
Clearly.
the presence in the UK of Elbit Systems, who are an Israeli arms manufacturing organisation. All right. So that's that.
Why do you think they might be in the UK? You
Hey,
think they might be in the UK because the Elbit Systems makes components for the fucking jets you idiots fly?
I support Palestine action, and I always will, because that is the right thing to do.
Straight to jail.
I saw George Monbiot, the journalist, said yesterday, this is the I am Spartacus moment. I am Spartacus. So good on you, George, and good on everybody who's...
So they had to empty out a bunch of people from prisons to throw all the people in who got arrested for saying naughty things on Twitter. They'll have to just let those people out to put these people in.
Yes.
Standing up everywhere and saying, I am Spartacus. We will not be rolled over by this appalling Labour government in the United Kingdom. Palestine...
That's what makes this taste even sweeter. That it's not the Conservatives doing it. It's Labour doing it. It's Labour fucking throwing these pricks in jail. It's Labour ordering these people to be arrested. It's like, yeah, great. Fuck you guys.
Yep.
Action is not a terrorist organisation.
So they can't even claim right-wing...
lying. And
ultra-right.
Yeah, far right. No, it's far right, left wing. Samaranda says, fuck, these people are cheering in a caliphate, hate these pricks. Yeah, not much free and happy under the Iranian government, I bet. Yeah, they want capitalism destroyed. That's their end goal. Their end goal is to destroy capitalism, seize the means of production, and introduce their communist utopia.
Yeah, they want to topple that pyramid of power.
I'll sound like a broken record, but we've been fighting communism since the beginnings of the 20th century, and we will continue to fight communism. It's never stopped. It's always been communism. So, even the Middle East,
which is a couple of detours of Nazism.
Well, Nazism was a response to communism.
Yeah.
Communism didn't go far enough.
So.
But we weren't fighting. Well, yeah. Kind of put a truce on that, on communists.
So,
fighting for
Yeah, we allied with the Russians and the Soviets. Sorry.
yeah, one of the biggest mistakes.
Yep.
I'm just trying to find Lucy Connolly's actual tweet. Just so that you can see exactly what she said. That got her 31 months in prison.
Oh, for her tweet.
For her tweet, yeah. Like, I know what she said. She said that, she said burn down all the, like, she was talking about the, because this was during those riots where they set fire to one of the hotels, the migrant hotels.
Mm-hmm.
And her tweet was, I'm paraphrasing, but this is fairly close. Burn down all the, like, blah blah blah. Burn down all of the refugee hotels for all I care. And that was the thing that was inciting violence. So, but it was at a time where they wanted to control the riots, so they went in hard on everybody. And basically nobody was getting bail at all. Everybody was being held on remand. Bail was being rejected at the direction of Keir Starmer. So basically it was a question of, well, you'll stay in jail until we get to your case being heard, and then you can plead in front of a jury and you will be convicted and you'll get even more time in jail, or you can plead guilty and we might go easy on you. And the going easy on her was 31 months in prison.
For a tweet.
For a tweet that didn't even meet the standard.
That said, I don't give a
fuck. If you were the judge and you were acting rationally and weren't absolutely captured ideologically, you would look at it and throw the fucking case out. And you would go, I'm sorry, this does not actually rise to the level of crime. What is this you're bringing to me? You're wasting the court's time.
Yeah, and sanction the prosecution for bringing it. Sanction.
Bob Pugh says, why is no one protesting for Egypt or Jordan to open their border? Why is the whole issue a waste of time? Felting Ricada more important? Well, yes, Felting Ricada is more important. We might do that next.
Yay.
I did see this. No, this up here. I did see this tweet here. Delivery driver sexually assaults pregnant Scotswoman after forcing himself into her home. Without warning, he forcibly put his tongue inside her mouth. Yada yada yada. But 32-year-old pregnant woman ordered food from Deliveroo in Glasgow. Delivery driver Mohammed Farzin Khan, so obviously traditional Scottish name, forced himself inside, sexually assaulted her. Then she had a miscarriage. He got 12 months in prison. Lucy Connolly got 31 months for a tweet. So, rape, 12 months.
Tweet.
Hurty word, 31 months.
This is what rape culture looks like.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Anyway. You know what that means, chat? It's time for the Ricada section. So this is a fantastic video from the Kiwi Farms. Delete group. Here we go. So it's on a list of clips. It's a recreation of the body cam footage. So it's 9 minutes. So we're going to watch it in its completeness. Let's enjoy.
Police, open up. We got a warrant. We got a warrant. Open up.
I love the art style.
Nick said not to open the door.
Well, we're the police, and you gotta let us in. Otherwise,
I love the Pit Viper shades.
We'll kick that door in.
Nick said not to open the door for cops.
Oh, no, she calls him Nick, not Dad.
For cops especially, yeah.
You flinched. Nuh-uh. Pussy. Where'd you go? You okay?
I'm here.
Sarge, look.
Straight out of the evidence report.
It's on the fridge too, like the red fridge.
Where's the sheriff? He's busy. With what? Sucking wieners. I got the kids. Let them change into some clean clothes and take them outside. They don't have any.
He bouncing up and down.
She's tweaking.
Take them outside then. Sarge found these two hiding in the bedroom. Take them both outside for questioning. Once you get that done, call the sheriff and give him an update. 10-4, Sarge.
Bob Tube for $20 says, finally addressing the real issues in the world, Ricada for prison.
Well, if he doesn't keep his mouth shut.
Thank you, man. Very good. This is fucking good.
Get out of my house! Now, 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 now!
We've got a warrant to search the premises, so we need you.
I love that the dog just continues barking in the background.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you.
I just realized they use the photos.
Questions. A quick interview. We want to get an idea of the layout of the house, where the nanny is at, and who all stays here.
What's your probable cause?
You have the search warrant.
No, it's
Cool.
from the
You have no
it's the images from the Zillow listing.
Oh, I thought you meant the drawings of their mug.
No, it's the Zillow listing.
probable cause.
Are you willing to talk with me?
Sure, you still have no probable cause.
I'm not discussing all that. You've been given the search warrant. You should know how this works.
What I know is that you have no probable cause.
Right. So, Kayla's your wife then. Who's the other woman?
She's April. She's just a friend. She's just visiting. She doesn't live here.
She came out of the bedroom.
So she came out of the bedroom.
When I have people over, they don't go in my bedroom.
I don't give a shit what you do.
I'm just asking
That's
questions.
actually from the
You're
transcript.
not. You're making statements.
Where do you stay in the residence?
All over. It's my house.
Do you stay in the master bedroom?
When I'm in there, I stay in there, sure.
Is that where you sleep at night?
Yes.
That's all I needed to know. Do you want to tell me where things are in the house to help expedite the search?
Where what things are?
You saw the warrant. We're looking for controlled substances.
I'm not admitting to anything. That's ridiculous. You still have no probable cause.
We're gonna be searching the house. We're gonna be contacting family services.
Why?
Because we've already found cocaine in the house. We're not here on a whim.
Yes, you
I love he's
are.
wearing the
No,
medallion.
we're not.
Yes.
We came here looking for controlled substances. We were only in the house for about 1 minute and already found some.
I don't know anything about that.
Wild rounds of beers.
Oh God!
And who set up?
I have no
Where'd you
idea.
pick him up at St. Cloud?
That's
What was he doing over there?
That's not his mum, is
Nick's mother, I think it is.
Oh, is it? Right.
The least.
Oh, that's Camelot.
Have you been read your Miranda rights?
Oh, I didn't realize
Okay,
that was
I've got some
Camelot.
questions.
Could I
That was Camelot.
go get my purse first? I don't have my phone.
I could get one of the officers to get it for you if you tell me where it is.
It's in the bedroom.
Why is it in there?
I fell asleep.
You slept in the master bedroom?
Yeah. I live here. So where else would I sleep?
Right. Silly me.
That's Nick's dad. The photo, like the photo back here. That is Nick's dad.
Protective Services are on their way. Do you have any family you could call? Any friends? Hello?
Why does Child Services have to get involved?
It's because we found drugs in your house and your daughter tested positive for cocaine.
That's not true.
Yeah, huh? At 10 times the cutoff.
That's not true. In fact, if I had to guess, it was probably you who gave her cocaine.
Nuh-uh. We got multiple reports about possible child endangerment, but we weren't expecting this.
Aaron.
Who's Aaron?
It's like the Wolverine in bed meme, just, oh, I miss.
Someone do something about that dog. 10-4, Sarge. How's the search going? Slow. We found more drugs in multiple rooms and a couple of loose guns, but the amount of trash is making it an ordeal. What type of drugs? Cocaine, ketamine, and all sorts of pills. Sarge found some more pills. Who's Celeste? It's his mother. He was yelling about her earlier. He's stealing pills from his mom. I'm gonna go talk with the kids. Where was he? Locked in the bathroom, pissing shit everywhere. Gross. I want to ask a couple of questions, if y'all don't mind, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine too. What's it like living here?
It's always something with you. Do you know how busy I am? No, because you don't care. Because you only ever think about yourself. Because you lack even the basic decency to consider how others feel. So, fine, I'll drive you to church since you love God so much. Get in the car!
Nick, there's nothing to eat.
Well, we've got plenty to drink!
I'm not gonna hurt you.
See what I mean about the use of Zillow
I'll
photos?
fucking kill you.
Yeah.
I love that she's just bouncing up and down all the time. Because the cocaine.
Shakes. Do you have the withdrawals?
Oh my god. What is, like, gonna happen to me?
Have you already forgotten the solemn vow I made? Chaos would let the world burn before he let any harm befall his Valkyrie. If ever these deceivers try to lead you astray, remember this and what it means.
I don't understand the furry reference, sorry.
It's because she's got a tattoo of like 3 wolves, the wolf pack.
Oh,
because that's what they are. They're the wolf pack, and he's the alpha, and they're his two like beta, like just fucking perfect. Yeah, exactly. Bob says whoever made this is a genius. Yes, like this is fantastic.
That's an awful lot of comfort for just a friend.
I hope you get gonorrhea and die.
Watch your head.
What?
Oh, fucking hell. What's this? The end of the... Oh, it's from 2 months ago when I watched that. Anyway. Yes, so that piece of fucking absolute artwork is from the Kiwi Files, so...
Scarecrow says Aaron's harassment restraining order against Ricardo Law has been dropped. I've redacted all the personal information, I believe, for both parties. That being said, this is a public document. So here it is, certificate of process, ex parte order, Nicholas Robert Ricardo, by personally living copy with him. So this is the notice of service. File copy, Aaron Michael Imholt versus Nicholas Robert Ricardo. You were notified that an order was filed on this date. Okay, based upon the petitioner's affidavit and petition for a harassment restraining order and other information provided to the court finds there is an immediate and present danger of harassment to justify temporary relief. 1. There are reasonable grounds to believe the respondent has engaged in harassment which has or intended to have a substantial adverse effect on safety, security, or privacy of the petitioner or petitioner's minor children or the person subject to guardianship by committing the following acts. So marked are followed, monitored, or pursued the petitioner. Big fucking check. Made uninvited visits to the petitioner. Well, I don't know that, but maybe. Made harassing phone calls or sent harassing text messages to the petitioner. That's almost certain. Made threats to the petitioner. Well, we've seen that. Frightened the petitioner with threatening behaviour. That's subjective, and only Aaron can say. Called the petitioner abusive names. This is true. And then down here, used social media to harass petitioner. The request for relief is granted, and respondent shall not harass petitioner. Minor children. Respondent shall have no direct or indirect contact with petitioner. Relief granted does not extend to the petitioner's minor children. Respondent is prohibited from being within 1,000 yards of petitioner's home. No exceptions. Any requested relief that is not specified listed above is denied. This restraining order is in effect until June 26th, 2026, unless later changed by a court order. Respondent can ask the court to change or vacate the restraining order by filing a request for hearing within 20 days of service of the petition. It's just the rest of their boilerplate stuff. It's waived. Okay, so here's Aaron's statement, I guess, the form you fill out. He's requesting his address remain confidential. He's requesting his phone number remain confidential. So who needs protection? Me. Person want protection from. Blah 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 blah. Relationship. Okay, so what is the relationship between the respondent and the people who need protection? Check all that apply, and the options are married, divorced, currently living together, lived together in the past. He should have fucking circled that one. Lived together in the past. Have an unborn child together. Parent, child, other, none of the above. Please explain. Former friend.
That's incorrect. It's former lover.
Former lover, yes.
Ex-boyfriend.
So here it is. Acts of harassment. Respondent has harassed the victim and or persons by the following. Check all the boxes that apply and give the date and details. If the exact date is not known, so from the 9th of the 1st of the 9th, 2024 to present day. So from the 1st of September 2024 until present day, he's shown up at businesses I work with to harass ownership in hopes I will be there. He constantly threatens myself, hints at the fact that I should have been killed on his X account. He has accessed my Google account without authorization and posted screenshots on his X account of my Google search history and claims he shared my private Google information with others. He's appeared numerous times on numerous live streams on YouTube on his own channel and on other people's channel and encouraged people to report me to law enforcement. He's gathered people in public places to harass or intimidate me. Oh, dude. The footage from the fucking Melton event that's going to be added to fucking... Yeah. That's hilarious. This is the feast, the harvest is great. Respondent made harassing phone calls. He made a message to me on the app Signal telling me to kill myself because I refused to come over to his house and continue swinging with him. Respondent continues to make threats publicly, continues to encourage others to harass me. If I hadn't reset my Google passwords, he would still have unauthorized access to my online activity. He's read my emails and then harassed the recipient of those emails.
Never save your browser password.
Yes,
your
never
Google
do
password
that.
in browser.
If you go to someone's house, use private mode.
That too.
The respondent accessed my Google account without authorization, divulging search histories and financial information on his X account. If respondent deletes these tweets, I have them archived. These acts, respondent shows a pattern of attending public events while knowing that the victim is attending. As I said before, the respondent is using X and YouTube to encourage harassment and make veiled threats that I should be dead for talking to the police about his cocaine arrest in May of 24. No. Describe the effects of the harassment has upon the victim's safety, security, or privacy. I cannot live a normal life, do my daily work without worrying he's going to invent some new threat or make up some new charge that I'm not responsible for. Ever since his arrest for felony cocaine possession and child endangerment and my cooperation with police and his access of my Google account, I've been worried he could come to my house and cause trouble, especially when my children are home. Do you believe the harassment will continue? Yes, no, why? Yes, he seems unhinged in regards to me and obsessed with inflicting whatever kind of punishment he feels I deserved. I do believe he could get physical at some point. Respondent shall stay away. Address is confidential. There's nothing else here. Requesting a court hearing. Requesting an HRO for 1 year. I declare under penalty of perjury. Yada yada yada. Aaron M. Holte. So yeah, that's the harassment restraining order.
Keep your fucking gay obsession with me, you cuck.
Scarecrow says, rumor has it that cable law is limiting any and all contact to immediate family until his HRO hearing. For whatever reason, he's minimizing contact with those not directly under his sphere of influence. Nick has not streamed since his members only stream. That was last week. This day last week, exactly 1 week ago. On reviewing a supercut of Aaron M. Holte, which Nick has allegedly not paid the $1,000 bounty he promised for.
Of course he wasn't going to pay it.
And here it is. Confirms he's not paid WB2 Radio, breaking his silence. He assures us that he will pay. Who here is still waiting for their 5K locals gift. And here's Ella Cooley saying, I hope you plan on keeping your word and paying WB2 Radio the money you promised. He's worked hard on the vid. Doomspa, So Third Jobber, and Stalin 19 are all watching. Do the right thing, Nick. Nick says he'll get paid.
He will, in fact, not get paid.
He needs to wait another month.
He needs to wait until the HRO sorted, because that's some pretty like he paid someone $1,000 to put together a fucking hate video on me. Who's this WB2 Radio? Oh, it's a fucking Aaron A-log.
Naturally.
Somebody's angry. She spend less time worrying about low-level podcasts and more time for money reviews. Oh, worse. He's not an Aaron A-log. He's a fucking Dabbleverse A-log.
Ugh, even gross.
God, can you imagine giving a shit about what these people do? Fucking Christ. At least Nick's funny to poke fun at.
I was going to say, it hasn't been lately.
not lately. Nick Ricada Law has responded to Aaron's HRO. A hearing's been set for the 15th of the 7th. So, not very long. Fucking less than a week. That's what? When's the 15th? 15th is next Tuesday.
Not next
Week
Tuesday.
Week Tuesday, yeah.
Yep. So...
Oh, damn it. The 14th falls on a Monday. That means that's my payday. Damn it. If the 14th falls on like on a weekend, I get paid on the Friday before. I believe He has, of course, retained the Barnes Walker, Francis White. Nick, I think it's safe to say this is Nick's criminal defense attorney. He's moved to have the presiding judge, a woman, removed. Aaron appears to not have representation. He doesn't. Well, technically, the prosecution is representation.
You don't need.
Oh no, it's not. It's a civil. Yeah.
The TRO.
Yeah.
The HRO.
The HRO. Yeah.
H stands for
Harassment restraining order.
Harassment. Gotcha.
And here it is. Here's the harassment hearing that he's requested and been granted.
But I thought that would still come under the purview of the district attorney.
No, because Aaron applied for applied for the HRO, so I guess it's a civil harassment case.
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know why you wouldn't have filed a criminal harassment complaint. Okay. There's not actually anything in here. It's just the request to
attorneys for petitioner is it's just himself. Yeah,
it's just the filings and the petition to recuse the judge or to get a new judge. So because that's what Nick so in Minnesota you get that automatic, like you get one automatically. So.
Oh, you mean all you have to do is ask and they'll switch?
Yeah, you ask and they'll swap out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bob Tube says he will pay after the 5K locals gift. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, that's right.
That's,
you get paid. It's okay. I just want to go back.
It's on the list.
Chad Zumok. What the fuck? These people are totally uninteresting. Like father, like son. Aaron and his daughters. Why is what the fuck?
Aaron and his dad go after April or something.
Okay, like father, like son. It's a clip. So thorough, Joe Burrow. Okay, that's the other fucking. So he's basically got Stalin 19 and a bunch of other Dabbleverse A-logs watching him. Like, I'm gonna got my eye on you. If I were to compile a clip of Ricada Law being mentioned on Aaron and Malta's show, let's just say the clip would easily be 20 hours, possibly more. I'd say the word Nick Ricada Rackets was mentioned upwards of 40,000 times. The level of obsession is actually mind-blowing. Pot kettle.
Yeah, I was going to say, it says someone who's obsessed
Dude,
with
the fact that you'd be able to count that is fucking weird. He's transitioning to Oompa Loompa. It's the worst sick steel toe mugshot. Both are obviously. I think they're fine mugshots. Like, these are terrible mugshots. Have you seen terrible mugshots? What the fuck are you talking about?
Have you seen Nick's mugshot?
Yeah, Nick's is terrible.
Yeah,
Nick and Kayla.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
April has the benefit of youth for now.
Yeah, she just looks sad.
Anyway, that's the Ricada section. Over for another week. I really hope there's not. I really hope there's nothing this week.
Isn't Nick supposed to have a job?
Yeah, well, you'd think.
Streaming.
Yeah, but he's not streaming.
I want to know how that works. Because if you're, like, obviously, if you've got enough money to take care of yourself, but your requirement is that you maintain a job, to keep yourself out of trouble, surely the court's like, you actually have to do your job. You have to do something. Like, it seems retarded.
They're probably volunteers.
Feds approve Alligator Alcatraz, Florida's gator-guarded prison for illegal aliens, surrounded by swamps and pythons. It's a one-way ticket to regret. Grab our merch to support Tough on Crime Borders, limited supply. Get it before you get yours before the gators do. And you can.
That's hilarious. The kvetching from the left is just.
Oh, Alligator Alcatraz! I find it hilarious that all these people are invoking Auschwitz. Alligator Auschwitz.
half these people don't believe anything happened at Auschwitz. There you go. You can have a Gulf of America. Welcome to the Gulf of America mug.
Is that an elephant?
Where?
Sitting in a
Yes, because it's the GOP.
Yep.
Sitting on the beach? That's hilarious.
Yeah, the party animal is the elephant.
Is the elephant, yeah.
Elephants versus donkeys, isn't it?
47. Yeah, that's right. Elephants versus donkeys. 47. Florida babysit. God. Hilarious. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Make America Florida hats.
No, thanks.
I, of course, cannot buy these because of the contribution rules.
Oh, they count as political contributions.
Contributions to the Republican Party. So here's the rules.
Right,
I'm a US citizen or lawfully admitted permanent resident.
Yep, so it'd be illegal
This
to buy it.
contribution is made from my own funds, and so I can't pay someone to buy it.
Yep.
I'm making it with my own personal credit card and not a corporate card. I'm a
But
18-year-old, nor am I making this contribution on behalf of a corporation, labor, national bank organization, federal contact, or other federally impermissible source.
But if someone somehow got their hands on a couple of these items, you wouldn't say no?
If President Trump sent me some Trump merchandise, I'd be fine with it.
Maybe not Trump, but a fellow federal agent.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Sean.
Hook a brother up. Anyway, no, I wouldn't. I couldn't ask Sean to do that. That would be a crime.
Mm-hmm.
If Sean took my money and bought
Who said
this
anything about money?
merchandise,
Who said anything about money? Just swing some your way.
Yeah, but it would have to be like, I guess he could do it as a gift.
Yeah.
And what would you be interested in if he did?
What services would you exchange?
No, just which one? Like, what would you like?
None. Like a
I
mug.
wear hats.
A mug, I guess. Yeah.
A mug.
Hats give me headaches. I can't. I literally can't wear hats. For
My
too long.
head's too big for fucking hats.
Yeah.
I have the biggest fucking akubra you can get. So the leftist media keep asking, "What's the real name of this facility?" Answer: Alligator Alcatraz. The signs are going up. So yes, it was already on Waze when we went there Tuesday. Alligator Alcatraz Migrant Detention Center.
Oh my god, that's great.
So for those of you who may be wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, Alligator Alcatraz is a detention center in Florida.
I proposed. Well, it was proposed.
No, it's open.
It's open now.
They were touring it the other day. Oh no, Google says it can't find Alligator Alcatraz. Everglades Airport, Florida. It's an airport in the middle of the Everglades. It's not this one. It's like a training airfield. There it is, Dade Collier, Training and Transition Airport. That is Alligator Alcatraz. So this was used for training purposes, but yes, it's been repurposed into a migrant detention center. So they figure it is in the middle of fucking nowhere because it is. It is smack bang in the middle of the Everglades. So if anybody escapes, they've got a bit of a hike through literal crocodile-infested waters.
Well, what's the hard?
There is one road in and out.
Yeah.
So,
what about hurricanes?
Oh well.
That's what concrete buildings are for.
That's what. So I think they're mostly tents at the moment.
Just tents.
No, I don't think they're actual tents, but they are temporary buildings.
They're temporary structures, yeah.
But not like
they should build.
tents.
They should build permanent structures. So, wait, Trump's DHS blocked Democrats from filming outrageous conditions at the detention center. Also, my bad. Turns out it was actually Senator Ted Cruz in 2021 trying to expose conditions inside Obama-era facilities filled with illegals under Biden.
Oh.
Here's the facility. It's unfortunately had this image was AI generated. God damn it!
Who built the cages, Joe?
Who built the cages, Joe? Oh, dude. It's fixed. Oh yeah, Christy Nome went to Alligator Alcatraz. It's basically it's a prison, like it's a detention facility.
It's an immigrant detention facility. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, Alligator Alcatraz is a concentration camp. Project 26.
Bearcat W.
That can't be.
It's an AI.
It's AI.
Erected in okay. Our detection tool concluded with 99% certainty that it was not real. The actual facility does not have a moat.
Yeah, but it should. But it should have a moat. Damn it.
So.
But you can't disrupt the Everglades.
Well, they built a fucking airport there, so I'm pretty sure they.
I mean, yeah, like digging up a little bit of.
Look, that's already been done. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the airport was there before the facility.
Yeah, like you
But
can't do much about that.
That's what makes it handy. Because you can bring the migrants there by plane, and then you can ship them home straight from there.
Judge says
By
get
plane.
the fuck out, and then we put you in plane and you go.
Yeah, it cuts down on transportation and logistics, and it's just like, yeah, have it all
Is
in one
disgusting and born of hatred. These people aren't serious. Like these are not serious people. Look, that's lovely tile flooring.
It just looks like a an immigration center.
Yeah, which is what it is.
Like
Like there was someone complaining about the toilets that like, oh, they're like cubicles, like, but you don't have complete privacy. Well, nobody can see you while you're sitting there shitting. But yeah, there's no privacy. You're in a fucking prison. What happens when the first hurricane hits Alligator Alcatraz? Run, bitch! Alligator Auschwitz. Alligator. They're really like the level of creativity is zero. with the first pick in the 2025 Alligator Alcatraz draft. Republicans in the replies of libs crying about Alligator Alcatraz. Oh, dude, people are saying, see you later, alligator. To as migrant cars go, like, oh, dude, that's hilarious.
Just works.
These people wore mosquito netting into Alligator Alcatraz. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's pretty
These
funny.
people are going to be food. And I don't mean the migrants. Like the idea is it just makes you go, oh, maybe I shouldn't run away. I'll get the merch shop open. The Rock, the Croc. Alligator open. Hungry alligators escape from Alligator Alcatraz. Gator King of Florida. Jesus, it's funny.
I love his scepter. It's head of a small gator.
Yeah.
That's great.
This is Glenda Thurman. She works for Oasis Ministries in Winter Haven. She's selling Alligator Alcatraz merchandise as any good Christian would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because being Christian doesn't affect, like, merchandise you sell. You can still
I know
sell
I made
stuff.
a comment about the Alcatraz alligator. That was just, these are flim-flammers. They're not serious people. What an embarrassment. Imagine the rest of the world looking at that. Mocking people, saying, well, if you're going to run, zig and zag. The President of the United States of America.
Boys.
I revere that office. We all should. Founding fathers didn't live and die to see that.
Yes, dude, the founding fathers would think that's amazing.
What an embarrassment. $450 million a year of wasted tax money for pure theater.
Oh, you don't get to talk about wasted tax money.
Yeah, it's some Jesus fucking balls that like talking about other shit.
Sociopath says what?
Bob Chip says I still prefer Christmas Island. Yeah. There's no escape from Christmas Island. And
Yes,
it's just a name. It's just a name. Happy 4th from Alligator Alcatraz. No, that's not Alligator
Hell yeah,
Alcatraz.
brother.
Hell yeah, brother. 27 live feed of the alligator boat. Got what I voted for again. Award. Trump on if migrants escape. They'll just get eaten by wildlife. I guess that's the concept.
Sounds like AI, but I mean, sounds like something he would also say. So.
Oh, absolutely. That sounds like something he'd say. Yes, that's right. All three of these men opposed the creation of Alligator Alcatraz, and they have the chutzpah to show up at the grand opening.
What, Byron Donalds opposed it? What?
Yeah. One provision didn't make it to the Big Beautiful Bill. They should have. If you're over the age of 21, you go to Disney World, but you don't have children, you go straight to Alligator Alcatraz.
Yes.
You just go down Route 41. Just,
Let's just call a spade a spade. German concentration camp, Alligator Alcatraz. Fucking
Okay.
Christ.
Just tell me when America starts buying more gas in the shoe.
And look, there's the actual fucking road signs. Like they've taken down the Dade Collier Training and Transport Airport and replaced the sign with that says Alligator Alcatraz. That's great. That's fucking hilarious. But he's like, fucking what's his name? It's like, oh, people overseas are horrified. No, we're not. We think it's fucking hilarious.
Right?
Homeland Security bus enters Alligator Alcatraz. Ooh, all the windows blacked out. That means they're just transporting dead bodies. Isn't that right, liberals? What's your reaction?
All the stuff that goes in, no problem, but all the stuff that goes into intake and processing of illegals, you're seeing this put up. This is all 24 hours. 24 hours from now, you're going to see even more. And by Tuesday, this will be able to have intake of illegals.
And you've thought of everything. Okay, so there are 4 gigantic tents. Let's come on over here, Governor. And people are thinking, okay, you're in the middle of the
I'm sorry. I love Ron DeSantis.
Everglades. It's hot. That would explain why you've got this bank of air conditioners here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be illegals.
He did the Heil Hitler.
They'll come in, they'll be processed.
There it is again.
Places,
no.
for them
And
to
that's
be
a right hand
housed.
for a Nazi salute.
You'll have an
What?
ability for food. You'll have an ability for them to consult legal rights if they have that, because there is a
Legal
process
rights
that's
if they have
involved
that.
with this. So this is really everything. This is going to be a self-contained little area. And then, of course, you also have stuff for the staff that work here. So we've got
See,
laundry facilities.
Gator
we've got
Gitmo is better than
showers, we've
Alligator
got,
Alcatraz.
Obviously, there you see the shower and bath facilities.
Yep, right there.
Yep.
Where do you go to get a bunch of bathrooms?
Dude, seriously,
like that?
this is 24 hours before? What the fuck?
So this is being done by
What
the
the
Division
fuck,
of
Florida?
Emergency Management. So when we have a hurricane, like we would actually have people stage here for hurricane response normally, anyways, but we have it. When we have all the linemen come in to do the power, we have to set up little areas for them. And so you have all this type of stuff. So this is not our first rodeo. The detainee illegal alien mission's a little bit different, and the deportations, but logistics, we know how to do that.
Right, and you know, for people thinking, okay, they're going to put the migrants on this hot asphalt, it looks like you're building a subfloor, and in fact, some guys are putting down the plywood.
Yeah, no, look, this will be, I mean, there's not going to be anything that they're hurting for anything. There'll be AC, there'll be things that everybody needs. There's medical here. So it's being done right.
Yeah, I mean, those are
It's being done by
fucking
the book.
generators.
Well, you know, when you think of the imagery of Alcatraz, Alcatraz is surrounded by a bay. Here in the Everglades, we're surrounded by, you're actually surrounded by gators and pythons.
So this is as secure as it gets. I mean, if a criminal alien were to escape from here somehow, and I don't think they will.
Yes, it
You've
is the
got
official
nowhere to
name,
go.
yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? Trudge through the swamp and dodge alligators on the way back to 50, 60 miles just to get to civilization? Not going to happen. So not only that is it secure, it also takes this deportation mission out of the hair of our local and state law enforcement.
It also means all the protesters have to
have to
They're going to go a
hike-
long way.
They've got to get all the way to the middle of the fucking Everglades.
Yep.
To protest. They've got to travel down one road, like,
And not get eaten by the gators.
and not get eaten by gators.
This has no impact on.
And all the it'll start at first the gators will stay away, but after a while the gators will be like, "There's fucking food here."
That smells funny. That's not.
Yeah,
normal.
this smells like lunch.
Residents,
Well, yeah,
because
people
some
up
of
in the
that stuff can
towers
have an
just
impact on
hire the
them
gators.
if it's
Well,
in more
they won't
populated
hire the
areas.
hunters.
And
They'll
so
just
logistically, this
bring it
really
in-house,
answers
but-
the call. You don't. All you need is a little bus to move them.
That
you
just
know,
means you
about
got fresh
2,000 feet
game
that way,
meat
then get
to
on a
feed the
plane and
inmates.
they're gone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like they're at the airport already, ready to fucking go.
Yeah.
You fly the plane in, you fly the plane out. That's it.
Yeah.
Fly the plane in, load them up, get them out.
Yep.
Well, listen, the DHS must love this because they're hurting for facilities.
Dude, fucking build this shit out. Build it out. Build this into like a miniature city with like a fucking immigration court and it's like 24-hour judges. Just fucking bang, 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 bang. Fucking flights out constantly. Like, just fucking do it. Some rando says, I bet the feds pay Florida a ton of money to house it there too. Win-win. Yeah. Ready to drop that out of a helicopter. Well.
And here you are helping the federal government out.
Yeah, well, I said at the very beginning when President Trump took office, you have to have state and locals on board. You got to be on the team if you want to get the deportation mission done. We're done that better than anybody, but I hope other states will follow suit.
Term limits are a damn shame. Libtubes have spread a new fake rumor that migrants are being shackled and tossed out of airplanes over the ocean.
Guys, they're throwing the deportees out of the planes and into the ocean. No, this is not a drill. No, this is not fear-mongering. They're shackling people, flying out into open ocean and throwing them out. Okay? The flight patterns, there's people tracking them on this app. The flights going out with the deportees, watching them go out to open ocean and circle back. A family in Italy saw 5 shackled bodies wash up on the shore. No, but seriously.
Okay. So they're flying from Florida out into the Atlantic Ocean, dropping the bodies, and somehow they're washing up on shore in fucking Italy, you moron. Have these people even looked at a fucking map?
Yeah.
Seriously, on everything that you stand for, whether it's bullshit, consumerist propaganda,
Said the woman with the
or
second piercing.
actual leftist good values, or whatever the fuck it is you believe in, things are getting serious. I know I'm a small creator and the likelihood that I am shadow banned is very small, but I'm telling you, I'm fairly certain I am shadow banned because I talk about this stuff. If you look at my like to view ratios, they're great. I have several viral videos. I don't understand why I'm doing so badly. No, my shit's not boring. No, I'm not boring. No, I'm not funny or not okay to look at or whatever the fucking issue is that would cause me to not be getting the likes and follows and views that I should be getting based off of the ratios of the videos that I do put out. I'll keep talking about this stuff. I'll keep making videos. Am I getting a little discouraged? Yeah. But understand, things are getting... We're frogs in already boiling water. We're in the boiling water. The water is roiling boil. Okay? They're throwing deportees into the ocean.
You are
Sorry,
a fucking
what were we saying
moron.
about Italy? With
She said the bodies washed up, or like 5 shackled bodies washed up in the on the shores of Italy.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
That makes no sense.
That's exactly right.
It only makes sense if you don't know geography.
Like, this is a day. Like, I'm just rolling it forward. Like, here's the airport.
waiting for I'm waiting for a plane to land there. Like, I don't see any planes flying out to the water and then turning around and coming back.
Why are all those planes stopping though?
I think it's just not rendering properly.
Oh, okay.
No, these planes are just hovering. Because it's running at 300% speed, and that is not 300% speed. It's about 40 speed, 100 speed. Yeah. Like, bitch is fucking crazy. Like, absolutely fucking nuts. Starting to think that whenever someone complains about being shadow banned, it's because they've vastly overestimated the relevance and importance of their post and refuse to believe it's their fault. Yeah, this show is shadow banned.
I mean, considering what we said, maybe, but doubtful.
No, I get pushed the notification on my other account. Granted, I usually get the notification 3 days later.
Yeah, on both my accounts, it's usually the next day.
So, but we do it at the same time. So, she says she want to validate in person. That's not happening. You know, Chilean military can provide her with a ride. Yeah. What was this one? Oh, scrap down. This one. Mexican truck drivers complain they have to speak English in order to work.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Costi. I forgot to do the segment.
Racism news.
Go on, say the N word. Go on.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
Mexican truck drivers complain they have to speak English in order to work.
One driver in particular explained that truck driving to him is more than just a job, but rather a way of life he's always enjoyed.
Don't care.
But
Speak
he now
English.
understands the urgent need for him to learn
¿Dónde
English
está biblioteca?
yet to continue in this line of work.
No, this a long time ago, is that I needed to speak in English, but and today is more necessary from the.
I need to speak in English. Yes, yes. Maybe I'll read English too for the signs.
Imagine getting pulled over by the cops and not being able to speak English. I mean, it depends where you are.
Yeah. Leader of an MS-13 clique in the suburbs of New York faces sentencing Wednesday in a federal racketeering case involving 8 murders, including the 2019 killings of 2 high school girls that focused the nation's attention on the violent gang. It's all right. It's just a clique. It's just a clique.
I'm interested in what's that first reply say? Because they asked Grok, why would ABC,
use the word clique to describe a violent gang activity? Likely use the word clique to describe a subgroup because it's a standard term in gang research and law enforcement, accurately reflecting the gang structure of semi-autonomous units as seen in legal documents and sources like Wikipedia. Well, thank you, Grok. I stand corrected.
However, clique can seem too social or trivial. Yeah, like, okay,
Yeah.
cell or faction might have been better. Whatever, yeah.
Yes,
Gotcha.
you are correct.
I didn't know it was a standard term.
I didn't know it was a standard term either.
Probably not, that's why.
A photo of a 24-year-old Polish murder victim, Claudia, has been released. She's now passed away in hospital after being raped and stabbed by a Venezuelan migrant in Torun weeks ago. Large protests broke out after the stabbing as Poland's immigration crisis intensifies. What does this community note say? No notes on this post. Belgium, 18-year-old woman stabs an illegal immigrant who was sexually harassing her friend, nearly kills him. There's only one problem with that. Nearly. I'm grateful to my friend. Without her, it could have ended badly. An 18-year-old woman in Antwerp is making headlines after she stabbed a man who allegedly assaulted her friend, an act she claims was in self-defense. Her 21-year-old friend, however, is fully backing her, saying, I'm grateful to my friend. Without her, it could have ended badly. The incident unfolded around 6 a.m. on Saturday in Antwerp student district.
Two friends were walking home when a 37-year-old man on a bicycle. This is a huge red flag. A 37-year-old man riding a bicycle. What are you, fucking 12?
No, 37. Sorry.
Accosted the older woman. She is choosing to remain anonymous, but said the man started making all sorts of sexual remarks towards me. I ignored him and didn't react. Enraged, the man allegedly threw her bicycle to the ground, then grabbed her blazer. I think he threw his bicycle to the ground and grabbed her blazer, pulled her hair and pushed her to the ground multiple times, according to French news outlet 7/7. Oh, this is a different one. 15-year-old French girl was brutally abducted. I'll just open that in a new tab. It was then that her 18-year-old friend took a knife from her bag and stabbed the illegal migrant in the side. Through her lawyer, what the fuck? Thibaud Delva, the 18-year-old, confided in Hetlestat News. We didn't know this man when he grabbed my friend by the hair and threw her to the ground. I intervened to protect her. Dude, based.
Yeah, give this woman a medal. This is why women need force multipliers.
Yes. Yep. Oh, that's an old one. Nearby nurse provided first aid. Before emergency services arrived, the man was rushed to hospital in critical condition.
Well,
Currently, his life remains in jeopardy. The prosecutors also stated his condition has since stabilised, and that he is believed to be an illegal immigrant.
Straight to jail.
Yeah, I am too. We are in complete shock that he's a fucking illegal. French women, 53% of French women say they want zero migration.
Wow, 50%, 53% of women.
That's all right. 47% are Muslim.
Yeah.
Terrified French women are sexually harassed by two different men, one after the other. One even makes handgun motions while running up behind her. I can't even begin to explain the hatred and fear, yet I stood my ground. Fuck, man. How about keep your fucking hands to yourself? Jesus. I wanted to slit the throats of white women. Nothing to see here.
Yep, nothing to see here.
Oh, this is... 15-year-old French girl was abducted and brutally raped by a 41-year-old French Arab man named Raoudon Douan. This teenager is yet another victim of a system that let criminals go free and victims be forgotten. The man had an incredible 71 criminal entries on his record, and despite his incredibly long criminal history, he was free to brutally rape a young teen woman whose life will be forever shattered. The woman in this video, who belongs to French feminist collective Col Nemesis, documents how leading politicians have gaslighted and mocked French women over their concerns about insecurity and sexual violence against women. She asks, "It's unbearable. How long will it last?"
Une adolescente de 15 ans a été violée ce lundi à Saint-Genis-Laval par Radouane L, 41 ans. Et tenez-vous bien, il avait 71 mentions au fichier des antécédents judiciaires. 71 mentions, ça veut dire 71 fois où la justice aurait pu l'arrêter, 71 fois où on aurait...
Yeah, but they're probably petty shit that they can't lock him away forever for.
Yeah, well. But, yes. So, in Germany, there's lots more to worry about. You have to worry about red-headed white women molesting brown boys with artificial limbs. So this is a new public outdoor pool in Germany, Bern, now has posters warning against white women with red hair grabbing the buttocks of boys with dark skin and prosthetic legs.
Oh, so it's okay as long as they have all four limbs.
That's right. Du hast recht an den eine Körper. So, I'd have to fucking translate it.
Stop
Grabschein verboten. So no grabbing. Niemand darf dich auch an dein Einverständnis entwackt. So if you're not feeling comfortable, say something. No.
When the dicht or first hast es erreicht.
She looks kind of evil though.
She does. She looks kind of Jewish with the big, like they've made her like
nose.
Like that's kind of
Where-
kind of anti-Semitic.
And his head, it looks like it's shrunk.
Because he's a kid.
He's so small.
Yeah, but compared to his body,
He's a child with a man's body.
it's weird as shit.
Germany, red hair, Jewish. Pretty sure, like.
And his
German red Jews are a mythical tribe of Jews with red hair that are believed by some in medieval Germany to be conspiring with the Antichrist. In the past, red hair is wrongly believed to be a characteristic associated exclusively or significantly with the Jews due to the belief that Judas Iscariot had red hair.
Oh shit! This is anti-Semitic.
This is a German anti-Semitic fucking advertisement.
Oh shit!
Secret anti-Semitism. The Germans just can't be trusted.
What about those other pictures that are on down
Yeah.
there? Are they similar?
Costy says, I don't understand why they allow this to happen. I don't know. Like, I kind of understand it. So Merkel invited all these people in, and they don't want to admit that it was a mistake.
Because it goes against the agenda.
Yeah. Schuber ist nicht lustig. Sorry, let me get a Google Translate. I fucking hate German. And the language.
Google Lens should be able to translate that.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Oh, okay.
I just need to get out the translator. Where are you, damn it?
Haben im Schwimmbad das Rechtspatio haben uns Revolutionsfällen. I don't know what any of that fucking means. I know Kinder
You pronounce
means
it pretty well.
Yeah, I've been doing some Duolingo.
Secret
Kinder means kid. I know that much.
Pushing is not funny.
Yes, it is.
It can be funny.
In red, ich sag's is I say. Let's see what the next one is.
I know. Ich is I. Ich bin lieben.
Du hast mich.
Sicherheit, fucking something.
Summer Sun Security, you have the right to privacy. Stop, please knock.
Halt, bitte. Yeah, bitte. Thank you. Bitte, please. Sorry. Klopfen. Okay.
Be considerate when you're in the locker room. If you feel uncomfortable, you have the right to say, you have the right to get help.
Das Recht. Recht mean right. Okay, gotcha.
Stop, Grabschein verboten. Stop, grab banks prohibited. So no grabbing people's ass. And that one is
the same one we did
Summer
before.
Sun Safety, you have the right to your own body. Stop, grab banks prohibited. And the bottom one is the same. It says no one is allowed to touch you without your consent. If you feel uncomfortable, you have the right to get help.
Yeah, the fact that it's all white people assaulting brown
Yes,
people.
that's all white people assaulting brown people.
That's how it always
So I think a lot of I think a lot of it has to do with guilt from World War II. Because do not forget. Yeah, there were 6 million Jews were murdered, but there were 11 million people killed in the Holocaust. So it was the gays, it was the disabled, it was gypsies. It was basically, if you weren't white German, you were fucking off to the camp with you.
Yeah.
So.
But a lot of Germans don't know that because they don't get to talk about it.
No. Lots of Germans do know that.
They do?
Yeah.
They do.
I was
fucking
don't get taught about World War II.
to the point where in the early aughts there was discussion about maybe scaling it back because it was starting to have the reverse effect. So because kids spend a lot, you know how we learn a lot about Australian history, but it's all bullshit. It's all Captain Cook, whatever. That stuff. It's not actually the interesting Australian history, because Australian history has a lot of fucking interesting stuff, but we don't learn about it. We learn about the first peoples and all that stuff now. The Germans had that too, but since the end of World War II, as part of their denazification, the schools basically drilled into them everything about the Holocaust.
I thought the Germans weren't allowed to talk about it though.
No, no, they're allowed to talk about it.
The Japanese don't teach World War II history.
Yeah, well, that's the
It's Japanese that do that.
It's the Japanese that the Japanese get to pretend it didn't happen.
What?
But
none
yeah,
of the Japanese people know about it because they don't get taught it.
yeah.
It's
But
so strange.
but yeah, the German schools drill that shit into them.
Okay.
So, and there was a backlash in the early aughts,
the
where
point
they were
where
where anti-Semitism was increasing because kids were like, "Why do I have to fuck? I didn't do this.
Yeah.
Why am I constantly fucking hearing about how I need to apologize for this stuff?" And all that guilt had led to Merkel opening the fucking borders, and of course the war in Syria drove a whole bunch of people into Europe. So Germany's like, we welcome you. So, because don't forget, like, so Angela Merkel, her party was the Christian Democrats. The CDP is it was the Christian Democrat Party. So, they're basically a left wing party. So Germany's been like run by left wing like Christians, not proper Christians, but the fucking, the progressive Christians. Anglicans, the fake Christians, has been run by those for years, and they're like, oh yes, we welcome you, bring your poor. And look, Catholics are just as bad with the whole like, oh yeah, no, we need to open our arms to invaders. It's fine. We need to welcome them in the spirit of God, and then convert them.
Yeah, but that's the problem though. They
don't get converted. Yeah.
Yeah. Gatekeep everything, including your borders.
Yes. There are some cultures that are incompatible with the West.
What are you talking about?
And it's a lot more than you'd think.
You think that a deity who married a 6-year-old and then consummated that at 9 years old is not compatible with the West?
That's right. It's not at all. Watch French police slash a small boat just before it leaves. So this is what they crossed the English Channel in.
Okay, they're slicing it. They're coming in to slice the boat now. The police have come in to slice the boat. Look at that guy's furious. Okay. Okay, to your right, the policeman here. He's pulling them in to your right.
Go on, swim it. It's only 20 miles.
People swim it.
So the police now intervening. They've just come in. They've slashed the boat. They feel it's close enough to the shore so that it's not too dangerous for those on board. And you can see
close enough to the shore.
Everyone's giving up now.
So they don't drown. So these people are trying to leave France.
Yeah, they're just England.
Let's be real. They're trying to get to England. They're not trying to leave France.
True.
So these guys aren't fleeing anything.
No.
These guys are trying to get to the place where they get money.
Get the most money.
Get the most money, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's believed this is the first time this tactic has been used. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper called it a different and welcome approach. The government has been pushing for the French police to intervene closer to shore, within 300 metres, to stop the boats actually setting off. The new tactic to stop the boats is expected to be announced at next week's Anglo-French summit, during which Emmanuel Macron's 3-day state visit to the UK. Until now, France has refused to get involved at sea due to maritime laws forbidding action that could endanger lives. Number 10 spokesman said, no government has been able to get this level of cooperation with the French. That's important. We're looking to see France change its maritime tactics, and that's down to the Prime Minister's efforts to reset our relationship across Europe. This is down to serious government recognising this is a complex problem, a serious challenge, yada, 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 yada. So this was staged. Yes, they found all those migrant actors. You fucking idiot. So yes, that's racism. Actually, no, this can probably still belong in racism news. Sean Diddy Coombs has been found guilty on 2 counts and has been acquitted on the more serious charges. So he was not guilty. So on racketeering, he was found not guilty. On sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, he was found not guilty. On count 3, which is transportation to engage in prostitution. So this is of his wife, Cassie. He was found guilty. And he was also charged with sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion for another woman. That was not guilty. And transporting to engage in prostitution, he was found guilty. These do not
Where
make
did he transport them?
cross state lines.
Yeah,
Oh,
cross
okay.
state lines.
So yeah, his sentencing will take place on October 3rd, and he will have to stay in prison until this date because he was denied bail. Diddy's fans and celebrate the verdict outside the courthouse by pouring baby oil on one another.
Ratchet hole.
I don't know what she gonna do, y'all.
That top is working real hard.
Yeah, no, gravity's like... the Boondocks are meant to be a satirical warning, not a blueprint to the ignorance and spread the stupid damn.
I can't believe this is 20 years old. This is the pilot episode of the Boondocks.
Diddy and Cassie are being sued by a male escort who claims he contracted an STD after having sex with the singer.
Mm-hmm.
Clayton Howard's lawsuit also claims he impregnated Cassie, but she had an abortion without his knowledge. So yeah, they're all going to come out of the woodwork now. Like they're all just waiting for the sex trial to be done. That's racism news for this week. Actually, no, this kind of fits with racism news as well. AI is doing 30 to 50% of the work at Salesforce, according to CEO Mark Benioff. Microsoft is about to cut 4% of its jobs amid hefty AI bets. What does this have to do with racism? Like, you don't understand? H-1B demand hasn't slowed down. Microsoft just cut thousands of American workers, yet they've already requested 14,000 more H-1B workers this year, and it's only Q2.
Jesus.
So yes, they've fired a whole bunch of Americans so that they can hire some Pajeets.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Microsoft is a company of immigrants in a nation of immigrants. The number of H-1B visas remains very limited. Congress sets limits on the number of H-1B visas that can be issued each year. Demand far exceeds supply. Yeah, because they want to bring in all their fucking labour from fucking overseas.
Yeah, instead of outsourcing it
instead
to
of
overseas, they just bring them here.
They need the legal protections and economic situation of the US. They just don't want they want the workers to be fucking third worlders.
That's what I mean. So instead of outsourcing it to the third world, they just bring the third world to America.
Yeah. So anyway, that is the end. That's racism news for this week. So I needed to draw attention to this. You've probably all seen it already because it's been all over the internet. Though I asked my wife if she'd heard about it and she hadn't heard. So the Stop Killing Games has reached its million signatures this week.
Stop killing who?
Stop Killing Games. So Stop Killing Games is quote, a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they've sold to customers. So an increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. Over the past year, we've successfully escalated complaints on this problem to consumer agencies in France, Germany, and Australia, and have brought forth petitions for new laws on this problem to various countries. A list of the actions taken to be viewed here. So their plan was to submit a European citizens initiative and to petition the US government for them to act. So it'd be up to the EU what they do. So they've met the threshold of 1 million signatures from EU countries or members, citizens of EU countries, and they have met this threshold thanks in no small part to Stop Killing Games being an absolute douchebag. Sorry, a Pirate Software being an absolute douchebag.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so Pirate Software did a video ages ago about Stop Killing Games, where he got almost everything about Stop Killing Games wrong, slagged it off, and basically called it shit. In fact, he did call it shit. He told it the entire movement could eat his quote unquote eat his whole ass. So the Ross, the guy who was responsible for Stop Killing Games, he put out a video going through this guy, Pirate Software's comments on Stop Killing Games, and pointed out that they were all entirely wrong and that he didn't understand what this guy was saying. He didn't even read the information on the website. He was completely wrong, completely incorrect. To which Thor, Jason, aka Thor, of Pirates from aka Pirate Software,
the guy whose dad worked at Blizzard,
and he worked at Blizzard too.
Yes, he did.
He worked at Blizzard.
Yeah.
He worked at Blizzard, implying that he was a developer. He wasn't. You know what he did at Blizzard?
Customer service.
He managed the website.
Oh, webmaster.
Yeah, so he's a web. No, not even. He's a security guy.
Not even that.
So he's a web. He's basically a white hat security guy.
Okay.
That's his skill set. So, but now he's like a game developer as well.
And
but
he's
anyway,
against Stop Killing Games. He's against Stop Killing Games.
He's against Stop Killing Games because he thinks it'll make he's beholden to AAA games, and also he thinks that he wrongly or rightly, however, either he does think or he's just a shill, but he thinks that he says this is going to make it so that developers either don't make live service games anymore. He's in the midst of developing a live service game, or it'll just be only the AAA publishers who can put out things. This will kill independent games, and it's that's not what they're doing. I'm not explaining it well, but
you have to do would just be release a server code. Here's the.
You don't even have to do that. All that Stop Killing Games wants is for there to be something, for you to either disclose that, hey, after this time the game will be gone, and you're buying a license to access the game, making that clear. So you don't, making it clear on the box that says you don't own this product. This product provides you with a temporary license to play this game until the publisher. Yeah. So all the license agreements have that, and the publishers are like, that covers us legally. We've told them. We've put it in our license agreement. They agreed to the license agreement. We've got our money. That's fine.
The Jew intensify.
God damn it. Well, I'll never be able to prove that this is not an anti-Semitic pod, irrespective of the fact that it is the opposite of that. Or at least I'm pro-Semitic.
Why would you want to?
When I'm standing in front of a judge in Victoria, because I visited there one time. But yeah, the idea is that companies developers have a plan, have something in place that means if I buy a game and later down the track you don't want to support it anymore, there's something in place that you can flick a switch and I get to keep playing my game that I've paid money for.
Huh?
What?
Who's flicking a switch about games?
Developers. So if a developer sells you a game, because the example that started this all was The Crew, which is a game by Ubisoft. It was a live service game, but you could play it single player.
Oh, okay.
So they shut down The Crew. They decided they didn't want to support it anymore, so they turned it off.
Yeah.
Well, lo and behold, they turned it off, and you can't play the single player portion
Oh, that's shitty.
Yes.
Okay,
So that's where this springs from. A game that doesn't need to be online, doesn't need to have servers, is dead and can't be accessed anymore because Ubisoft didn't want to support it anymore. All Stop Killing Games wants is companies to either not do that. If they're going to do that, say that up front and make it obvious, or
B, provide a workaround. Provide a have
a patch to
a patch, yeah. And it's only
Okay.
future games. It's not saying we want you to go back and fucking make all these games single. No. All I want is in the future, when you are developing games, think about this. Think about the people who are buying your game and game preservation, because there are games out there that are gone forever. They are pieces of art, because I'm constantly told that, the game developers are artists. These are artistic works, like a movie. There are artistic works out there that have just lost to history. They're lost because they've been turned off. So all they want is some thought put into it. If it needs to be, if the EU wants to have a law or a requirement, then they will do that. But this is the first step in a very long process. So the game. So actually, let me go back to it. So this was the number when I started, before I started the streams. Let's see how far it's gotten. It was 1 point. Yes, so it's got another 6,000 or so, I think. So it's not slowing. It's starting to slow down now that they're into the 1.2 million almost. But it's got till the 31st of July. So European Gaming Industry Lobby says it will have a chilling effect on game design. So reaching one, but it's not exactly positive. So European Games Industry Lobby Video Games Europe has shared a response to Stop Killing Games after it recently reached 1 million signatures, and sadly it's not as supportive as you'd hope. It is exactly as supportive as I'd expect. As video games have moved further and further into online services, one major issue has started rearing its head for gamers. The games they play eventually get killed or shut down. There are tons of notable examples from figureheads like The Crew and Concord. Yeah, Concord, if you bought Concord, you got to play it for 4 weeks or something, and it was gone. They deleted it.
I think it was less than that. That was super fast. But
smaller games like Knockout City, while some are lucky to have offline modes, many just cease to exist. There's a major downside for the current state of gaming has resulted in an interesting consumer movement popping up, Stop Killing Games. As the name implies, the movement, which was set up by YouTuber Accursed Farms, aims to change the legality of games being taken offline, something that's become unpopular that Stop Killing Games recently reached 1 million signatures. Yada 5-page response was shared shortly after Stop Killing Games reached its big milestone. Yes, they were ready for it. Video Games Europe says that the high monetary cost and time of developing a game is justified by the right to decide how long a game is kept alive. The lobby says that video game companies must remain free to decide when a game isn't commercially viable anymore, and that legally changing that will raise the costs and risks of developing such a game. Bullshit. Bullshit. If you make a garbage live service game, all people are asking for you to do is to make that clear. Make it clear that this shit will stop working, may stop working one day. It may be 5 weeks, or make a fucking commitment to how long this game's going to stay online. Or, I don't know, during your very expensive and long development process, put some thought into whether it needs to be always online.
Or have a plan to release the servers publicly so that private servers
or come up with any number of dozens of possible solutions to this fucking problem. We're not asking you to have one solution. We're asking you to fucking think about it, you pricks. These proposals would curtail developer choice.
Yes. There would be some choices they can't make, like fucking over the customer.
Yes.
What a fucking shame.
What do you mean So environmental laws would curtail industrial pollution choice.
Quick, get rid of them.
Private servers are not always a viable alternative. All right, then don't do private servers.
Just make it offline.
Do something else. Come up with something else. Many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. Yeah, okay. Then so be it. And the example everybody's like, oh, what if World of Warcraft shuts down? Then WoW shuts down. But I didn't buy WoW.
I pay for WoW every month.
Yeah, that's those games are not even considered in this.
But it's going to force them to keep the
proposal.
servers up indefinitely. This is going to crush indies. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
That's the retarded argument. Yeah, I see what Costy's doing. Costy's doing what Pirate Software was doing.
You forgot the /s, Costy.
Yeah. We appreciate the passion of our community. It's not your community, you prick.
Yeah, stop trying to bring everybody into a community.
The drug dealer does not think of himself as one of the users. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when online experience is no longer commercially viable. And that's fine. All we're saying is have a fucking plan.
And be transparent about it.
Yeah. The industry ensures that players are given fair notice of prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. And this is the same thing. You will just have to be in compliance with local consumer protection laws in the EU. This is no different than when the EU said, "Hey, Apple, your phones have to have USB-C as well." And
What,
Apple
they
stomped
did
their
that?
feet and then fucking did it.
Yep.
Why did they say Apple had to have USB-C?
Because they wanted to stop. So it was to make things easier for people, so they didn't have to have custom cables, and also it was to prevent e-waste. So.
I don't think I agree with that.
No, I think
Apple
phone charging should be standardized.
Yeah, but it was standardized across all Apple products.
No, yeah, but that's different. That's not the same.
Why not?
That's a monopoly. That's forcing people into a monopoly. So, Apple was doing it anyway. Like Apple was headed in that direction anyway. So, the EU just accelerated them.
I think extra laws like that are bullshit. Like, if the
Yeah.
consumers force
You
companies to
should-
do it, then do
if
it.
you have a proprietary plug, like, okay, get over it, buy an adapter. Because you'll kill the adapter market, right? It's as niche as it is. Like it's, don't buy an iPhone if you don't want to have a Lightning adapter. Like it is good to have USB-C now, but I still have an iPhone for work that is Lightning, and like, okay, I've got an adapter. Cool.
Yeah. So yes, that's the stop killing games thing. On to bits and pieces. Missouri prison nurse poisoned husband so she could be with convicted killer. A Missouri nurse who fatally poisoned her husband after falling in love with a convicted killer learned this week she'll be spending the next 12 years behind bars. 12 years. 12 years for premeditated murder. What the fuck, US? Oh, it's a deal. Amy Murray accepted a deal from Alfred prosecutors, airing a plea to murder, arson, and tampering with evidence charges on June 25th. Fucking hell.
Look at this midget. She's like, what, 4'11"?
Yeah, 4'11".
Look at how tiny she is.
And she's like, fucking hell. Judge sentenced Murray to 12 years on the murder charge, along with 7 for the arson and 4 for tampering with evidence. All sentences will run concurrently. That's bullshit.
It should be consecutively.
Yeah.
Wait, arson? What the fuck did she burn?
Arson, tampering with evidence. Maybe she tried to burn evidence.
God, she's so
Authorities
tiny.
learned Joshua's blood contained elevated amounts of antifreeze, so she tried to poison him with antifreeze.
Nice.
The couple's child and the 2 dogs had left their home in Iberia just 30 minutes prior to the start of the fire. Oh, she set the house on fire.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So she poisoned him and then set the house on fire. Lovely. Elon Musk says, by a factor of 2 to 1, you want a new political party and you shall have it. When it comes to bankrupting our countries and with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom.
Yeah, no, good luck with that.
Yeah, many have tried.
Look at that. You didn't even get 1.25 million votes. in this poll.
Yeah, the leaves weigh in.
I mean, Elon was a leaf.
The day of the leaf, the day of the leaf blower is nigh.
Day of the rake.
Elon Musk says the way we're going to crack the uniparty system is by using a variant of how Epaminondas shattered the myth of Spartan invincibility at Lucretia. Extremely concentrated force at a precise location on the battlefield. To those saying third parties still votes, should have thought about that before alienating people in a coalition. This poll was not limited to Americans. This poll was not scientifically accurate. Tough, buddy. 64% of global respondents to your poll on your account. In no way should your poll be confused with an accurate sampling of American voters. I don't think he is actually thinking it's an accurate sample of American voters. He's just saying shit because that's what he does.
Yeah.
So, and of course, all the MAGA people are like, "What do you mean you're going to take our votes away?" Why would you just think that? I thought Musk was a dirty liberal before all this. The new political party should start with the Republicans who are truly America First in Congress, turn the GOP into the new party so we're carefully not split the vote. Whatever. Fucking retards. Dude, if you've got a purple thing replying to fucking Elon, you're literally giving... You pay for a blue check and then you subscribe to the richest man in the world. Because you think he needs more money. Fucking dipshits.
But Wall Street Apes just wants to make sure Elon sees him.
Yeah.
Notice me,
Papa! Papa! I should have put this in racism news. I forgot to. Anglo-Saxons are black. You might disagree. You might even have some evidence to the contrary. But you have to ask yourself, is this really worth losing my job over? Anglo-Saxons are black. And here it is, Anglo-Saxon Day. July 6th. Oh, happy Anglo-Saxon Day, guys.
Hey.
Hey.
Whites will rise again.
Apparently not. I don't know why these blacks are in the photo for Anglo-Saxon Day, but okay. As of June 25th, these are the new rules Carnival Cruise has implemented. Stricter drug This should be in racism news as well. Yeah, should be. Stricter drug enforcement. Cannabis, even if legal in your home state, is banned on board under federal law. Violators face removals and permanent bans. Guests under 17 and guests 17 and under must leave public spaces by 1 a.m. unless accompanied by an adult or part of a supervised teen program.
That's late as shit.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Fan restrictions. Handheld non-battery fans are now prohibited, partly due to safety concerns surrounding the viral "Where Them Fans At" line dance.
Fucking fat black women most affected.
Where them? What is that? I have not seen this. Where them fans at? What the shit is this? Not really seeing the safety concerns, to be honest. Oh my god.
Like I said, fat black women most affected.
So is this on a cruise ship or is it no?
No, it's a.
No, this is a bar. This is a.
I know it's a court, but
yeah.
you know, the ships are big, right? Like it's. Well, has to be to fit all the black women, but
there must have been women like slashing people's faces with the fans. Must be causing trouble. Bluetooth speaker ban. Guests may no longer play their own music in public areas. Yeah. Carnival says the rule is for comfort. Many see racial bias in its enforcement.
Because black people think they own the boat.
Jesus fucking Christ. Drinks package enforcement. The 15 drink daily limit on Carnival's Cheers package has existed for years, but is now being enforced more strictly.
Against the blacks.
15 fucking alcoholic beverages a day. God damn.
Oh no, 15 beers, like at 3.5%. That's not a lot.
15 beers and is not the people you're worried about.
It's
the cocktails that you're worried about.
Yeah, reduced musical genre options, though not officially banned, hip hop and rap appear to be quietly removed from many ships' playlists. DJs are reportedly declining guest requests.
Hell
now.
yeah, man. Yacht rock or nothing. Get the
Oh,
Christopher
dude, this
Cross.
is an article from The Root. That's great.
Get the Christopher Cross going.
Social media backlash, especially from black passengers, highlights perceived racial bias in rules. Carnival's new rules got black folks all their feelings, but others say cruise line is justified. Dude, it really is a different language.
Yeah. Ebonics is...
Brawls, assaults, drunken fights, boots on the ground, and fans in hands just might have Carnival Cruise Line saying enough is enough. And some black passengers are returning the favour, cancelling their existing reservations, or cancelling the cruise lines altogether because they deem the new rules are racist. Are the new policies racist or just restrictive? Goddamn. The discourse began after Carnival, who has the most allegations of serious crimes committed at sea than any other. Oh, wow, winning. Implemented new rules according to reports as of June 1st. Passengers received a letter to reinforce their guidelines and codes of conduct. Marijuana, curfews, boots on the ground will leave the fans at home. No more hip hop. Limited, unlimited drinks planned. Yeah, you can't. If this isn't unlimited drinks,
It wasn't. It was always 15, but that was never enforced.
yeah, but it needs to make clear that it's 15 drinks per day, like that limit.
Yeah.
It's not a crackdown on colour. It's a crackdown on people's behaviour. One person reasoned. Other comments included, Carnival got tired of being the Section 8 of the sea.
Oh, shit.
This should have been in racism news as well.
I told you should have been
like government housing of the sea.
Oh my God.
Fucking
God forbid the company
That's
want
what
to
that
protect
actually
their
means.
brand. And what's racist about asking people to act right? There's black people and there's niggas.
Well, to all the people who signed up, bye, Felicia.
Armed woman in lawn chair on freeway surrenders after long standoff. There's no video. Wisconsin Supreme Court rules UW Health doesn't have to bargain with nurses union.
Fuck the unions.
Pedro Pascal says Marvel kept pulling him back from speaking in a 60s mid-Atlantic accent in Fantastic Four. They had a dialect coach that was sort of going to help us into that kind of dialect, and I took to it so well. They were talk more like yourself. I had a hard time doing that because I was so into the era, which for me was something to step into that's so different than what we've seen before.
So
this is going to be garbage, isn't it?
Fuck that. I'm not watching that movie anyway. But
Like I am going to watch it. I'm not going to pay for it though. Plus size traveler reveals the European country where people constantly stare and give dirty looks.
Is it Italy?
Because you're a fatty. Calm down.
Mediterranean hotspot.
Italy, isn't it?
Monaco.
Is it?
She's 6 foot tall and 385
Monaco.
pounds.
That's a big bitch.
That is a big bitch.
That's a big bitch.
6 feet tall.
My God.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm 6'3", 245 on a good day. God damn.
I'm going to bet that's an OnlyFans. Like she's got an OnlyFans. In this case, an OnlyFats.
Yeah, imagine going to fucking Monaco as a big fat and then wondering.
You think there's not fat billionaires?
No, but like the women would just
Yeah,
be
not
like,
6 foot tall.
Not women.
It's the women of them. What I'm thinking of, like the women would be.
Mass arrests have begun. One leads to another. The DOJ has criminally charged 324 defendants, including 96 doctors, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, and other licensed medical professionals in 50 districts and 12 states' attorney general's offices across the United States for their alleged participation in a healthcare fraud scheme involving over $14.6 billion in intended losses.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
Jaguar just sold 59 cars in April 2025 amid EV rebrand. Dealers standstill. So their sales plunged 97%.
Oh, I wonder why.
From 1,961 down to 49.
Yep.
Just bottomed out.
Can't imagine why. Can't imagine why at all.
Do you sell cars?
University of Pennsylvania has agreed to apologize for allowing male Leah Thomas to compete on the women's swimming team. It will also vacate all of Thomas's records and restore them to the women who rightfully earned them.
Oh,
The world is healing.
the world is healing.
Nature is healing.
Yep.
Yes, get woke, go broke. Exactly. USAID has officially ceased operations. Secretary Rubio has announced.
Wanu.
I was scammed out of hundreds of pounds by an AI deepfake Jennifer Aniston who told me she loved me.
Then you're an idiot.
A British man revealed how he's cruelly conned out of 200 pounds by only 200 quid. Jesus.
That's...
It seems hardly relevant to have an ad. Have a fucking news article.
Hope you saw some decent cash for that.
Paul Davis, 43, from Southampton, fell victim to a disturbing new wave of artificial intelligence scams after being bombarded with messages from deepfake celebrity accounts on social media. If you get a message from a celebrity and they're asking you for money, start having a sex chat with them. Ask them what they're wearing. The unemployed man who suffers from depression said he was relentlessly targeted by AI-generated videos. This feels like a law firm, like, just rubbing their hands together. The AI did it. The AI did it. I've got fake videos from Jennifer Aniston asking me for £200 and saying she loves me. Tragically, Paul believed the message was real and sent the money in the form of non-refundable Apple gift cards.
He probably got more than $200 worth of jerk material from that alone.
Yeah. I've paid $200 and I was bitten. Once bitten, twice shy, he added. Whatever.
And if a celebrity asks you for gift cards, that's...
Just no.
The fuck
If
is
anybody other than your grandchildren ask you for gift cards, don't fucking do it. Kate Beckinsale attributes drastic weight loss to, quote, deeply painful situation. The body keeps the score. She's turned into a stick figure.
Ugh.
Oh, Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom split up. That's too bad.
Aww.
Wow, no.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, that's a little too thin.
Yeah. She didn't elaborate further. Helpful.
Again, this requires an entire article.
Yeah. So there you go. Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom have split up following months of speculation. So, gents, Katy Perry's still 40. You can still just tap that. Get out there and go. Anyway, Kuwaiti Airways threatens YouTuber, calls police on him, promises to sue. So this guy's name is Nonstop Dan, and he took a first-class flight from Bangkok to Kuwait City on Kuwaiti Airlines. It was very cheap. He filmed his flight, parts of his flight. He got on the plane early and filmed the first-class area. And he filmed a number of times during the flight inside his private little cabin there. For some reason, the purser got a bug up his butt if you don't delete the video, I cannot guarantee your safety.
Who said that?
The purser. So here it is. At that point, the purser showed up at Dan's seat. The purser's in charge of the area. The purser asked Dan if he'd gotten permission. See, have you never heard the term purser?
No.
I'm too poor to know.
So the purser is an officer of the ship who keeps the accounts, especially on a passenger vehicle. Vessel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm too poor for that.
Yeah, I'm too poor for that too.
Too poor for that, right? Asked if Dan had gotten permission to record the flight, to which Dan responded that he hadn't, stating he didn't realise he needed to get permission. There's nothing in their flight information that says that you have to get permission. The purser responded that permission is always required to record on Kuwaiti Airlines, and that if Dan didn't have permission, he couldn't post the video online. So Dan asked what he should do. The purser said he needed to reach out to Kuwaiti Airlines marketing department, and once he had permission, he could book a new ticket on a different flight. Dan suggested that he could reach out to Kuwaiti Airlines about posting the video, but the purser insisted that he needed permission before recording the video. At this point, they were at a standstill, and the purser walked off, returned 10 minutes later. The purser claimed the captain was very angry and upset, and that Dan would need to sign a piece of paper with his name and contact information, with a promise that he wouldn't post anything from the flight. The purser then claimed that Dan had disturbed every single passenger on the flight, and the captain was upset. Dan emphasises that he records on an iPhone, and 99% of what he recorded is inside his suite. At this point, the purser told Dan that if he didn't sign the paper, I can't guarantee your safety when we land. Dan asked for written proof of the alleged law about not being allowed to record, and the purser said that they didn't have it in writing, but insisted he needed to sign the paper. Purser emphasised that Dan was bothering everyone on the flight, so Dan asked if he could speak to one of the passengers. The purser went to get a lady from row 1 who claimed she was disturbed by the recording and said, in Kuwait, we don't like being recorded. Dan showed the woman his video clips to convey that he hadn't recorded her and that they had a nice conversation with her talking about how great Kuwaiti Airlines always is and how everyone at the airline knows one another. After the conversation, the purser returned a third time demanding that Dan sign the paper. He refused. That was the end of that until landing. As he prepared to get off the plane, the purser stopped him and said the captain needed to have a word with him. Moments later, the captain emerged, reportedly said the following: you need to understand, in our culture, we don't record other people. My people, when we go to your culture, we respect everyone. We respect your rules. We respect your laws. We don't break the law. Here in Kuwait, it's completely illegal and forbidden to record anyone. And it's also illegal to record on planes. Do you understand? There will be consequences for this. At that point, 2 Kuwaiti Airways managers show up at the airport, escorting him into the terminal. They told Dan he couldn't leave until he deleted everything, and stated that if he posted the video, he would be sued. Police officers then approached, first boarding the aircraft to talk to the crew, then returned to talk to Dan. Police claimed the crew said that he was recording all kinds of sensitive security equipment. He says that was completely false. He went back to the crew. A short while later, the police returned and said, "It's fine, you can go."
Okay.
So yeah.
And so they still threatened to sue him?
They threatened to sue him. So he posted the videos, posted 2 videos. I think I saw this morning he had a new video saying that they, after my viral video, I didn't expect them to respond. What do the other things say? Well, let's focus.
So, welcome to part 3, the final part, I promise, of this Kuwait Airways saga. I just couldn't make these 2 videos and not share the responses I've received from Kuwait Airways. It would be a huge, gaping, missing hole in this whole story. So I guess this is turning into a
Holy
something negative, and it also said sent from iPhone. So what did the chairman say? I'm going to blur out the name of the person
Dear sir, my name is blank and I'm the president of Kuwaiti Airways.
who wrote it, but he says, "Dear sir, I'm the president of Kuwait Airways. I'm deeply sorry for what happened to you on board one of our flights from Bangkok."
Okay,
First,
so
I'd
he
like-
apologized.
Okay. So they were like...
the head of Kuwaiti Airlines apologized, allegedly. So, anyway, militants from Seattle Revolutionary Socialists held a training session where they discussed the need to abolish the truth that males and females are different and to abolish the concept of family.
Hold
Where
up.
have I heard that before?
Oh, look. Oh, it's Carlin, of course. It's fucking Carlin.
Yeah, well, she's the one who snuck into the meeting, the Zoom meeting.
The existence and acceptance in society of queer and trans people is a threat to the social narrative that the ruling class uses to uphold the structure of the nuclear family, an exploitative structure they created for their own ends.
Ah, yes. The nuclear family, an exploitative structure that was created by capitalism that has existed for fucking 10,000 years.
They attempt to uphold that structure by propagating narratives that women and men are inherently different from each other by nature, that sex and gender are the same thing, and that people who transgress these fabricated boundaries are at best sick and at worst predatory. In a word, bullshit.
Where it is that the origin of oppression of queer people, both trans and also gay people, there's a common origin, and in terms of the nuclear family being a very useful tool for reproducing new workers and having a system in which to train them through specifically women's oppression in the form of making them handle, the term you used was reproductive labor, which is the term that we Marxists use to describe just everything that it takes to train and raise and otherwise prepare the next generation of workers after they're born.
Fire up the choppers, boys.
Well, at least we got the names of everyone for the first round.
Pronouns everywhere.
YouTube is cracking down on unoriginal content with major monetization change. Thermo most affected. Starting 15th of July, channels that do not meaningfully transform clips risk losing monetization. That includes reaction channels, compilation pages, and more.
But Thermo, it doesn't affect you because you steal your stuff from an
That's
offline
exactly
one.
right.
So, all good.
But yeah, apparently YouTube says that nothing's changing. They're just increasing enforcement. So the rules are the same. They're just increasing enforcement.
So clip channels are going to be affected?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
Paramount, CBS. Oh, hang on. Tombola says, if you make the mistake of subscribing to academic publications, they mass produce this gender political stuff across every university in Europe.
Unsurprising.
I'm not at all shocked. Bastion of Marxism that it is. Paramount, CBS forced to pay 8 figures, change editorial policy in settlement with President Trump. The results of the lawsuit, the agreement on the lawsuit could reach north of $30 million with $16 million paid up front.
What'd they say about him?
Nothing. This was this is the most ridiculous lawsuit. This was Trump suing CBS for $20 billion alleging election interference over the Kamala Harris 60 Minutes interview.
Oh. You mean the one they chopped up really badly?
I don't know how this fucking ever made it on the docket. Because where's the damage? Where's the damage to Trump?
He's got no standing.
I don't see. That's it. I don't see the standing, other than election interference. But that's not a tort. What is the fucking?
Yeah, he didn't lose. He won.
And there's no damage. I don't understand the tort. And what the fuck? He's not a party to any of this. Any of this. I don't even think, was he even mentioned in the fucking segment? What the fuck?
So how much money did he win?
He was seeking $20 billion.
Yeah.
30 million or something.
He's got 16, and it's probably going to end up being 30.
16. So he asked for 20 billion, but he's going to get 30 million.
They settled.
He's going to get
Paramount and CBS settled because they're trying to do a sale.
Yeah.
And they needed approved by the Trump administration. So
yeah.
This kind of shit fucks me off because this is so sus. This feels very corrupt and transparently corrupt.
To pay his lawyers, just give his lawyers a bunch of money. You guys go sue them.
It will cover legal fees, the cost of the case, and contributions to his future presidential library or charity causes to be determined at his discretion. It's just not cricket. It feels scummy.
Yeah, so you're saying the media shouldn't be accountable?
No, I'm fine with the media being accountable, but he's not a party to it. This case was bullshit. This was I can afford lawyers. the lawyers who filed this suit should be sanctioned.
No, that's more tedious coming out of you.
Because one of the things about lawsuits is what can the verdict rectify about the problem? And the problem that he's saying is that there was an interference, but he still won. So
No, he didn't win. They settled.
No, I'm saying he won the presidency.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he won the presidency. That's the thing. I don't see the damage here. Like
to fix that, if there's nothing to fix, he actually won the presidency. Like, sure, if he didn't win the presidency, he's like, I'm suing you because part of your campaign destroyed my chances. Like, okay, maybe, but
like it's different. It's different if they lied about Trump and Trump sued them because they lied about him.
Yeah. There's no
even if there's no
defamation
damages, they still lied about him.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't effective, they still lied about him. But there's no lie here. Like the argument is, they lied about they lied about what she said, the answer to a question. And I'm pretty sure they didn't. They just shortened one question in one segment.
They cut up a whole bunch. There was a viral he asked one question and it was the answer to another.
Yeah.
Like they chopped that, they butchered that interview right up.
No.
Yeah. None of that has damage to the Trump campaign.
Like, it was very blatant.
Yeah.
Like, what do you expect? It's the media.
Yeah.
Like, you expect them to tell the truth?
Chopped it up to make Kamala look better, but that doesn't affect Trump.
Yeah, and chopped out a whole bunch of uhs and all that crap. But
yeah. Anyway, congrats, Trump, I guess. Paul Brand says a tear just rolled down the Chancellor's cheek at PMQs as the PM refused to answer whether or not she'll stay in her job.
Womp womp. I don't know who she is.
This is the Chancellor of the Exchequer. That's the Treasurer.
Okay.
£1 billion invested in transport in the north and the Midlands. With planning regulation, planning and infrastructure is pounding forward.
Yeah, so I think it's a safe bet that she's done. Yeah. Snapped power poles leave some scrambling as Las Vegas Valley outage continues. So apparently they had like a big windstorm that blew over a whole bunch of poles. So cool.
Not really, but yeah.
Yeah. Charlize Theron, 49, says details raunchy one-night stand with 26-year-old in racy interview about her sex life.
Fucking right, you.
Replace Charlize Theron with Charlie Sheen.
Winning.
And then go, what, 49 and 26? Jeez.
That's Leo. That's old for Leo DiCaprio.
Oh, no, he's up until like 27.
Oscar winner who recently called out Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez for their over-the-top Venetian wedding. I didn't even have anything about that in the show because I don't give a shit.
Wait, they gave out blinds at their wedding?
That's right. It was a Venetian wedding. Said she's having sex with a 26-year-old in a candid interview for the Call Her Daddy podcast. I've probably had 3 one-night stands in my entire life, but I did recently fuck a 26-year-old, and it was really fucking amazing. The mum of 2 added, I've never done that, and I was like, okay, this is great, okay. She said she's having the kind of sex I never had in my 20s or my 30s.
She still looks pretty
bullshit.
good.
Yeah, she looks pretty good for 49.
Oh yeah, she's good for 49. But like bullshit, she wasn't fucking everybody during her 20s and 30s. During the height of her career, you're telling me she wasn't around fucking everybody? Shit.
Even 39, she looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, she's always looked pretty good.
Yeah.
She's got some good genes behind her.
Crazy bitch, but you know.
Anyway. Michael Madsen passed away the other day at the age of 67.
Rip.
Also, Julian McMahon.
Oh.
The original Doctor Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Passed away at 56. Australian TV legend.
Yeah, he's the son of Billy McMahon, the Prime Minister.
The son?
Yes, he is Billy McMahon's son. Or was.
Okay,
yes.
so not grandson. Okay.
His father, Billy McMahon, served as
Prime Minister. Served as Prime Minister.
Yeah, he was yeah.
What happened?
He had cancer.
Yeah, he had cancer.
Poor bugger.
Yeah. And also Andrei Badalova, the vice president of the Russian state-owned oil pipeline monopoly Transneft, had an unfortunate accident. He fell out of the window of his high-rise in Moscow.
Oh, he slipped and fell.
He was 62. I believe the term is defenestration.
Yeah. Yes. He double tapped himself in the back of the head.
Yes. Father who jumped into the ocean to save his daughter on a Disney cruise ship has been vindicated. He did not prop his daughter on the railing like online Disney conspiracy theorists claimed. According to a new report, the mother witnessed the incident and alerted the husband. The girl had climbed up on the railing herself and had fallen through a porthole into the ocean. There's the railing. You can easily see how a kid can do that. Police say that after the man was notified by his wife, he immediately jumped off deck 4, about 20 feet above the water, and swam to his daughter. He then held her as he treaded water for 20 minutes until rescue boats arrived.
Mad props.
What a fucking king.
Yep. Absolute king.
20-foot drop into water. That's like
on a cruise ship.
On a cruise ship,
likely to get sucked under.
Where there's every likelihood they won't fucking turn around. Like they might not be able to turn around fast enough. So, news report comes as Disney fans said the man should not be commended for his actions, falsely claiming he put his daughter on the ledge himself.
No, they're rabid as fuck.
But I don't think that people realize there are these portholes on either side of the back of the ship. And if you look, there are ledges that a child could possibly climb up on and go over.
Yeah.
These are open air. That's my 5-year-old right next to it. You can see that if he wanted to, he could go over. This was our 18th Disney cruise, and we'll continue to cruise with them.
This is footage of the actual rescue.
No, what if they dive down? No, I think that they had a life jacket or something. I saw orange.
Yeah, there's lifeboats and
it's a tender.
Yeah, that's the word. Sorry.
Yeah.
Emergency boats that will go out and find you is the word I'm thinking.
Like that's a 6-meter drop.
Yeah,
like that's a big fucking drop.
And I'm sure most dads would double that without a question.
Yep. Yeah, those portholes are fucking insane. Like, literally just fucking asking for that to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, this should have been racism. Oh, no, there's no racism involved. Meanwhile, outside Maryland Station.
There's the old angle grinder. Mate, just get some bowl cutters.
Wait, which station is that, did you say?
Maryland in the UK.
Maryland, yeah.
In London.
It's London.
Just hands off the angle grinder. Yeah, cheers, mate.
Oh, they operate in teams. It's
That's
like
an expensive operation to steal bicycles. Like the blacks have come really far.
Yeah.
Well, they were doing mobile phones. Like they'd rock up to people on their phones and fucking just rip them out of their hands, and then back on the bike. So, teacher accused of chugging booze, calling students little shits, and making them dance the Macarena.
Oh, little shits, not little sluts.
Little shits.
Oh.
A teacher allegedly chugged booze and hurled curse words at students during a lesson that she interrupted to have them dance the Macarena has been fired. Alice Ashton from the UK was swigging from a water bottle full of orange liquid which smelled of alcohol and blaring music from her laptop during the health class, one of her 16-year-old students told a hearing on Tuesday.
Or maybe it was little sluts.
Maybe it was.
It was 16-year-olds, yeah.
She also called students little sluts or little shits. Put her middle finger 2 to 3 inches from another teen's face during the out-of-control cast at Yelsko Brow. Oh, it's Welsh. Fucking Welsh names.
Like that. I won't even try.
In a Welsh school in January last year. Usually reserved and quiet teachers' classes on alcohol and drug awareness were normally boring.
So she came in
a
to
student
show
told the
one
hearing.
example of
That's
what to
fucking
do.
great. That's hilarious. I would prefer her to do that than what teachers who normally look like her do.
Still would, and because of that, she can stay out of the chipper. She didn't do.
Well, she didn't do anything to the kids
Didn't
except,
do anything.
except give them a
She
except
just
give them
acted
a story to tell.
She acted like a normal teacher. My graduation.
Fuck you little shits!
At my graduation,
You're
half the
fucking dancing
teachers
to
were off their-
Macarena.
Half my teachers were fucking off their rocker at my graduation. They were up on stage giving speeches, the farewell speeches. And, yeah, insane. But it was a small school, so we all knew each other.
Terrifying threats made by a female cop before being shot in wild encounter with officers trying to serve restraining order. So a cop was shot by a fellow officer while off duty, had threatened to kill herself and her infant son. Court documents show. Kelsey Fitzsimons, 28, was shot once on Monday evening after 3 fellow officers arrived at her home to serve a protection order on behalf of her fiancé.
Wait, so she threatened to kill herself, so they shot her.
And her infant child.
What they shot?
Off-duty officer, off-duty North Andover Police Department officer allegedly voiced suicidal ideation, both while she was pregnant and after she gave birth. Oh, okay. So she had partum and postpartum depression.
Yeah.
Her firefighter fiance expressed concerns that it would escalate to physical violence against their 4-month-old son. I fear she will kill the baby at any moment, he wrote in the restraining application. Kelsey is threatening to take the baby far, far away for a long, long time. This is how she's spoken about killing herself in the past.
Mm.
She punched her stomach repeatedly while pregnant, saying she would kill herself and the baby.
Jesus.
He claimed that during a June 28 outing, Fitzsimons allegedly punched him in the face 3 times while intoxicated. There she is.
Is she actually dead, or they just...
No, they just shot her.
Oh, okay.
He added during the altercation that she chased him and their child, prompting him to seek shelter at a motel as their friends called 4 different police departments for help. Firefighter said the baby boy was staying with his parents at the time, but Fitzsimons' parents came to collect him. With his parents at the time, Fitzsimons' parents came to collect him. I fear if she doesn't have me, she will kill the baby because she has said she has nothing besides me. Fitzsimons is a danger to myself, her son, and herself. He's now seeking full custody of the son as a matter of being heard by the court. New Dad warned officers in an initial report that Fitzsimons may respond poorly by being served the order. When officers came to the door, an armed confrontation took place. As a result of that armed confrontation, one of the responding officers discharged their weapon, which struck Miss Fitzsimons once. The wounded officer had to be airlifted to a medical hospital in Boston, where she remains in a stable condition.
She was hospitalized for 12 hours and diagnosed with postpartum depression.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. And at that time, she probably pulled her
She was medically cleared in June and reinstated to active duty.
Yeah, so she was home and she pulled her service weapon on them and they shot her. Yeah.
Justice and Jackson and Sotomayor began to cite their own dissents in their dissents, not controlling precedent because there is none, but dissents they themselves have written. None of this is good for the left. HCB has to just be over it. Because the Fifth Amendment immigration law, federal regulations, and this court's precedent unambiguously prohibits such no-notice deportations. See DHS versus DVD. Sotomayor dissenting. Quoting yourself.
And she's she's citing a dissenting opinion, which is the worst part.
Yeah,
yeah.
So it's not even an opinion that holds any merit.
Yeah, it has no weight. It doesn't support the facts. It's like, no, you cited something that was not the court's opinion. Fucking hell.
Ridiculous.
And yeah, Sotomayor did, and Jackson and Sotomayor both did it.
That's hilarious.
And finally tonight, new emblem of the Syrian presidency has been revealed. The eagle. This awesome looking eagle.
Ooh.
Looks very nice.
But wait, I thought eagles were a Nazi symbol, according to the ADL or whoever the other fucker.
Fuck the ADL. Again, not losing the whole anti-Semitic podcast thing. Look at this fucking awesome passport.
That looks pretty cool.
That opens the wrong way.
It looks like a manga book.
Because they write the opposite direction. So
yeah.
Apparently, it has meaning. The 3 stars are for the new Syrian flag, and the 14 feathers are for the 14 districts. So apparently they had like a drone display. Look, Ma, we're a real country. So yeah, that's it. That's the show for this week. Thank you, gentlemen, as always. Thank you, everybody who watched. Yeah, we will be back next week, as always. Have a great week, and I'll play the outro now.
Bye, everyone.
So, later. Bye.
This has been a chuckling koala